Much drier and brighter day for many of us, but we have still got some heavy rain to come through the rest of the evening. That's as a result of this weather front that's slowly pushing eastwards across the country through the rest of the day and through tonight. So there's still some heavy rain to come across parts of the southwest. That'll push into the Midlands later on this evening and then into the southeast, but rain should be fairly limited by the time it arrives into the southeast. Behind it, it should turn much clearer as well. So some clear spells to come tonight, but still got very mild air, so it will be another very mild night tonight, frost-free across the country by tomorrow morning. There'll also be some early sunshine, particularly across eastern areas of Scotland as well as central areas of England too tomorrow morning. And we'll see a good deal of sunshine through the day. Some thicker cloud across parts of northwestern England, North Wales that could be thick enough to bring some drizzly rain. But in any of the sunshine, it'll feel fairly pleasant. Highs of 13 or 14 degrees in the south or 12 degrees further north. A bright start to Saturday across eastern areas, but cloud will thicken through the day as this weather front approaches. So some drizzly rain in the west through the morning and then a heavy spell of rain to come through the evening across western areas and perhaps on Sunday morning in the east. But once that clears on Sunday, it should be a fairly dry and bright day for many of us, and it will be staying mild all through the weekend. See you later.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
Dr. Jane Jones, who's the clinical lead for Care After Combat.
Yeah.
Jane, thanks for coming. And just tell me a little bit about your organisation. What do you do?
OK, well, thank you for having me here so we can talk about Care After Combat. So we are an organisation, a charity, who work into the prison system, working with military veterans who've somehow got involved with the justice system and...
So there's quite a high population of ex-servicemen and women in our prisons. Why is that, do you think?
So 2014, the government did a review of who was resident in UK prisons, and what they found were that military veterans are the highest occupational group, and this obviously raises some concerns. Yeah. So the government wanted to do something about that, and so they supported Care After Combat initially just as a scoping exercise, really, to see if there was any way we could help these men and women actually, you know, understand the problems that led to offending behaviour and go on to lead successful lives.
So what sort of offending behaviour are we talking typically for people that's in prison that's actually served in our armed forces?
Primarily, it's violence.
Yeah.
So that is the highest offence that we work with.
Okay.
But of course, the military, as with everybody else, it's the full range of offending behaviour.
OK, so we're in a pub, Jane, Dr. Jane, and I guess for some people, you know, the odd tip of alcohol is good, a bit of fun of a weekend, relax, let your hair down. But for some people, alcohol is not always their best friend, and I guess that plays a part in some of your veterans that end up inside.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, speaking from my own experience, a good 2/3 of the people I work with have some kind of mental health problem or mental health difficulty, struggling to either adapt into civilian life or with some of the traumas they've experienced during service. People might self-medicate with alcohol to manage some of those thoughts and feelings.
Yeah.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's fast approaching midnight. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. A crucial year starts here. Vote 2024. The people decide. We'll be covering the Wellingborough and Kingswood by-elections over the next 6 hours. We'll bring you the action and reaction from what is shaking up to be a pivotal double by-election. Will Tory losses see letters of no confidence fly in for Rishi Sunak? Have the public turned their backs on Sir Keir Starmer after the anti-Semitism allegations in the Labour Party in recent days? Will Reform be rivals or rejects? Tonight will reveal all.
Well, here in Northamptonshire, the Wellingborough count is getting underway. What we're expecting tonight, well, Labour's Jen Kitchen is the clear favourite. Meanwhile, could we see a surprise visit from former Conservative MP Peter Bone in support of his Conservative candidate partner Helen Harris? And we're also looking forward to Ben Habib for Reform. Can he make himself a surprise result?
We'll be live in both those constituencies throughout the night. Stay right with us through to 6 a.m. We'll be joined by the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nigel Farage, Anne Widdecombe and Labour Shadow Minister Toby Perkins and plenty of others. Strap in for a rollercoaster night. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Will defeat for the Conservatives accelerate the end for Prime Minister Rishi Sunak? Just one defeat tonight would mean the government has clocked up more by-election defeats in a single parliament than any government since the 1960s. Well, let's begin with Wellingborough. The seat now vacant after Peter Bone was found by Parliament to have subjected a staff member to bullying and sexual misconduct. He, of course, has denied the allegations, and his partner, Helen Harrison, is running to replace him as the Conservatives hope to hold after winning with a majority of over 18,000 at the last election in 2019. Well, let's get more detail now with our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis. Will, what's the mood on the ground?
Yes, well, we're here just down the road, actually, still inside Northamptonshire, the county that's a part of where Wellingborough is, but we're just down the road in Kettering. That's because they've got this massive leisure centre, and this is where all the sorts of counts from over the past years take place, including when we're inside of the European Union, the counts for the local area for the European Union. And you can see right now down at the bottom, verification has been going on for the last hour or so when those ballot boxes started coming in at around 10 o'clock. We haven't got to the count stage yet. Now, Wellingborough has taken some really strong headlines in the build-up to this by-election, and there are a few reasons why. Of course, there is the background to ousted MP Peter Bone being kicked out of the party after those allegations for bullying and sexual misconduct were made by a staffer. Now, those were investigated, and they were found to be true in those investigations. Of course, Peter Bone, the former MP who'd been here since 2005, he said that he was denying those. It's interesting because the current Conservative candidate, Helen Harrison, is now actually his partner, and what we might see tonight is Peter Bone coming in support of Helen Harrison here at the council. That'd be quite an interesting thing to watch out for. Now, this is one that Labour have targeted hard in this period. In the build-up to it, 18,500 votes is the majority that the Conservatives have, but we know that Labour can topple that. We only need to think back a few months ago to what happened in Mid-Bedfordshire. It was a much bigger majority. It was about 24,000 votes in that period. And I think the final reason that there's been a lot of attention on this is the Reform Party. There's been a lot of conversation around Reform and if they can split that Conservative vote, particularly at a time when the Conservatives aren't doing so well in the polls against Labour. What we saw in 2019, the then Brexit Party stepped back from a lot of seats, including this one in Wellingborough. But now, do they have the strength to take it in a full general election? I think what happens tonight here with Ben Habib and Reform is going to be really telling for the future, Tom. Now, we haven't seen the count start officially yet today, but what we do know is declaration will come in at around 4 o'clock, so we've got about 4 or 5 hours till we'll see a result here in the Wellingborough by-election.
Well, Will, thanks very much for bringing us that live count for the Wellingborough by-election live in Kettering. And I have to say, Will, I know that sports hall well. That was the first area I went to a general election count. Not a general election, a European election count. I helped count the votes back in 2014 there. But we'll be back with you throughout the programme. Let's cross to Kingswood by-election. Now, this was triggered after Chris Skidmore, a former Tory minister, quit Parliament dramatically in a protest at the government's green policy, or what he saw was a less than green policy. The Tory majority is 11,220, with Skidmore having held the position as an MP there since 2010. Let's cross to Theo Chikomba, our national reporter, who's in Thornbury for the count. And Theo, you have a guest.
We do indeed. Well, we are, as you rightly say, we are in Thornbury, just a couple miles away from Kingswood. But of course, as you mentioned, Chris Skidmore was in that position as an MP since 2010. But he left his role due to, in protest actually, for the green policy that the government is putting forward, particularly when it comes to licensing for oil and gas in the North Sea. But I am kindly joined by Luke Hall, who's been campaigning over the last couple of weeks alongside Sam Bromley. Thank you so much for your time this morning. First question is, do you think you'll win?
Well, look, it's far too early to make a prediction on that. We've just finished the verification stage here. We haven't started counting any votes yet, but what I can say is that we fought a really positive campaign. We picked an excellent candidate in Sam Bromley. We've been out speaking to people right across the constituency over the last 4 or 5 weeks. We fought a campaign based on protecting green spaces, keeping car parking charges free, and having a best local candidate for the constituency. So it's too early to tell the results, but it's a great campaign that we've run and I'm proud of it.
We've been out as GB News speaking to people in that area. Cost of living is something they've highlighted. Is that a concern?
Absolutely, and the best thing that we can do to support people with the cost of living is to bring down the level of inflation. And over the last 12 months, we've seen inflation fall from 11.1% at its peak down to 4% today. So we're making a lot of progress in that area. We're starting to see mortgage rates come down. We're starting to see wages rising. And crucially, we're also starting to cut taxes too, and with more to come later this year. So, of course, that's an issue that's been raised. But actually, people have been talking a lot more about some of these local issues that affect people in Kingswood, about the plans to build houses on green spaces when they could have been prioritised in brownfield sites, about the local plans to introduce car parking charges, and about who the best local candidate is to be the next MP in Kingswood. So there's been a lot of issues discussed, but it's been a positive campaign. I'm proud of what we've done, and I'm hoping for a good result.
In recent years, your party has lost several by-elections. Does that worry you?
Well, every sitting government normally loses by-elections. Tony Blair lost by-elections, then won majorities. David Cameron lost by-elections and won majorities. So that's quite natural. But I'm not making any predictions yet about this by-election. It's far too early for that because we haven't even started counting the ballots as of yet. But we fought a great campaign. We've got a great candidate. We had a great message, and I'm hoping for a good result.
So the weather, of course, today has played a part. What do you think the turnout will be, considering people have been feeling like they're not being listened to?
Well, we've just heard seconds before we came on air, the turnout was just above 37%. I think the weather probably did affect that a little bit. But I think the thing that we also saw was that people were turning out to vote for the positive campaign that Sam Bromley ran. He was talking about issues that mattered to people, issues that mattered in the community. And I hope people turned out and responded to that in a positive way. He's a great candidate. We ran a good campaign. I'm hoping for a good result.
Of course, we're not that far away from Kingswood. You've been here since 2015. Do you feel safe here?
Well, look, I was elected in 2015 with a slim majority, and every single day I fought for every single vote in my seat. I'm a local man who's lived here all of my life and fought passionately to get the best for my constituents, and I'll continue to do that every single day. In terms of this result, look, it's still really early. We haven't actually started the count yet, so I'm not going to make any predictions about what it might be. But look, we picked a great candidate, we fought a good campaign, and fingers crossed for a good result.
Luke Hall, thank you so much for your time. Well, of course, counting will be beginning very shortly, but the pace is picking up here, and we'll bring you the latest as we get it.
Well, Theo, thank you very much. And what an interesting fact to learn. 37% turnout there in Kingswood. Well, I'm delighted to introduce my studio guests now. I'll be with these gentlemen up until 3 a.m. for the first half of the programme. Former Labour MP Stephen Pound joins us, and the Professor of Politics at the University of Kent, Matt Goodwin, is with us too. Matt, we're going to start with you. You're a pollster.
Yeah.
What do you think this 37% turnout in Kingswood mean? How does that relate to other by-elections?
Well, firstly, don't read too much into turnout. We don't know ultimately who is turning out to vote. Is it the Reform Party voters getting energised, wanting to give the Conservatives a kicking? Is it the Conservative voters staying at home? Is it a sort of resurgent, insurgent Labour vote? You know, let's wait and see. I think we always read a bit too much into turnout. Having said that, you know, we know what's at stake here, right? This is Rishi Sunak's premiership. In essence, this is the latest test in that premiership. He's only won one by-election since he became Prime Minister. That, of course, was Boris Johnson's old seat. The national polls this week, not looking good at all. Conservatives down to 24% of the vote nationally. This is beginning to look like it's make or break time for Rishi Sunak, you know, and I think that this is going to be a very difficult evening if the polls are correct.
No, really interesting stuff. Stephen Pounds, we have very little to go on at this stage, but we do know that turnout figure, I say again, 37.1%, but middle of the pack.
I think that's actually quite respectable under the circumstances, but Matt's absolutely correct. You've got to drill down and disaggregate and find. But for me, the two emotions that struck me most strongly about these two by-elections, and I've certainly been to one more than the other, is firstly, Peter Bone's activities and his behaviour as the former Conservative MP, added further to the disrepute that Parliament is held in. And when I see that what Chris Skidmore did in Kingswood, he's cost the council, cost the government £250,000 for an utterly unnecessary by-election in a seat which will not exist in 9 months' time. And could he not just have sat on his hands for 9 months and saved us £250,000? I think with these two things, the number of people I spoke to in Rushden when I was up there last week, and it was almost a sort of plague on all your houses. They were very, very angry. I think Labour can be confident, certainly of Kingswood. Roger Berry, who I knew very well indeed, don't forget, he won the seat in '92.
Yes.
And that's before the Blair landslide.
Yeah.
And Wellingborough, I mean, I remember Paul Stinch.
But Kingswood was Labour right up until 2010, so to some extent it did switch when the Conservatives got in. Do you think if Labour win tonight, that's a bit of an indication of where the country's going in general?
Yet again, you put your finger on it. The key thing about Kingswood is it's a commuter suburb of a big city. There are a huge number of commuter suburbs of big cities all around Leeds, Manchester, Sheffield, Bradford, all around the country. If Labour can win there, then that is very, very much... we used to call it a bellwether seat because it used to switch backwards and forwards to a certain amount. But I think tonight, the bell, the Tories won't be ringing the bells, they'll be ringing their hands.
Ringing their hands. Well, Matt Goodwin, this is an interesting night because there's more to this than just these two elections. There are always implications from by-elections. We saw after the Uxbridge by-election the Prime Minister come out with a raft of policy changes, rowing back on net zero off the back of that one vote. What could we see, perhaps, as a political implication from results tonight?
My gut instinct is we're going to see a lot more desperation in number 10. I think there's going to be a real sense after tonight, if the polls are right and the Conservatives are doing as badly as the national polling would suggest and Reform is on the up and the Labour leads are pretty solid. Look, I think there's going to be a sense of desperation. How are they going to turn this ship around before the looming general election? Because, look, I speak to people in number 10 like you know the same stuff as me, but here's what they're thinking about. We haven't stopped the small boats. We've got another long, hot summer coming. We've just gone into recession. We've got some really grim GDP and GDP per head numbers. We've got no real progress on the NHS yet that we can point to. We've got public services under strain, and we've got a divided, restless parliamentary party. I mean, if you're looking at this from the perspective of Rishi Sunak, you know, this doesn't really look good at all. And remember what the starting pitch was for Sunak. You know, put the adults back in charge, get the adults back in the room. So far, Sunak actually has only really been an election loser for the Conservatives. And I was looking at the polling data before coming on with you now. The Conservative Party today is weaker than it was when Rishi Sunak became leader and Prime Minister. On almost every metric, his ratings are down, party's ratings are down, the national average is down, they're losing by-elections, they've got local elections in the spring, Tom, that you know about. So I think you put all these things together, the implication, I think, is going to be a growing sense of desperation. And when that happens, of course, MPs turn in on themselves. They focus on their own seats, they don't focus on the big national...
At the start of this week, a lot of Conservatives were saying, whisper it, have Labour taken their eye off the ball? Have the wheels come off the wagon? We saw the £28 billion U-turn from Keir Starmer last week, and then over the weekend, the most extraordinary shot in the foot that we saw over the process of candidate selection, something that should really have been nailed down for a future by-election, a by-election in 2 weeks' time. there was almost a sign there that, hang on, are the wheels coming off the Labour machine? But then, of course, we got the news about the economy today that probably turned that back. Is there any, however narrow, path for the Conservatives to capitalise upon the sort of issues we saw at the start of this week?
Well, as the old saying goes, opposition parties don't win elections, governments lose them. And in some sense, it doesn't really matter what happens on the Labour Party side of things because the Conservatives are so unpopular. I mean, there were two pieces of news this week. One was economic. Obviously disastrous numbers for Rishi Sunak. The other was about the small boats, and few people picked up on this. Just 1.3% of people who have come to Britain on the small boats have been removed from the country. Now, why does that matter? Well, that matters because that is the #1 issue for Conservative voters and also, Tom, for Reform Party voters. When you say to them what should be the top priority, they all say stop the boats. Now, Labour voters, of course, don't say that, but for Conservatives and Reformers, they do. So when you look at Rishi Sunak's 5-point pledge, and we saw him come back to this at the GBNews People's Forum in Darlington earlier this week with the undecided voters, you go through each of those, you know, with the exception maybe of inflation, he's failing on every single one. Growth isn't coming back. Debt isn't really falling. The NHS isn't really improving. The small boats aren't being stopped. So I'm just looking at him now and thinking, you know, what is his pitch going to be to the country at the election? Because it's not going to be a very convincing one at this rate.
And it's starting to look like this general election that we are told to expect in the second half of this year. Well, it might be. It's possible. That it gets kicked into the first month of 2025. That's the last possible month it could be held.
Well, we've been there before. I mean, John Major did this in 1992. He took it until the end of the last minute of the last hour, the last day. But I'll just say something that actually worries me a great deal. At 12 o'clock tomorrow, I will be in Stretford in Manchester at Tony Lloyd's funeral. His funeral mass. Tony Lloyd was one of the most decent, principled and honest MPs I've ever met. I worked with him in Northern Ireland for many, many years. His legacy in Rochdale is being trashed by what's going on. We can't talk about the Rochdale by-election, obviously, at the present time. But it fills me with sadness that when I see what's happening there, and to a certain extent what's happening in these other two...
What do you make of it, as a former Labour MP, that on the ballot there are 2 former Labour MPs and 1 disowned Labour candidate? It's just an extraordinary situation.
I mean, Matt can correct me, I don't think it's ever happened before. I mean, we've had situations in America where people have died and still been elected, and, you know, and we've actually had a situation in this country where somebody has died, and in South Staffordshire, I seem to remember, about 10 years ago, and they had to rerun the whole election. But I've never known anything like this, and obviously we got... well, we can't actually enumerate the candidates in Rochdale for obvious reasons, but, you know, GBNews has some skin in the game.
Well, we will be talking much more about the wider implications throughout the night, because it is an interesting night for the Conservative Party, for sure. And joining me now, who will be watching developments very closely, is the sitting Conservative Member of Parliament, Philip Davies, the Conservative MP for Shipley, of course. Now, lots and lots of talk about by-election defeats since 2019, but is there any hope, Phil, that the Tories can hold on tonight?
I wouldn't have thought so, Tom. I think it'd be an absolute miracle if they did. I think that ship sailed quite a long time ago, to be perfectly honest.
And why do you think that is? What is it most about these seats? We've spoken before about the local factors here, a general anti-politics attitude from many constituents, or is it, do you think, national issues that will be coming to the fore here?
Oh, well, look, by-elections, all sorts of things come to the fore in by-elections. But look, we've been getting hammered in by-elections for the majority of this Parliament. I mean, you know, we lost a 24,000 majority in Tiverton and Honiton. We lost a 23,000 majority in North Shropshire. They were back in, you know, 2021, 22. You know, this has just been the trend throughout this Parliament, and people are protesting. And the thing is that the government's got to do is not to dismiss those protests. They've got to listen to them and listen to why people are so unhappy, and people are unhappy for a whole range of reasons. Matt there has articulated quite a few of them. Obviously, the issue of immigration is one that we need to sort out, and I'm pretty sure we're certainly on the right track on legal immigration. Rishi Sunak's introduced changes to the rules to make sure that the number of people who are allowed into the country has come down. We also need to sort out the illegal immigration as well. We all know that. And so we've got to listen to what people are saying, listen to why people are so unhappy, and and address them. But look, at the end of the day, the next general election is, I think it was Bill Clinton who said elections are a referendum on the future. And if you're unhappy about the state of the economy, which I am, and I think I heard Nigel Farage on GBNews saying actually the Bank of England was more to blame than the government for the economic figures. But if you're unhappy about the state of the economy, the question is, who do you trust to deal with it? Do you trust a Labour Party that believes in taxing more and spending more? Do you believe in spending your way out of debt and taxing your way to growth? Who do you trust to sort out the immigration problem? A Conservative government trying to do something about it, or a Labour government that doesn't even care about it? So I don't accept that, just because people are really unhappy at the moment, and they are, and I know that from my own constituency, of course they're unhappy, but I don't think it therefore follows that at a general election people will not weigh up those options. I think actually who is the best to sort out these particular problems that they're unhappy about.
Phil, your party's running out of time. The message has been that there will be time to turn things around. But we learn this morning that for the last 2 quarters of 2023, the country actually dipped into a technical recession. We've been discussing the 5 pledges of the Prime Minister. It seems like he's only winning on one of them. How much longer does he need?
Well, he needs until the general election, doesn't he? And then at the general election, he needs to persuade people that our plan for the future of the country is better than the Labour Party's plan for the future of the country. And I'm pretty sure that when people look at those 2 options, they'll come to that conclusion. Well, yeah, look, Rishi Sunak, I mean, people treat Rishi Sunak as if he inherited a sort of an economic miracle and inherited a 30-point lead in the opinion polls. He actually inherited about a 30-point deficit in the opinion polls and a terrible situation. That's why he became Prime Minister, and he's been trying to stabilise the ship. I think that he has
stabilised it 20 points behind, Phil.
Well, look, there's still, I think I saw a poll last week that showed there were 12 points behind. There's a variety of polls, that show different things. I think Matt will be more of an expert than me on this. It probably depends how they carry out their method. But yeah, look, we've got a mountain to climb. We had a mountain to climb when he took over. We've still got a mountain to climb, but that doesn't mean to say that mountains can't be climbed. And the question is, do we have the right plans to deal with the problems the country's facing? And if we cut taxes in the budget, if we get the Rwanda plan up and running, then I think that people might conclude, well, actually, yes, it has been a sticky period and we have gone through a turmoil. And by the way, much of this turmoil has been caused by locking down the economy, which some of us warned at the time during COVID that was a complete disaster, and we were poo-pooed at the time. But I think we've been proved to be correct. But the question is, who do people trust in the future? And we've got to persuade people when the general election comes that we are a better bet than the Labour Party. That's in effect what the next election will be decided by, and it's our task in the next few months.
No, it has been fascinating today to read of just how many European countries are in the same economic doldrums as we are. It's not just the United Kingdom that's in a technical recession at the moment. Our neighbours in Ireland, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands. We've heard about the economic malaise of Germany as well. Frankly, is whoever has the reins of the British economy in a poisoned chalice?
Well, look, everyone suffered from the same international phenomenon. We've all suffered from the fact that everybody followed like sheep and locked down their economy. We've all suffered the inflation from all opening up the economy all at the same time and having a huge boost in people, in demand, which caused a huge spike in inflation. We've all suffered from the war in Ukraine and the impact of that. We've all suffered from high energy prices and higher food prices and high inflation and higher interest rates. That's not just the UK that's happened where that's happened. That's happened the world over. And it would have happened if there'd been a Labour government who wanted to lock down the economy for even longer, if I recall. So look, it wouldn't have been any different if Labour had been in office. They would have faced exactly the same pressures. The question the country will have to decide is who's best to deal with those particular issues. And I still maintain that if you want to get economic growth, a party that's instinct is to cut taxes rather than put them up is a better place to do it. If your problem is immigration, a party who's actually trying to solve the problem is better than a party that doesn't even care about the problem. And so I sort of think that when a general election comes, and if we have some debates between the leaders, I don't think it's impossible that people will conclude, however reluctantly, that actually the Conservatives are a better bet to deal with the challenges the country faces than the Labour Party that doesn't have a clue about any of the challenges the country faces.
Yeah, Phil, you're completely right about the global situation. We've seen interest rates shoot up in the United States of America, in Canada, in the European Central Bank, in Australasia as well. But frankly, to some extent, we had this argument in 2010. The Conservative Party would say it's a Labour Party recession, and the Labour Party would say it's a global financial crisis. It feels like the shoe is on the other boot, or is on the other foot at this point in time. The pendulum might have swung. World events sometimes just turn up, and as one former Prime Minister once said, events, dear boy, events. But Phil, we'll be back with you later in the programme. Philip Davies, MP for Shipley, Conservative Member of Parliament there. We really thank you for your time. I want to extend the conversation out now to the Head of Policy and Public Affairs at Opinium Research, James Crouch, plus my studio guest still with me, former Labour MP Stephen Pounds, and the Professor of Politics at University of Kent, Matt Goodwin. James, you're a pollster. You look at these numbers day in, day out. What can we say about what happened at the start of this week? Was there a wobble? Did we start to see a way in which the Conservatives could fight back from this?
Good morning, Tom. Well, our last poll that we published, Opinion, was actually, the fieldwork was the middle of last week, so we don't have updated numbers from this week yet, but that actually showed an 18-point lead for Labour, which is the highest we've seen since Liz Truss left office.
And that was after the 28 billion U-turn?
So that was just as that was starting to hit the news.
Right.
So what we've got now is we first had the £28 billion U-turn. Then followed from that, we had the deselection, or the withdrawal of support for Azhar Ali. So what you...
It's OK. So there are broadcasting regulations when we mention names. We will mention all of the candidates' names at the end of this hour. It's completely fine. We were expecting to do this. We've got the graphics ready. It's all good. But no, talking about that Rochdale by-election.
So we've had all of those changes happen. So the expectation is that Labour would probably have a dent, and other pollsters have seen that. But the real problem will still be that on Friday morning, or this morning in fact, that we will have a headline probably of 2 Conservative by-election losses. And that will give Keir Starmer the breathing space which to break that spate of bad news.
And how much do victories beget victories? This sort of sense of a snowballing campaign, this sense of perhaps what some people call the strong horse theory of politics. When there's a candidate in the lead, when there's a candidate who looks like a winner, we sort of saw that rally round the flag effect with Donald Trump in the United States. If Keir Starmer suddenly looks like a winner off the back of these by-elections, is it likely that more people will believe in him, will think of him as a strong leader?
Well, this is already what we're starting to see. So for the first time, I think at the end of last year, we had a majority of people expect that Labour was going to win the next election. And all of those, I guess, those expectations start to become a little bit self-fulfilling. So when you have a Prime Minister who's sitting there and the public think, well, you're definitely not going to be the guy winning the next election, that is very hard to fight back from. It's very hard to demonstrate that you're in control, the person who's strong, ready to make tough decisions. It's very difficult to demonstrate that when people think you'll be out the door within 12 months.
Now, I should say we're looking at live pictures of the Wellingborough count on our screens now. We know that the counting has begun, but not all of those boxes look like they are in yet, so the count's still in its early stages. Matt Goodwin still with us. Frankly, is this why, what we're talking about here, the sort of the winning begetting winning, people expecting someone to lose, making them look like a loser, is this why the Labour Party has been using the word weak so much? Whenever they talk about Rishi Sunak, they include the word weak in the sentence. Is that sort of drilling it into the minds of people, almost making that a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Yeah, I think there are 2 things going on there, Tom. One is we know from focus groups that JL Partners, for example, have released this week that weak is a word that people associate with Rishi Sunak. We also know, however, at the same time, that compared to Keir Starmer, Sunak's ratings are weaker, and they've just reached a new low. So he has a leadership problem. The party itself has an image problem. The net satisfaction score for the Conservatives today is about -65, which is basically where Prince Andrew is within the royal family, if you want a reference point.
He's not standing, is he?
No, he's not. But we better mention the other members of the royal family.
Of course, broadcasting regulations.
But there is a serious point here, which is that, you know, there is part of me that actually feels quite sorry for Rishi Sunak because, you know, he is unpopular. Keir Starmer isn't exactly setting the country on fire, by the way, but he's dragging around this party that has soaked up all of the toxicity of Partygate, of Liz Truss, of inflation, now recession. I mean, it's almost an impossible task to turn that kind of
he was golden boy. He was the most popular politician in the country at one point.
When he was giving away £400 billion. I mean, you know, if I was giving away £400 billion, I'd be the most popular professor in the country. I mean, come on, let's get serious.
Yeah.
But
it's your prognosis that it's the Conservative Party's brand that's dragged Rishi Sunak.
The brand is completely bust. I mean, the brand is completely toxic. But let's not forget, Rishi Sunak took decisions of his own, Tom. You were in Manchester at the party conference. He took the decision to talk about banning smoking and reforming A-levels when the country wanted to talk about the cost of living crisis and stopping the small boats. He took the decision to say, I'm a change candidate, and then brought back David Cameron. He has made a series of decisions along the way which I think have undermined his premiership.
Now, and I know there have been different advisors in Number 10 almost battling it out for where Rishi Sunak should face, for what his campaign should look like. But, Stephen, as a former Member of Parliament, as someone who will have sat there on the green benches getting your lines to take... On both sides of the House, getting your lines to take from the Labour election machine back when it was very formidable and when it was less formidable. Do you recognise this idea that words are picked up in focus groups and then spewed out to politicians almost to reinforce the prejudices of the electorate?
100%. You may remember Tony Blair and John Major in 1996, weak. You know, and that was the word. We used to have to wear pages in those days. We had to clip them on. I think they were surgically attached to us.
And did you have your lines to take beeping on your pager?
Well, I'm not sure if I can say this, but yes. Yeah, we did. And they used to say, breathe in, breathe out. But look, a serious point. You asked a very, very serious question that every single Democrat in this country should be asking themselves. Who wants to win the next election? And my immediate reaction is, if you imagine the worst ever circumstances that any government in the entire history of this country, it's certainly going back to the Napoleonic Wars, has ever come in, Clem Attlee in 1945, the country is a smoking ruin after 6 years of war. Everybody said, who on earth wants to win this? Within 3 or 4 years, we'd set up the NHS, we'd actually got the country going again because of the energy.
Within 3 or 4 years, we'd lost most of our empire.
Yeah, I think we pretty much lost that thanks to the Americans in 1945. You remember the Marshall Plan? We had to, you know, and also in exchange.
Although hang on, Stephen Pan.
That's an interesting topic. Maybe not for tonight.
To get into the particulars, the Marshall Plan, this huge amount of aid, billions of aid that the US sent over to Europe, it was given to Germany. It was given to France. The largest single recipient was the United Kingdom. Which countries grew faster than the United Kingdom? The countries actually that got less Marshall aid. The way that Germany rebounded from the war, they became richer than Britain. How did that happen when the Americans gave us more money? Or was it that Clem Attlee wasn't perhaps as good as you say?
Well, I don't... Clem Attlee didn't sign off on Bretton Woods. I mean, and don't forget, those Liberty boats that we took, we wanted them in 1942, 1943, which is when we got the ships over there. But it's a long time since I did my economics degree at the London School of Economics, and I only got a 2-1 professor.
Well, perhaps we should zoom forward to more recent political history than the 1940s.
This is actually my fault, isn't it?
Well, I think we should probably look at where we can relate the current political time. Is this looking like 1997, an election you stood in? Is this feeling like 1997?
Not at the moment, no, because I think the euphoria of 97 was quite extraordinary. I mean, the two, in my lifetime, Margaret Thatcher coming over the hill in 1979, you could feel it coming. Jim Callaghan, I remember talking at a private meeting I had one with my union at the time, and he just talked about the tectonic plates are shifting, there's nothing you can do, the rocks rolling down the mountain. We actually felt that it was going to come. We could see it coming, and it was tangible, we could feel it coming. I still feel that about this time, but not to the same extent. There's not that exhilaration, there's not the things can only get better, there's not that joyous feeling on the streets. But on the other hand, don't forget, people make their minds up 5 weeks before a general election. So we've got a lot to play for.
You're nodding your head here that it doesn't feel like 1997, and yet you're a pollster, you're a numbers guy. The numbers look the same as 1997. Why are the numbers and the feeling so different?
Well, just because people are going to choose to vote for the Labour Party to get this current government out doesn't necessarily mean that the feeling behind the same numbers necessarily has to be the same. If you look at any of the kind of key issues, you find none of the above winning on an awful lot of them, which is actually, when you think about it, probably quite depressing about what people think about the next 5 years in politics. Is the choice definitely has to be to get the current government out, but what are we replacing it with, and why are we replacing it, and what are we hoping the Labour Party is going to do with that mandate? I don't think the public is particularly clear on that.
And just a final word to you in this segment, Matt. Clearly, none of the above winning in so many of these categories is a huge, huge failure of the two major parties. And yet we're talking about reform tonight. They're standing there. They've just eked up a little bit in the polls. Why aren't they miles ahead if there is this huge gap in British politics?
Well, they're averaging 11% now nationally. I think, to be honest, this evening I'll be looking at whether they get up to 15, 16%. That's kind of where they really should be if they're going to be demonstrating that they're a serious threat and they're performing in line with their national polling. Look, I know Reform have got a brand problem. Many people still don't know who they are. They have a leadership problem. Many people don't know who Richard Tice is. They have a money problem. Many of the big Brexit donors that threw money at Brexit and that referendum are still reluctant to get in behind Reform.
That will be the interesting thing. I mean, there's a woman called Anna Savage-Gunn, who's the Liberal Democrat candidate.
A fantastic name. A former police
I know,
officer.
and yeah, she's right.
Savage-Gunn.
A Savage-Gunn.
Fantastic. It's like out of a movie.
Talk about tough on crime, tough on criminals, tough on everybody. But look, if Reform overtake the Liberals, then there will be, a gnashing of teeth and a pulling out of hair. But look, when I was up there last week, I noticed extraordinary, this extraordinary image of the van with covered in parking tickets outside the Conservative office. That was a big VW camper van. I saw where I was in Earthlingborough and up that way towards Rushden, the number of Reform people knocking on doors, driving up and down, booming out through their speakers. Absolutely extraordinary. And that was the sort of energy that you see from people.
Energy, but not necessarily the same sort of ground game that years and years of political experience. Knowing where voters are.
I think we're in a more facile time of politics. I think we're in pick and mix. I think we're in retail politics now. The old certainties, and we've all, Matt knows better than me, but in 1955, 98% of the people in this country who voted for one of the two main parties. It's nowhere near that now. Nowhere near.
There's more choice. Well, gentlemen, let's hold these thoughts because we do have a lot more to cover tonight. We'll, of course, be back with you in a moment. And indeed, we'll be talking to Anna Savage-Gunn herself, so we can all look forward to that. But with two crunch by-elections in one night, could it be make or break for the parties ahead of this year's general election? Our political editor, Christopher Hope, gives us a breakdown on what tonight means for the near future.
By-elections are like London buses nowadays. You wait for one, and then two come along at the same time. And so it is with the Wellingborough and Kingswood by-elections. The Kingswood by-election caused, of course, by an MP leaving Parliament early in a seat which won't even exist in the general election in a few months' time. And the Wellingborough by-election caused by an MP quitting Parliament in disgrace. So the Tory party hasn't really sent anyone here to campaign of a senior level, certainly not Rishi Sunak, preferring to focus its efforts on winning these seats back, if Labour win them, at the general election in a few months' time. So, for Labour, an opportunity, but still a mountain to climb. The party ran the Tory party close in both seats in 2019. The Conservative majority in that election was 18,000 in Wellingborough and 11,000 in Kingswood. So a lot to play for the party. But still a mountain to climb. In Wellingborough, Labour needs an 18% swing to win the seat. In Kingswood, an 11% swing. But possible because these swings are far less than were required to win the Tamworth by-election, the Salisbury and Ainsty by-election, and the Mid-Bedfordshire by-election last year. Labour say neither of these seats is on the party's target for general election campaign. So they're both trying to manage a degree of expectation. Still, both by-elections offer a chance for the electorate to pass judgment on the woes of both main parties. On the day the government announced that this country has fallen into recession, the voters may want to pass judgment on its economic record. For Labour, it's got problems with a U-turn last week on green spending, and more recently the ugly face of anti-Semitism rising in its ranks. But don't forget the minor parties. The Lib Dems were a distant third in both elections in both seats in 2019. But in Wellingborough, Reform UK is pushing very hard to try and get any vote which might replicate its standing in national polls. Anything more than 10% is quite a good result for Reform. And if the party can push the Tory party into third place behind a Labour victory in Wellingborough, well, that will provide the party with big momentum. Now, there's talk all the time in Westminster of opinion polls. Small samples of people and those opinions of those people moved onto a much bigger national canvas. But by-elections are different. They offer a chance for the electorate to register a protest vote about the governing party, or even a warning for the challenging party, the Labour Party in this case, but what it must do more to win the next general election. That's why I think tonight's vote in Wellingborough and Kingswood will have a real bearing, far more than the opinion polls, in the run-up to the big one, this year's general election.
Smashing stuff from Christopher Hope, our political editor there. Well, I'm delighted to welcome now the Telegraph columnist Alison Pearson and the former Labour Party advisor Matthew Larzer. Matthew, let's start with you. Frankly, the Labour Party has been trying to play down expectations tonight, but expectations are sky high. You're the bookies' favourites to win both these seats.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can just say, I'm just having flashbacks to the by-election that I did with Ed Miliband, where we did nearly actually lose and being in a travel lodge on a motorway service area.
What year
outside,
was that?
2014, beginning of 2015. It was the Hayward and Middleton by-election.
Wow. And that's when UKIP was really
That's when UKIP was surging and Labour only a couple of hundred ahead. So expectations management are an important part of the spin doctors game. I think that what I'm hearing from the Labour Party is that things are looking, that they're calming down, that they're, naturally people in politics are human beings, and it's been a difficult week for Labour. So therefore, just on a sort of human level, people are a bit more uncertain. But I think that Wellingborough's looking good, and they're not quite calling Kingswood yet, but they will. But yes, I mean, we should be expecting Labour to win both of these, and if the polls are to be believed, and if Keir's going to get into Downing Street. So
well, that's
looking all right.
Honest for a former Labour spin doctor.
Honest about the secrets of these spin doctors' art, and those memories of that travel lodge will be with me forever.
Amazing. Well, Alison, it is extraordinary. I'm just looking at the numbers here. Kingswood has a majority of 11,220. Wellingborough, a majority of 18,540. How on earth are we talking about these as marginals?
Tom, there is no such thing as a Conservative safe seat. There is no longer any such thing as a Conservative safe seat. I've been saying this for 2 years. It's just true. So what's really happening is my lot, those are the Tory faithful, no longer faithful. Absolutely. Some of them want revenge. Some of them are just massively disillusioned. And what we've seen on almost all of the by-elections of the last 2.5 years is the Tories staying home.
Now, I'm just going to turn to Matthew now, because we're going to fix something to do with your microphone. But Matthew, the Labour Party is in a very interesting position now, because when you're this far ahead, it's almost like you can only trip up. And we started to see a little bit of that at the start of this week.
Absolutely. Hence my friends having a slightly, sort of troubling few days, especially with two by-elections in the same week.
How did it go so wrong in Labour Party candidate vetting?
Well, I mean, the issue about the candidate vetting for the candidate, the ex-candidate in Rochdale, is a complicated one because it was seen as a sort of moderate within the party. Nobody had heard anything about this before. There was nothing on social media which will have been fully trawled. Louise Ellman, who's...
You say there was nothing on social media. There was, in fact, an image that GBNews played out just a couple of days ago of the former Labour... Well, still the Labour candidate.
They've got Labour next to his name on the ballot paper.
Shaking hands with George Galloway. He posted it himself.
Well, they certainly should have spotted it. But he was basically, in Labour Party terms, he was a kind of seen as a... He used to work with Hazel Blears, the former cabinet minister. Lots of people vouched for him. He was seen as a good guy in overall, and therefore I think that what people were reluctant to do is throw him under the bus, particularly when you ended up with George Galloway on the thing. I mean, look, in all other circumstances, over the weekend, if the nominations hadn't closed, he would have been out in 15 minutes.
Do you think that the Labour left actually might have a bit of a point here? They say...
You're going to make me say the sentence, the Labour left might have a bit of a point, which, you know, will go down in history as one of the few times I would have said it. I think that look...
Because of course, what they argue is that while there may have been anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, it's always been directed against the left, and the right of the centrists within the party have sort of got an easier time of it, have been given more benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely, Tom. I mean, look, it's not just the Labour left are saying that. The Times sketch writer yesterday was saying that, you know, reminding us that Rebecca Long-Bailey, who, you know, came second in the leadership contest, the deputy leadership contest, that she, sorry, in the leadership contest, she was the Corbynite candidate against Keir, that she was kicked out. Let's remind it what her crime was. It was retweeting an interview with a former Coronation Street actress, where in about paragraph 36, she said something, not Rebecca Long-Bailey, but the Coronation Street actress, Julie Hasner, said something that was critical of Israel, but in a sort of fairly mild terms, and she was gone in about 3 minutes out of the shadow cabinet. So double standard is not a good look.
The factions within the Labour Party are fascinating, and
they need to be careful. Well, at least we don't have the 7 families in the Tories.
Well, this is what I was going to get on to. It used to be, throughout the years, that we would talk about the TBGBs and the various hard-left factions within the Labour Party beyond that. Well, it's now the Tory party that's looking more divided, potentially.
I've lost track of all the acronyms. We've got the PopCons, the NatCons, the NewCons. The ERG is old hat, isn't it now? The ChadCons. I mean, honestly, I've lost... there's at least sort of 6 or 7 of them, aren't there, really? It's just a sign, isn't it? It's an end-of-days sign, really. They're all splitting now. They're all positioning themselves for the succession, basically. And all the people who are in for the succession, including Kemi Badenoch, the leading candidate, they don't want to go now, Tom. They don't want to come forward because they... I'm not going to say what one of them said. I'm going to try and think of a polite way of saying it.
Goodness me, well, yes. We are after the watershed, but I'm not quite sure.
He can own his own pile of ...
That is such a fascinating way to see things, because it could be a very small rump of Conservative MPs if we're to believe some of these big MRP polls, the very specific data-driven polls, very expensive to do. Some of them have the Conservative Party going below 100 seats.
I think it's easily, I was saying to Matthew, easily at 120, possibly below 100.
That's worse than 1997.
Worse than 1997. But the serial betrayal, you see, because they now feel, fool me once, fool me twice, you're not fooling me again. So basically we have a Conservative government which has promised each election to reduce immigration. Immigration for people who voted Tory in 2019 is not only the most important issue, it's 20 points ahead of any other issue.
And yet, Alison, the paper you write for, The Telegraph, is a big supporter of Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson was behind some of the reforms that led to the high levels of migration, whether it was the visa system for Hong Kongers fleeing communism, noble though it was, whether it was for the Ukrainian refugee scheme, but also for some of these graduate visas and the idea that university students could bring over their families. That was all Boris Johnson's migration reform.
I'm not going to defend him on that. He has a magnificent bon homos spirit, so it was all a welcome. No, that was a grave misjudgment. But you can't. Last year, 745,000 net immigration. You just can't do that to people. They were so flabbergasted at that, I think, and that's what we'll be seeing tonight. Is people have given up on them, and Matthew and I were talking about, can they be persuaded back? So there's this idea. My sense is no, absolutely not.
Alison, there will be people watching tonight who find it mind-boggling that the beneficiaries of a public reaction against the Conservatives for too much immigration is the Labour Party.
Well, I don't know why, Tom, because immigration was lower under the last Labour government than it is under this government. Fact. Labour closed the then Calais migrant camp in Sangatte by working properly with the French. Fact. So I know it's an instinct that people have that Labour is weak on immigration. The facts don't speak, the numbers speak for themselves.
You are absolutely true to say that immigration today is higher than it was at any year under the Labour Party from 1997 to 2010. But the rate of change was steeper under the Labour Party, going from the tens of thousands to the hundreds of thousands is a bigger shift than going from the low hundreds of thousands to the mid-hundreds of thousands.
But the crucial thing was it was a different sort of immigration, and it was mostly from the EU. It was overwhelmingly from the EU, and a lot of people went home. So, I mean, if I'd been running the Remain campaign in the referendum, I would have pointed out the fact that, yes, you had freedom of movement. Freedom of movement is a two-way process, that people went home. And what you have seeing now is people coming, particularly dependents. You're seeing this huge issue about dependents. Justin Trudeau, the wokest leader in the West, you might argue, has just clamped down in the past fortnight hugely on university students, and particularly bringing dependents, because it's completely messing up the Canadian housing market.
It's a huge issue. It's a huge issue, and it's fascinating, actually. Trudeau, just like Sunak, 20 points behind in the polls. The Canadian Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, is actually presenting a pro-house building policy much akin to Keir Starmer. It's almost like the parties are in reverse in Canada and the United Kingdom.
But wasn't there a Canadian party, I think, called Reform, which actually went down to 2 or 3?
It was the Tories, and then the Reform came up. They're now the Reform Conservative.
So the story of Canada in 1992 is fascinating, and it's perhaps a word of warning to the Conservatives this time. The Conservative Party was seen to go too liberal, too soft, too left. They changed their party leader. And there was a new party called Reform that started to grow in the West to get some of the more conservative vote. What happened? The right was split by these two parties, the Conservatives and Reform, and the Conservatives went down to 2 or 3 seats.
They did.
From over 100 to just 2 or 3 seats in 1992. Is there a risk?
And it ended up with a reverse takeover of the existing Conservative Party by the Reform bloc from Western Canada.
By 2005, what was then the Progressive Conservative Party became just the Conservative Party, merged with Reform, and Stephen Harper actually got back in as Canadian Prime Minister less than 10 years, just over, about 15 years after that big loss. So it does show how things can turn around, but also, Alison, it shows just how low incumbent governments can fall.
I think there's tremendous arrogance and complacency. I think they think, oh, that's not going to happen, something will turn up. I'm saying it won't. I think that the Conservative government is not Conservative, and Conservative voters are not having it. So I think we're going to see, as I said, it will be revenge or just absolutely done with them now. And the big issue for me is, will they come out and vote for Ben Habib in Wellingborough, or will they just stay home? Because what we've seen, the pattern is it's not that there's a huge surge, Tom, of enthusiasm for Labour. We never see those figures for Labour going up. It's the Tory votes are missing.
People staying home.
Staying home.
Alison Pearson and Matthew Larson will be with you, of course, again. But Alison, you mentioned what has happened to those Reform UK votes in Wellingborough? Why don't we check in at the counts? Our reporters are primed and ready to bring you updates in both Wellingborough and Kingswood. Let's coast first to Northamptonshire with our East Midlands reporter who's covering that Wellingborough count. Will, I believe you have a candidate with you.
Yes, well, we've just had the turnout come through at 38%, much lower, 26% lower than the 2019 general election. It isn't just journalists here waiting anxiously, and there is an army of journalists for the Wellingborough by-election. We've got Anna Savage-Gunn as well, the Liberal Democrat candidate. Anna, thanks for joining us today on GB News. How has this campaign gone for you? What's the response been like from the people in Wellingborough?
There's a lot of anger and frustration, and they really, when they open the door to you, they just don't really want to engage with a politician because of all of the historical scandals we've had, and then of course Peter Bones, the scandal around that. And so the first job was to try and engage with them and get them to believe that you will do something for them and you're not in it for yourself. I mean, that was the toughest ask.
You've got a long history in Wellingborough. You served as a police officer for Northamptonshire Police. Crime has been the big thing that I've heard from people in Wellingborough. Just how bad is it in Wellingborough and this area that you served as a bobby on the beat?
Well, it's 29% higher crime rate in Wellingborough than it is in the rest of the county. And there needs to be a lot more policing here. A lot of the stuff was based around youth services here, and we went to Queensway and to see a wonderful priest there father, and he is trying to do a lot for youth services, but he's struggling financially with getting sponsorship for that. And I see that that would be a great place for police and the Police Crime Commissioner to spend some of the 2.5 million that he has in his coffers for youth services that I don't actually quite see where it's being spent. It really should be spent there. I mean, in Northamptonshire, that is the place that it should be spent, and I don't see it, and nor did Father Ben either.
You've got the benefit of being local to this area, being local to Wellingborough, having a history in the police, which goes down well with the electorate. But is this election here in Wellingborough ultimately about giving Peter Bone and the Tories a really good kicking? And how do you think the Liberal Democrats will come out of this in about 3 hours when we do get that election result?
I think this is going to be, a lot of people on the doorstep are going to tactically vote. And now I've spoken to people on the doorstep that I've worked with their father in the police service, and they are going to tactically vote for Labour. And they've said to me, Anna, you know, I trust you up, but I will vote Labour because I just don't want the Conservatives back in because of the scandal and because of the national issues as well. And I say, great, do that. That's fine by me, because in a sense that helps all round, because the country's in a bit of a mess.
Does that mean that this isn't really about winning for you, this is just about making a point?
Yes, and for quite a few of us that are going to not be at the lower end, it's about giving the people of Wellingborough, Rushdenheim, a voice to voice our anger at what on earth is happening to politics in Northamptonshire. You know, the police chief, the medal scandal, the police crime commissioner putting a lady friend of his as the fire chief. It's just been scandal after scandal, and everybody's angry. So if all I do is give the constituents of Wellingborough a voice and they know that they've been heard, then that's fine by me.
Anna Savage-Gunn, the Liberal Democrat candidate, thank you so much for speaking to us. It's a long night. We've still got a few more hours, so thanks for sparing a little bit of your time. We are waiting anxiously. It's about 4 o'clock that we're going to hear that election result, so still watching the clock. Tom.
Well, thank you very much, and please do tell Anna Savage-Gunn what a fantastic name she has for a police officer. Fantastic. Well, that's the Liberal Democrat Party candidate there at that Wellingborough count. Let's go back to Philip Davies now, the Conservative MP for Shipley. And Philip, it's fascinating to hear that the Lib Dems perhaps aren't expecting to do that well. They're expecting their votes to almost consolidate with the Labour Party. Are we expecting a lot of tactical voting, not just at by-elections, but maybe in the general too?
Well, it's a good question, Tom. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, obviously, you always get tactical voting in by-elections. That's been one of the tried and trusted methods in by-elections. I mean, in general elections, it tends to be less so, but I think it's not impossible that there'll be tactical voting. And the voters are far more intelligent and sophisticated than many people give them credit for. And at the end of the day, people vote for for the best outcome that they feel that they can achieve, and that's why. You know, to be perfectly honest, if people don't want a Labour government, the only way they can avoid one is by voting Conservative, and that's one of the key messages that we will no doubt be making in the run-up to the general election. That, you know, there's two ways of voting for a Labour government. One's to vote Labour, and one is, if you're a 2019 Conservative voter, by voting Reform. They're the two ways that you've got to vote in effect for a Labour government, and if people don't want that, they can only vote Conservative. And so these are all people are used to making these sophisticated choices at elections. They and the public, you know, they're more intelligent and sensible than many people give them credit for.
And yet, at an election where it looks like the incumbent Prime Minister will lose, perhaps that message that it's either this guy or this guy that's going to be behind the door of Downing Street, perhaps that's a less pertinent one. And perhaps it leads to people to think, well, if the incumbent's going to lose anyway, I might as well shop around. I might as well vote with frustration, or perhaps even sit on my hands.
Well, whether it's pertinent or not to you, it's a fact. Nevertheless, there is only going to be one of two people prime minister after the general election, and that's either going to be Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak. That's just the fact. That's just a fact. That's not an opinion. And so it's up to people to make their mind up as to who they would prefer to see behind the doors of number 10. They can make that decision for themselves. That's what general elections are all about. But that's basically a fact. And the Conservative Party will only lose the general election if Conservative voters don't vote Conservative.
Now, Philip, we're looking at the Kingswood count on our screens right now. It looks like the count is well and truly underway, sorting of ballot papers on those tables. It is fascinating to look at how these by-elections go, people working through the night to get these results. But generally, can we tell anything from what the candidates will be doing, what their agents will be pacing up and down and looking at us? Tell us a little bit about what's actually going on in rooms like this on election night.
Well, to be honest, Tom, it's always been a bit of a mystery to me too, because I have somebody in my association who's a great guy who can do a sample of the ballots when they first come out of the boxes, and after a few mathematical equations that he's capable of doing and I'm clearly not, he can tell me within a few hundred what the result of the election is going to be. And I'm pretty sure all of the parties have somebody like that who's there who will be able to tell them after the first boxes have all been opened, pretty much, to the few hundred what the result's going to be. So, what I used to do on an election night is waiting for that call from that individual and then making my way to the count. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I love watching the election night on the telly, so I try and get to the count as late as possible. The count tends to be thoroughly boring, and the election coverage on the telly seems to be quite exciting.
Philip, do you mean to say that in-depth political conversation is, to some extent, more exciting than watching little piles of paper get lower or higher and bundled into different stacks?
Watching you on the telly, Tom, is more entertaining than virtually any activity I can think of, to be perfectly honest, but certainly more excited.
Well, that's going in my Twitter bio. I'll take that as an accolade.
It's true,
fantastic.
It's true, Tom. Everybody knows it.
Well, Philip Davies, we will be back with you, of course, again. But for now, Conservative MP for Shipley, thank you very much for talking us through that process and, indeed, just how exciting these by-election night programmes can be. But, of course, tonight's by-elections are not the only ones taking place this month. In 2 weeks' time, Rochdale will elect a new MP. And as we said a little earlier, when we mention the by-election, we have to mention the candidates. Who are the candidates? Azhar Ali is the Labour Party candidate officially, although not endorsed by the party. Mark Coleman, Independent. Simon Danchuk, Reform UK. Ian Donaldson, Liberal Democrat. Paul Ellison, Conservative. George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain. Michael Howarth, Independent. William Howarth, Independent. Guy Otten, Green Party. Raven Rodent Subaltner, official Monster Raving Loony Party, fantastic. And David Tully, Independent. Well, we've got through that list, and don't we love television election regulations? Well, you're watching and listening to GB News, leading the news tonight. Votes are being counted in 2 by-elections tonight that represent the first tests for the main political parties of 2024, the year of the general election. Polling station staff are now emptying out the ballot boxes in Wellingborough and Northamptonshire and Kingswood in South Gloucestershire. Labour's National Campaign Coordinator Pat McFadden says that although it will be some time before we know the official results, the party is making real progress in all corners of the country. That's the assessment of the Labour Party. GB News is up all night following the events for you and bringing you those live declarations, together with expert analysis from midnight right through to breakfast. The government is facing questions tonight over its economic record after it emerged the UK entered a recession at the end of 2023. Official figures show that the economy shrank by 0.3% in December, and of course that followed another quarter of contraction as well, meaning an official technical recession. But we're going to, of course, refer to those 2 counts that we're looking at tonight. We're covering 2 by-election counts, both Wellingborough and Kingswood. We're going to be with you through the night here on GB News, Britain's election channel. And we've just heard from friend of GB News, Philip Davies, from what he thinks of his Conservative Party prospects. Now, the Kingswood by-election was triggered after Chris Skidmore, a former Conservative minister, quit Parliament in protests at the government's green policy. Let's cross to Theo Chakomba, our national reporter, who is in Thornbury for that count. And Theo, how's it looking? How are those stacks of paper piling up?
Yes, you're certainly right. Well, those stacks of paper are beginning to pile up now. We've learned in the last hour that 37% was the turnout. Just under 25,000 people casted their vote today in this by-election for Kingswood. We are in Thornbury, which is just a few miles away, but the official count is taking place here. Now, of course, the seat is now vacant following Chris Skidmore leaving this position in the last couple of weeks. And we are, of course, looking to see what the result is later this morning. Will it paint a picture for the upcoming general election? That is something we are going to see later this morning. Now, we have been speaking to constituencies, or should I say members of the public in this constituency, and this is what they had to say.
Constituency in a little bit. We'll dig them out. Our elves are searching for them, and we'll bring them to the audience in a little bit. But let's also look at Wellingborough, of course, a place that I am familiar with myself. Well, the count I'm familiar with. It's being counted in Kettering. In fact, you can see me there in 2014 as a student section manager of the count there in that very same counting hall, a sports hall, where the Wellingborough count is taking place tonight. So that was perhaps where I started my political journey there at the European Parliamentary Elections 2014 as a section count manager. Well, there we go. I don't know. Perhaps I've put on some. It's 10 years. That was 10 years ago. Goodness me. But remember, this is the vacant seat after Peter Bone was found by Parliament to have subjected a staff member to bullying and sexual misconduct. He has denied the allegations, but it led to a recall petition and this by-election. Let's cross to our East Midlands reporter Will Hollis to Northamptonshire, where that count is underway. Will, how are the stacks of paper looking over where you are?
Yes, Tom, well, let's take you on a bit of a trip down memory lane. This section up here is where the media are, all the way for about 10-20 metres down here. You can see row and rows of cameras, plus the reporters that are reporting into all sorts of different TV programmes. But then down here in the sports hall, which I'm told is very good for a game of badminton, you've got a little army of local people, civic officers, businesses, all sorts of people from the local community that take the responsibility really quite pridefully to make sure that this count and democracy can go ahead without any problems. Now, that's not somewhere that we can go down and film because this has a secure count. I'm told that the count hasn't actually started yet. They're just sorting those ballot papers. We've gone through verification, and you can see they're pulling them into piles for the different parties, and then they're going to be going along, and then the count will begin. We've still got a few hours off until the declaration, so we'll be watching our watchers very carefully. Just to give you a reminder, we're not in Wellingborough. We're about 10 minutes down the road in nearby Kettering. This is Northamptonshire, and the Wellingborough constituency since 2005 has been in the hands of the Conservatives. Every year they increase their majority, and in 2019 it was a very, very hefty majority, 18,500. Peter Bone had earned a lot of respect here from local people by the way that he'd turned the constituency around. People said he was the kind of guy to get things done, but quite recently we saw him booted out of the Tory party. Those allegations coming in for sexual misconduct and bullying, and because of that investigation which found that he had committed those acts, he was no longer allowed to be a part of the party. Those acts were things that he denies. We might even see him popping in later because he's going to be supporting his partner, Helen Harrison, who is the Conservative candidate. What we might also see that would be quite interesting is to see how Reform do, because this is where Reform are standing. Brexit Party, which Reform was born out of, they stood to the side in 2019 so that they could pave the way for Boris to get Brexit done. This time, are they going to do that? I think that, but judging by what happens here tonight, if they get a pretty good share of the votes, it might set the pace for what might happen in the general election, which of course is expected by the end of the year. Who's likely to win it though? Well, all sources point towards Labour having a successful by-election. We know that they can topple those Tory majorities. Mid-Bedfordshire, that was a 24,000 vote majority that they topple, and Labour are in good minds that they can do it again here in Wellingborough.
Well, Will Hollis, thank you very much for the latest there from the count. Still sorting those ballot papers before the count is underway. It's been 3 hours since polls have closed, but at least all those ballot papers are in and being sorted now. Will, thank you very much for the very latest there from the count. We'll, of course, be popping back into both of these counts throughout the night, hopefully when the counting has actually begun as well. But there is lots to talk about, and I'm delighted to be joined back in the studio now by Matt Goodwin, the pollster and academic, and Stephen Pound, the former Labour Member of Parliament. Now, Matt, we're looking at Wellingborough in particular.
Yeah.
It's a Brexity part of the country.
Yeah.
It voted Leave by 63%. That was 10 points above the national vote, or 11 points above the national vote for Leave. We should be looking really closely here at how how Reform UK, formerly the Brexit Party, is performing.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. So if you take the national average for Reform, they're currently averaging about 10% this week. So really, Reform need to be polling above that to show that their real support on the ground is matching their national polling average. And in an ideal world, be able to say to people, if anything, the polls are underestimating support. Now, in a strong pro-Brexit seat like Wellingborough, arguably they should be doing even better. They should be getting up to the 15, 16, 17%. Now, I followed UKIP in an earlier era in the early 2010s, and what you saw there was slowly from one by-election to another, they started going from 5%, 6%, and when they started breaking into the double digits...
There was the Rotherham by-election.
There was the Rotherham,
particularly...
And also Eastleigh was quite important as well, and then, of course, they started winning by-elections, you know, the Rochester and Stroud by-election and so on. Exactly. But what they projected to people was that they were a credible alternative to the big parties. Now, Reform haven't done that, but the dream headline for Richard Tice tomorrow is... this party's going somewhere. This party is outperforming its national average.
So we're looking for perhaps 15, 16% as a good result for Reform UK.
So I would say if Reform come out of this with 8, 9%, it's a disaster. Something's fundamentally gone wrong with the party. If they come out in that 10 to 15% range, they're going to be able to say, right, this is the best by-election result that they've had, much better than their previous peak of 5.7%, and they're matching their national polling. If they inch even further up and they get into 15, 16, 17%, then actually, you know, we've got some pretty good evidence here that things are going... Just one last stat. Today, Reform are taking 1 in 4 of the people who voted for Boris Johnson in 2019. What happens if that starts going up? What happens if they start getting up to, you know... 40%, 50%, and then actually Rishi Sunak's got a really big problem.
I think the key thing is if they can leapfrog the Liberal Democrats. I mean, that will be brilliant for them, and it'll also be absolutely toxic for the Liberal Democrats.
Isn't that pretty nailed on in both of these seats? Because we've been talking to one of those Liberal Democrat candidates on this very programme who said, actually, she's not expecting a big Lib Dem vote. She thinks there's a lot of tactical voting going on. The Liberal Democrats probably aligning with the Labour Party in these seats.
Well,
isn't it very, very easy to leapfrog the Lib Dems?
Expectation management, isn't it? I mean, that's not the case. I mean, people who are Liberal Democrats will vote Liberal Democrats. Some will vote tactically.
That didn't happen in some of the seats. That didn't happen in Mid-Bedfordshire.
Well, no, it didn't. In fact, it was quite a surprise. But on the other hand, it was a very healthy vote. I mean, but I mean, I'm intrigued by young Tom in Kettering. I mean, the idea of your career. I mean, I remember going in Rockingham Road for the football, and I came back after the game and to see my car was there, and I said, "Oh, good, the car's still there." And then somebody saying to me, "Of course it is. This isn't Corby, you know, mate." And I hadn't realised the hatreds that existed within Northamptonshire.
You mentioned Corby. That was another great by-election of the Cameron era.
Yeah, just on the Lib Dem point.
This is
important because traditionally the Lib Dems were the none of the above party. Now, what if Richard Tice was able to come out tomorrow morning and say, "Good point. Well, actually, Reform is now the third party."
The anti-politics vote.
And you get a bit of a nudge from Nigel Farage. We've already seen that YouGov polling showing that Reform's vote goes up 3 or 4 points if Farage is leading the party. So, you know, there are things there that can come into play that I think the Conservatives will be worried about.
Could it, though? Ultimately, isn't perhaps the biggest confounding factor for Nigel Farage the fact that one of his best mates could very well be about to become the President of the United States? And does he really want to be trudging around the United Kingdom, knocking on rainy doorsteps in November?
Well,
or would he rather be in the White House, drinking champagne, looking across the South Lawn and thinking, I'm running the world?
No, he'd be in the embassy. He'd be in the British embassy. That's what he really...
You think he'd be appointed?
Well, you remember what Nigel Farage said? He said, I really don't want to spend every year in Clacton.
But having said that, you know, there is a serious question here, which is, OK, how do Reform go from by-elections and locals into that general election campaign? Because I would say there are 10 to 15 seats up the east coast of England, Clacton being one of them. Boston and Skegness, Thurrock being another one, maybe Great Grimsby, where actually Reform are going to have to start to think about, OK, where are they going to focus their resources? Because they've said there's going to be no deal with the Conservatives. All deals are off.
They're going for Hartlepool is going to be their number one.
And this is where things really start to get
even if
interesting.
there are no formal deals. We saw in 1997, and it's been widely publicised in biographies after the fact, decades after the fact, there were informal deals between the Labour Party and the Lib Dems in 1997. We won't campaign very hard here. No one stood down against each other, but they agreed where they would put effort in and where they wouldn't put effort in. Where the Reform UK party concentrates its efforts really matters. Might there be being behind-the-scenes negotiations there?
There are always negotiations going on, and I think there are lots of 2019 Conservatives, let's say Red Wall Conservatives, who I think will be looking at their seats and thinking, as a Conservative, I'm going to lose this seat. Will they be tempted between now and the election, particularly after, let's say, a decent result by Reform at some of these by-elections, maybe the local elections? Will some of those people start to be tempted think about defecting? Are we going to go back to 2014, 2015, Douglas Carswell, Mark Reckless? Are we going to start to see 2019 Conservatives saying, well, I'm going to lose this Red Wall seat as a Tory, why don't I just try my chances going
Well, we've already seen that in Derby. We've actually seen a Conservative sitting to a Conservative MP cross the floor and become Labour. So, I don't know.
That was at the height of Partygate.
Yeah, but can I just say one thing about these informal pacts? I mean, when we had the Tamworth and the Mid-Beds by-election, the idea was, you know, that there was supposed to be an informal deal. Believe you me, there wasn't. And there's a huge part of the United Kingdom where the two parties loathe each other with such an absolute fury. I'm talking, obviously, about Scotland. I mean, there is not a snowball in hell's chance of any deals there.
No, and it's interesting because we can all sit back and sort of academically look at what's going on and say, well, of course, these votes are going to go here, and you forget the personalities that drive politics. And we've been talking about factionalism in the Conservative Party, in the Labour Party. It's often said that the left of the Labour Party hate the right of the Labour Party more than they hate the Tories.
I mean, there's a certain amount of truth in that, and I wouldn't normally admit it, but you know, there is that, and there's that group of people, which is one of the reasons why I'm rather opposed to proportional representation.
No, very fair points. Just very finally in this particular conversation, before we move on and we check in with further areas, what is the biggest parallel between this political time that we're seeing today and any period before in history? Because we are often talking about things that are unprecedented.
Well, I'd be keen to hear everybody else's thoughts, but I think there are lots of parallels with the 1970s. We've got industrial disputes, we've got low growth, sluggish economy. We've also, to be honest, not got leaders who are fully capable of understanding the depth of the problems and coming up with radical alternatives. Of course, a key difference is Margaret Thatcher waiting in the wings, as you said earlier on. Well, who is the next Margaret Thatcher? Who's the next big radical leader with a very different growth strategy? Because as we saw with Liz Truss, and Boris Johnson, as a country, we're actually no longer really capable of even thinking about radical ideas outside of the box. We sort of shut them down and say, oh, well, that's going to spook the markets. I mean, who is the Margaret Thatcher of today's era?
Well, I know who the Tories would claim as a Margaret Thatcher. We all know it's Kemi Badenoch. But look, I mean, in terms of a major realignment, I mean, I was thinking of sort of the Peel-lite Conservatives in the 1840s and Labour in 1924 and things like the strange death of liberal England. But I think, get back to a point I made earlier on, we're in a completely different political landscape now, where the old loyalties, my dad voted Labour, I vote at Labour. It's gone. It's finished. It's gone.
And we've got very, very promiscuous voters across the board, different parties.
I never called my constituents promiscuous. I would have got a slap.
Well, Stephen Pound, Matt Goodwin, we will be back with you, of course, throughout the programme. But let's, of course, also talk about those who we'll be hearing from a little bit later. Anne Widdecombe, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nigel Farage will be in the building, and the Reform Party leader Richard Tice, who's at the count in Wellingborough. But joining me now is George Eaton, the senior online editor of The New Statesman. And, of course, The New Statesman, George, is, I think it's fair to say, a Labour-leaning publication. How will the Labour Party be feeling about tonight?
I'd say they are quietly confident that they will win both Wellingborough, a big Tory majority of over 18,000, and also Kingswood, a smaller Tory majority of just over 11,000. Party sources are saying they had a strong final week in Wellingborough with lots of don't knows and former Tories coming over to the party. Now, in some senses, it's not a surprise if they win Wellingborough, even though it's something like 224th on their target seat list, because at the moment in the national opinion polls, they have leads as big as 20. But I think the key point politically is this. This has been one of the worst weeks of Keir Starmer's leadership. They've had to suspend not one, but two parliamentary candidates. You've had briefing against his chief of staff, Sue Gray. They've had the recent U-turn over 28 billion. But I'm reminded of the Napoleon quote, which is, I'd rather have lucky generals than good ones. Keir Starmer has consistently been a lucky general. He was lucky with Boris Johnson and Partygate. He was lucky with Liz Truss and the economic turmoil he unleashed. And he's been lucky with all of the by-elections triggered by Conservatives. If the Conservatives lose both seats tonight, they'll have lost 10 over this parliament, which is the most of any governing party since 1966 to 1970. It will allow Labour to draw something of a line under the troubles of this week and regain some momentum. Though, of course, we have the Rochdale by-election in 2 weeks' time.
You're talking of lucky generals. I mean, wasn't it just stupendously lucky for the Labour Party that this morning we had published economic figures from last year that had the 0.3% below the line instead of above the line? Of course, a relatively flatlining economy, but very lucky that on the morning of polling day, all of the news websites' headlines were recession.
That was very helpful, not just for the by-elections, but looking ahead to the budget on March the 6th, which the Tories hoped to use as a reset moment. In recent weeks, Rishi Sunak's been talking up the economy, talking up the prospect of tax cuts. Now, given the economic backdrop and worse than expected forecasts from the OBR, Jeremy Hunt's looking to talk down tax cuts. And even though this, by historic standards, is set to be a mild recession, it's of huge political significance. And of course, if you dig into the data and look at the figures on GDP per capita, GDP per person, that's the best measure of how the economy feels for actual people in terms of living standards. They are very poor. So it's not really a surprise that Labour will pose the Reagan question at the general election. Do you feel worse off or better off than you did 5 years ago? And most people will probably say worse off, which puts Labour in a strong position and the Conservatives in a very weak one.
Yeah, no, I think that's an absolute fair analysis. But what the Conservative Party will say later on this morning, Friday morning, is the same thing that they said after the Tamworth by-election and after the Mid-Bedfordshire by-election, that if you look at the turnout and the absolute number of votes, it's very unlikely the Labour vote will have grown in absolute terms. The percentage will be a lot higher than it was. But what the Conservatives might argue is this is simply a result of a lot of Tories staying at home.
Yes. Turnout is always lower in by-elections. Labour themselves would say by-elections, polls at this point, they don't mean everything. They don't mean a huge amount. Ultimately, you do see big swings. You'd see governing parties recover. I think the problem for the Conservatives at the moment is that if you look at the historic trend, normally by this point, the governing party has already started to narrow the advantage. And let's not forget, turnout was low in 97, it was low in 2001, pretty low in 2005. Labour won majorities in all of those elections. Now, there's some in Labour who will fairly openly say, part of our job is actually persuading Tories that they don't have to, disillusion Tories, that they don't have to rush out to vote for the government because they're scared about Labour. Part of Labour's strategy has been to de-risk the party, to elect a leader in Keir Starmer who is not hugely popular by historic standards, but who doesn't scare many voters, who's certainly less scary to a lot of Tories than Jeremy Corbyn was, or even Ed Miliband was. So Labour would be very happy with a low turnout election in which they get their first majority since 2005.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that it was actually John Major who got more raw votes than Tony Blair ever got. So sometimes it is actually simply the fact of Conservative voters staying home that really does matter, not just in by-elections, but also in general elections too. I wonder, though, from a Labour Party perspective, is there not a huge amount of worry here that this is a bit of a poisoned chalice? We look not just at the United Kingdom now in a technical recession, but our neighbours are on the island of Ireland, the Republic, also in recession, the Netherlands in recession, Germany has had massive economic contraction and it is predicted to continue economic contraction into next year as well, while we're predicted to have some growth at least, although low growth. Right across Europe, we're seeing sclerotic growth, living standards not improving. Frankly, the Labour Party is going to have a very hard job turning it around, if it even is possible.
Absolutely. Labour are very clear. They're going to have one of the worst inheritances of any post-war government. If you look at the international landscape at the moment, as you say, you see other centre-left parties that have taken power recently in Australia, the US. They're struggling. So that doesn't bode well. Where I think they have an advantage is they could surprise on the upside. The Resolution Foundation think tank says the UK has a lot of catch-up potential. At the moment, since 2019, it's been the worst performing economy apart from Germany. So if Labour do, for instance, enact radical planning reform, if they do invest more in infrastructure, if they boost business confidence, they offer a more stable environment for investors, that may have quite quick results. And expectations may be so low that they surprise on the upside. But as you say, we live in an age where incumbent governments tend to be unpopular by historic standards. They're very clear. This is not going to be a 1997 moment when there was a sense of euphoria, when the economy was going strong, when the West was in the middle really of a prolonged economic boom.
It's much more like the 1970s. But George Eaton, we're going to have to leave it there. Senior online editor of the New Statesman, really appreciate your time and your thoughts. We're going to cross now to the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, who is at the Wellingborough Count in Northamptonshire. Richard Tice, your party needs to do well tonight in Wellingborough. Your party is polling 10, 11, 12 points nationally, but Wellingborough is a Brexit voting area, 63% leave. Really, your party needs to be getting much, much higher than your national polling results, surely?
Well, Tom, good evening. And from the early indications we've got here in Wellingborough, we're delighted. We're going to have our best ever by-election result by a considerable margin. We're getting similar indications down in Kingswood, which is a very different type of constituency. And look, the message is that we're the party that's on the up. There are a huge number of very dissatisfied Conservative voters. And so, yeah, we're delighted that we're going to essentially, for the first time, equal or beat our national polling average. That's really important. And we're making great progress. We haven't been in Wellingborough for very long. Obviously, the Tories have been here for decades and decades, as have the Labour Party, who, in fairness to them all credit, have run a very successful campaign here.
Equal or beat, so that's a prediction of at least double digits. Can I squeeze out of you, can I tease out of you any greater specifics for expectations?
It's a touch too early, Tom, but rest assured, as and when we've got that in a little bit more detail, we'll give that to you soonest. But the indications are that in both of them, we're going to be give or take around our national polling averages, maybe slightly better. It depends, your polls bounce around. But look, for us, this is great progress in a very short campaign period. And as I say, we're the party on the up. More and more people have heard of us. It takes time to build a brand. But so far, so good. It's early indications, as I say, but we're very pleased with what we're hearing and seeing on the tables, on the counting tables behind me.
Do you regret the rebrand? Do you regret changing the name from the Brexit Party, which had such high name recognition right across the country, to a name that has been, let's face it, a struggle to cut through with voters?
Yeah, look, but actually, Tom, we've now got the best of both worlds, because on our logo we've got Reform UK and we've got the Brexit Party. And of course, we look at all these things, but the name Reform now is being recognised up and down the country. And here's the point, it does what it says on the tin. And today, as you know, Tom, you've been talking about it, we're in recession. I said at a press conference on the 3rd of January, you cannot grow an economy with the burdens of the highest taxation, record levels of very often wasteful government spending, nanny state regulations that this government hasn't taken advantage of Brexit to get rid of, mass immigration, low-skilled immigration, and also the huge multi-trillion cost of net zero. You can't grow an economy on that. Your previous commentator was just referring to Labour's challenge to grow the economy. I would refer you back to America, growing at 3% at the moment. Why? Because they've got cheap energy, they've got smarter regulations, they haven't got a big nanny state, and compound growth is absolutely critical. And that's why we'll be putting forward our plans to get this country growing again, because otherwise, frankly, after the Tories have broken Britain, Labour will bankrupt Britain.
It's a compelling message, and you're right to talk about the cheap level of energy, particularly in the United States of America. But frankly, with this message, why are you only looking at this party, at the Reform Party, at 10, 11, 12 points in the polls? Surely, if the Tories and the Labour Party are so useless and the British public wants to turn away from them, you'd be polling higher.
Well, everybody talks a good game, and it takes time for for people to recognise what is going on here. I think people have been hoping that Rishi Sunak was his sort of much vaunted plan. He's been telling us the plan was working. He said that on GBNews last Monday. He said the plan's working. Well, it's clearly not working. We've got the data. Actually, it's doing the opposite. It's failing. It's failing significantly. And if you look at GDP per head, it's even worse than the overall numbers, which have the benefit of mass immigration. So, we're just telling it as it is. Sometimes that message can be a little bit challenging and uncomfortable for people, but I absolutely know that, that we're right. You cannot grow an economy with these huge burdens. And when people wake up to that, I think they'll say, well, Reform UK, they've constantly said what's really going on, and people will say, we've got to change.
Well, Richard Tice, we heard it here exclusively from you. You're expecting double digits tonight and the best ever Reform UK by-election performance. We'll see if that holds true as these votes are getting counted in Northamptonshire. Thanks for your time, Richard. Well, we're going to go back to the Kingswood counts now, where I'm joined by the senior Conservative MP and GB News presenter, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. Now, Sir Jacob, let's be blunt. Things aren't looking good for the Conservatives in Kingswood.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite hear that. My earpiece fell out of my ear as you were talking.
Oh, it sometimes happens, Jacob. It sometimes happens. I'm just trying to be blunt with you. Things aren't looking good for the Conservatives in Kingswood.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's silly to make predictions when we're quite so close to the result. And you can see they're making announcements. You can hear probably in the background they're making announcements as we speak.
I'm trying to get a sense of what the campaign has been like in this part of the world, because as far as I can see, the Conservative candidate, Sam Bromley, has been talking about a housing development of 5,000 houses and his steadfast opposition to it, and pretty much nothing else.
Well, Sam's been an absolutely excellent candidate. He's worked terrifically hard. He's a local councillor, and he's been making the point that there is proposed building on the Green Belt, which is not being stopped by the Labour Mayor of Wecker, the West of England Combined Authority, or by the non-Conservative combination of the Lib Dems and Labour who are in control of the South Gloucestershire Council. And he's arguing the case for his local constituents, the people he seeks to represent, and I think that's very impressive, and he's fought a very good, energetic campaign.
Favorable prospectus, isn't it, Jacob? On the day that we hear that the United Kingdom has slipped into recession, the great campaign of hope from the Conservatives is stopping development, is stopping growth.
Well, this is Green Belt. The Green Belt is different. There's plenty of places where you can have development, as Michael Gove and Rishi Sunak have been speaking about within the last week, without making Bristol spill over into the more rural areas, the less developed areas of South Gloucestershire.
What will it say if the Labour Party romp home in Kingswood this evening?
It's very difficult to know that if you look at by-elections between 1987 and 1992, the Conservatives proceeded to win every single one of them back at the general election in 1992, in spite of some pretty heavy losses in that period. If you look at by-elections 92 to 97, I think the only one we won back was Christchurch with Christopher Chope. So it's very hard to tell in advance of a general election what by-elections mean, so I'll probably be able to tell you later on this year.
And of course there's the example of Brecon and Radnorshire, which was lost in 2019, only to be won back at the end of 2019 by the Conservative Party. But it does seem that there's been an extraordinary string of by-elections now, bigger swings from the Conservatives to the Labour Party than we've seen in history.
But go back to Orpington in the 1960s, and you see that by-elections are sometimes important, they're sometimes straws in the wind, sometimes they are merely an opportunity for people to protest or not turn out to vote. And the turnouts in both Kingswood and in Wellingborough have been quite low, 37% I understand in Kingswood.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is fairly regular for by-elections, these sorts of turnouts. We saw the same in Tamworth, 36%, Mid-Bedfordshire, a little bit higher, 44%, none of them breaching 50%. I just wonder, have we reached a sort of new calibration in the way that we look at these by-elections? Looking at an 18,540 majority as we are in Wellingborough, or an over 11,000 majority as we are in Kingswood, and thinking, well, the Labour Party could well take these, it's almost run-of-the-mill that it might, that's a different paradigm to the way that we thought about politics even 2 years ago.
But is it? I mean, I think if you look back at elections where Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister in by-elections, there was a steady stream of by-elections that we lost when Shirley Williams won a safe Conservative seat in whatever it was, 1982, and that was seen to be sounding the death knell of the Conservative Party. In 1983, we won with a majority of over 140. By-elections have in recent decades, not just in recent years, been an opportunity for people to beat a government without there being the consequence of a change of government. And the thing I found on the doorstep in Kingswood was people saying that they didn't want to vote if they were Conservative, that they were not excited by what the Conservatives were doing, and crucially, they didn't think the by-election was necessary. One constituent said to me that she thought that Chris Skidmore should pay the £250,000 personally for the by-election by creating it unnecessarily.
Probably be able to pay it, whether he will want to or not. I don't know how many jobs he's got lined up in his post-MP career. But Jacob, are you trying to say that there are no lessons to learn from these by-elections? Or would you have a message for the Prime Minister about how he can change things, about how he can improve things for his party?
Well, you should always listen to the voters. If voters aren't voting for you, you have to ask why. Why are we not inspiring Conservatives to turn out and vote in these circumstances? What is it? When you look back to Margaret Thatcher, you could see that she was doing things that were unpopular but necessary, and she needed to get them done. They were essential for the benefit of the country, but they weren't going to be leading to people cheering from the rooftops as they were implemented. The question for us now is, what should our message to Conservatives be? Is it true that the economy is picking up? And inflation, I happen to think that it probably is. I think the Bank of England is holding things back, but if interest rates are going to come down, mortgage rates coming down, if we can have some tax cuts, if we can keep control of public expenditure, there's an opportunity for economic growth, there's an opportunity to do things that our Conservative voters expect and would be inspired by.
Well, there you go, Rishi Sunak. If you're listening, that's your prospectus, that's your menu to pick from. So, Jacob Rees-Mogg, thank you very much for your time I suppose we should say this morning at the Count in Kingswood. I really appreciate it. Well, let's get back to that Wellingborough count now, as the Labour MP for Chesterfield, Shadow Environment Minister Toby Perkins joins us, who has also been running a senior role in this campaign. Toby Perkins, how's it looking for you tonight? The Labour Party seems fairly confident.
Sorry.
Oh, I believe we might need to establish a bit of a better line to you, Toby Perkins. Just hold on for 1 second. We have our studio guests with us, Matt Goodwin and indeed Stephen Pound still with us. But Stephen, we're about to talk to Toby Perkins, of course, who you sat on the green benches with.
Toby was the goalkeeper in our parliamentary football team. And
well, there's a fact.
He was a very, very good goalkeeper. But it's interesting, talking about Jacob Rees-Mogg there. You see, Kingswood splits 3 ways. A lot of it goes into the new North East Bristol constituency. A chunk of it goes into Jacob's constituency. So he's got some skin in the game yet. But I think one of the interesting things that came up earlier on was talking about American growth. I mean, the real motor for engine growth in America is the thing called the Inflation Reduction Act, rather unfortunately known as the IRA, where they've actually borrowed trillions to actually stimulate and boost the economy, and it's working.
Stephen, I'm being told that we do have a line to Toby Perkins, so let's see if we can give this another go. Of course, live from that Wellingborough count. Toby Perkins, is the Labour Party looking confident of winning this seat?
Well, I think we are increasingly optimistic. We've had a great day. Our candidate's been really positively received on the doorsteps. We've had an incredibly positive campaign, I think, right the way through. And so, you know, whilst we don't like to do a lap of honour until the race is run, we're feeling increasingly hopeful that we're going to come up with something really seismic today, which I suspect will send shockwaves through the Conservative Party and will give us real cause for optimism.
So what does it say then? If you keep winning these huge by-election victories, should people really not believe your leadership when it says, when it seems almost coy about winning the next election? You've got this in the bag, surely.
Well, no, I absolutely don't think we do. We know by-elections and general elections aren't the same thing, and whilst there's a real thirst for change, there's, I think, a widespread view that this government is failing. We know that for an opposition to win is always a difficult thing, and so we don't take anything for granted in terms of that. We're really encouraged that we've had a fresh hearing here in Northamptonshire. It gives us tremendous confidence that people want to listen to the Labour Party again. But does that mean that they've already concluded what the result of the next general election is? Absolutely not. No, we've got a lot more work to do. And as of tomorrow, we'll get on with doing it.
How do you feel about the candidacy of Reform UK, particularly in Wellingborough? They've had a very visual, very vocal presence in this seat. You must have been pretty happy with that.
Well, I mean, I think for the sake of democracy, it's good that you have different parties giving people different options. But I think the idea that everyone who voted Reform would otherwise have voted Conservative is for the birds. You know, there were many voters here who'd already decided they weren't going to vote Conservative, wanted to send Rishi Sunak a message, and there were different ways of doing that. And some of them voted the Labour Party, some of them voted for Reform, some of them voted for other parties, and some of them didn't vote at all. But it absolutely is not the case that if Reform hadn't stood, then you could have just picked all those votes up and put them in the Conservative box. Not at all.
Now, a lot of Labour Party politicians in 2010 would be talking about the global financial crisis and the global headwinds that Britain was facing. Yet today, or rather yesterday, we heard Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves say that this recession that the United Kingdom is currently in is Rishi's recession. You can't have it both ways, can you? It can't be a global financial crisis back at the 2010 election, and now it's only Britain. Surely what the Conservatives say has some merit, that this is a global economic storm.
Well, I mean, you know, we've all heard Tories for many, many years trying to blame the Labour Party for the global recession that happened in the 2000s. But I think when you look at what happened to the state of mortgages and the state of our economy following Liz Truss's disastrous budget, it's very reasonable to plant that at the floor of the Conservatives. And now with Rishi Sunak said that once he got in, we would see growth in the economy, that he'd got the economy sorted. And so when we go into recession, after he's sort of ignored the advice of both the Labour Party and many independent economic advisors, I think it's perfectly reasonable that the person who was trying to take the credit for what he saw as the returning strength in the economy should also take the blame for us entering into recession. But actually what's most important for voters here in Wellingborough isn't just about whether we're technically in recession or not. It's actually the experience they have in their pockets at the end of every month when they find they're running out of money, when they see that the mortgage rate has gone through the roof, when they see the failure on energy prices and the record profits of gas companies at the same time that people's bills are higher than they are in other countries. That's the recession that they experience day in, day out, and that's, I think, why Rishi Sunak has a lot of questions to answer.
Well, Toby Perkins, I must finally ask you one question on not the two by-elections today, but the one we're expecting in 2 weeks' time. It's fairly embarrassing for your party that you don't endorse a single candidate on that list. What on earth went wrong with the vetting procedures?
Well, I mean, it's heartbreaking that we haven't got a candidate in that by-election. Rochdale's an incredibly important town to the Labour Party, and you know, it was a massive decision for Keir Starmer to say that Azhar Ali had lost the support of the Labour Party. I actually, you know, what was said wasn't known at the time. We've got the most stringent vetting that we've ever had at any point, and I'm really confident about that. But the comments that were made by Azhar Ali were unacceptable, and so Keir Starmer decisively said, you know, despite the huge cost to the party, that action had to be taken, and I absolutely support him in doing that.
Decisively only after further comments were revealed by the Daily Mail. But Toby Perkins, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. And we'll be looking forward to seeing how your party does in the Wellingborough count. Thank you. Now, joining us on the desk, at the news desk here overnight, is the head of policy and public affairs at Opinion Research, James Crouch, former Labour MP Stephen Pound, and Professor of Politics at the University of Kent, Matt Goodwin. James, what do we make of what Toby Perkins was saying there? Did the Labour Party need to be so coy about the next election somehow being close?
Well, I don't think you can ever really completely count the votes until they are actually counted. So there's no reason why we should expect that Labour will have to have a lead this size. I think their big problem that they'll be worried about is not that they're going to lose the next election, but more that that lead is going to whittle down slowly, and suddenly we'll be questioning whether Labour's going to have a majority of 60, majority of 10, maybe not majority at all. Up until the SNP's problems, the rough rule of thumb I was always working with was that Labour might get to maybe 310, 320 in England, and then the majority will be composed of every single seat they win in Scotland. That might not be the case now, but that was the territory we were in not that long ago. So I don't blame them for being a little bit coy.
It's fascinating that you mentioned Scotland. Speaking to Scottish Conservative members of Parliament over the last few weeks, they seem much more happy than English or Welsh Conservative MPs at this point in time, even the ones with very slim majorities. It seems like Scottish Tories sitting on majorities of the low thousands are happier than English Tories sitting on 20,000 majorities. Why is that?
Well, it won't be the first time that the kind of voting patterns are going to be very different in Scotland to England. But what you've got is a situation now where the SNP is the only competitor to Labour in all of its seats, and also the only competitor to the Conservatives in all of theirs. So when you have the SNP tanking in the polls, even if that's more focused in the central belt and not necessarily in those places that the Conservatives are up against the SNP, they'll be pretty happy. In fact, we did some marginal polling where we found that the SNP and the Conservatives were falling at almost the same rate. If that's the case, the Conservative MPs hold those seats.
That is fascinating. So whilst the Conservatives in England on current polling might be losing seats of 20,000 majorities, Scottish Conservative MPs with a majority of maybe even just 1,000 could hold their seats. Really, really interesting stuff. Let's turn this to Matt Goodwin. The different areas of the country during an election are always showing different stories, regional variation, as it's often called. We're seeing two results tonight in two different areas of the country, in the East Midlands and in the... Where's Kingswood? In the Greater Bristol area.
It's the eastern suburb of Bristol.
Trying to think of one of the 12 regions that it might sit in, but that's going back to perhaps too much EU organisation. Is there a big difference between how these two seats act?
Well, we're about to find out tonight. But I think, what's interesting demographically, I think they're not too far apart. They're both pro-Brexit seats, as we've mentioned. They're both Conservative-held seats currently. So, there are some similarities. I think probably what Team Sunak will be doing is taking all of the by-elections that have happened this term and trying to guesstimate, firstly, is the Conservative vote holding up better in some areas than others? Also, what is the degree of tactical voting between Labour, Lib Dem and Green voters? I think that's going to be key. And also, what are the areas, what are these by-elections saying about their forthcoming general election strategy? Because, the assumption, I would think, in number 10 is they're going to get smashed in London, they're going to get smashed in the university towns, they're going to get chased out of the commuter belt around London, and they're going to have a pretty brutal time in Scotland, I would imagine. So that leaves non-London England, right? Non-London, non-city England. And to win that part of the country, you really needed to have leaned into the post-Brexit realignment, because that's full of working-class voters, non-graduates and older voters. Now, what's Rishi Sunak got to say to those voters? Well, we were in Darlington earlier this week, where he was pitching to the undecided, 100 undecided voters with GBNews. And at the end of that, we saw half of those undecided voters say they'd vote Conservative, but the rest, of course, said they'd vote for another party, maybe Reform, or they'd vote for the Labour Party. So this is Sunak's problem. He's getting hit on three flanks at the same time. Small number going to Labour, slightly bigger number going to Reform, even bigger going into apathy. So he's got to somehow deal with this assault on three flanks.
Now I'm being told that the announcement is imminent at Kingswood. Let's listen in the declaration of the Kingswood Choir.
John McCormick, being the acting returning officer at the election for the Kingswood constituency, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Samuel Carl Bromley, commonly known as Sam Bromley, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,675. Andrew Charles Brown, Liberal Democrats, 861. Damien James Egan, commonly known as Damien Egan, Labour Party, 11,170. That was 11,176. Lorraine Antoinette Francis, Green Party, 1,450. Rupert James Graham Lowe, Reform UK, 2,578. Nicholas David Wood, UKIP, People Not Politics, 129. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 13. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 1. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 22, giving a total of 36 rejected ballot papers. The turnout figure across the constituency was 37.11%. And I do hereby declare that Damien Egan is duly elected. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you to the returning officer and the teams of people here and across the constituency who have been counting the ballots, making sure all the election today ran fairly and ran smoothly. So thank you to everybody. Some personal thank yous. I'd like to say thank you to my husband. I'd like to say thank you to my mum, my sisters, my family who've been there every step of the campaign. I'd like to say thank you to my agent, Hayley, to Chris, Siobhan, to all the fabulous Labour team that we have had of activists and volunteers who have pounded the streets in all weathers over the last week, so thank you. Most of all, though, I'd like to say thank you to the residents and people of Kingswood. Your honesty, your frankness has helped keep my campaign rooted in the issues that are really impacting our community. The cost of living crisis, safety on our streets, and the NHS. Thank you for giving me your trust and for allowing me to serve the community that I'm from. It's a trust that I promise to repay, to show you that politics can be different and that it can make a difference. In Kingswood, as across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country. There's a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you just can't move forward. And that with Rishi's recession, we're left, again, paying more and getting less. It doesn't have to be this way. You know it, I know it, we all know it. And when the Prime Minister finally finds the courage to give the people a say, we're going to need each and every one of you, again, to come out and vote and make sure your voices are heard. Our country is at a crossroads. Under the Conservatives, we can choose more managed decline, more chaos, more division. Or we can choose a changed Labour Party, a government that will put people first, that ensures a child's background isn't a barrier to their future, and that will rebuild Great Britain. The work to give Kingswood its future back starts now. And thank you again to everybody for all your support. Thank you.
That is Damien Egan, the Labour Party candidate, giving his victory speech there at the Kingswood by-election counts in Thornbury. He, of course, received 11,176 votes. That represents 44.9% of the vote. That's ahead of the Conservatives' Sam Bromley with 8,675 votes, or 34.9%. That's precisely 10% ahead. Let's see if we can listen in to see if we can hear anything that's still being said in the hall.
Thanks, guys.
Soon to be sworn in as the next Labour Member of Parliament for Kingswood, as the first Labour Member of Parliament for this constituency since the 2005 general election, when the Labour Party last won that seat with Roger Perry. Roger Berry, I beg your pardon. But no, this is an interesting point. James Crouch, as a pollster, we think this is around a 16 to 17% swing, which is a huge swing to Labour, but it's less than recent by-elections where Labour have done a lot better.
Yes, so usually by-elections are referendums on the government, and everything we've seen assumed that the government is less popular than it was basically this time last summer, and ever since then we've seen 20% swing, one after the other. It seems to be this lower 17% swing, whatever it is precisely, seems to be down because Labour's vote share hasn't actually gone up as much, and Reform, for the first time, seems to actually be doing the business in an actual electoral event, and we haven't really seen that in any by-election up until now.
This is really significant, Matt Goodwin. Reform, 10.4%.
Yeah.
That suggests that for the first time we have evidence this sort of what some people have described as a phantom polling number for Reform. This is now hard evidence in an electoral event that perhaps it isn't a phantom. Perhaps this real Reform rise in the polls is actually turning into votes.
Yeah, well, Tom, 10.4% is basically bang in line with where their national polling average is this week. So, you know, Richard Tice will be happy with that. He's able to say, look, actually, they're not a mirage. They're doing on the ground what they're doing in the national polling. What will be interesting now will be to compare that 10.4 with Wellingborough, where, again, you know, you've got a bit more of a pro-Brexit seat. And also, let's be frank, Reform have been throwing a lot more effort into Wellingborough than they have in this seat. You know, you've had a lot more activity on the ground. Now, if they come out of that with maybe, you know, 13, 14, 15%, this is a really good night for Reform. I mean, suddenly, you know, the sort of national populist party in British politics is back.
Well, let's see if we can have a look at these results in visual form now on our screens. Let's see if we can get this graphic up for us. Here we go. Labour win. Damien Egan, Labour Party, 11,151 votes, and that's 44.9%. The Conservatives on 34.9%. Reform UK breaking into double digits there with 10.4%. The Green Party keeping their deposit. Can we get that graphic back up on screen? Because this is important. We can't at the moment, don't you worry about it. The Green Party keep their deposit in this seat on 5.8%. But who loses their deposit? The Liberal Democrats. Now, the Liberal Democrats are in coalition in the council in this area, and we know that what the council has been up to in its proposed plans to build some housing has been very controversial in this campaign. But Stephen Pound, we were talking earlier about UKIP, how it was doing in the coalition era in those 5 years from 2010 to 2015, where it started nowhere, and then there started to be these by-elections. We started to see Rotherham, Hayward and Middleton, Eastleigh. We started to see the vote climb and climb and climb. Are we starting to see a similar effect here with the Reform Party? There we can see on our screens double-digit percentage.
I remember we called it Beastly Eastleigh because we actually saw, I mean, we try not to use the word momentum in the Labour Party nowadays, but demonstrably there's a momentum there. But look, for me, the single most extraordinary, quite stunning piece of information that's come out of this is the third party are now Reform. The Greens are very, very strong. Apart from Brighton, Bristol is their strongest base anywhere in the country. They've got their eyes on Thangham Debonair's seat. They've got a lot of seats on the council, and they've not done well at all. But extraordinary, the Liberal Democrats, they are the ones who'll be weeping. There'll be a gnashing of teeth there.
Yeah, that's a lost deposit. So for those that aren't in the know, anything below 5% in a British election count is a lost deposit. So no money back from the Liberal Democrats and their candidate, Andrew Brown. But the Greens, perhaps they'll be disappointed that it's not higher, but still, 5.8%, keeping their deposit in an election where the Labour Party's squeeze on voters will have been very, very high. We'll have seen a lot of leaflets with bar charts on them saying your vote doesn't count.
Well, I mean, the Liberals, since the dawn of time, have been putting out a leaflet that says it's a two-horse race.
Can't win here.
I know, even in seats where Labour got 30,000 majority, or the Tories have, they always do that. But look, I mean, the Greens are strong in this part of the world,
right.
but they're clearly not as strong as they thought they were. But for me, I'm sorry to keep coming back to this, but the extraordinary statistic is the Liberal Democrats being squeezed almost out of existence.
No, absolutely, and it's so interesting because there have been a couple of by-elections, Tiverton and Honiton, for example, not too far away.
But the Liberal Democrats were the by-election specialists. You remember, any minute now, to have Ed Davey driving a tipper truck through a brick wall, or they're Liberal Democrats winning here, or whinging here, or whining here, whatever. I can't remember what it is now.
The number of visual metaphors that the Liberal Democrats do whenever they win a by-election. They had a big door where they said, "Show Boris the door." Yeah. They had some sort of cannon from a clown show. I mean, why doesn't the Labour Party do fun stuff like this?
Because we got some taste. the Liberal Democrats had this removal van, and one of the golden rules of British politics, which they shattered and broke, was a huge picture of Rishi Sunak on the side of the removal van.
I do remember something called the Ed Stone.
That was pretty embarrassing.
Moving on.
The Ed Stone, which was these concrete pledges.
Yeah, it's all right.
In stone. And what were they? I mean, they were even more vague than Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. One of them, an NHS with time to care.
Get a grip on immigration.
An NHS with time to care.
Well, they put that on a mug.
Yeah.
I know, we actually put the mug
around.
Rules on immigration. I had one of those mugs.
Yes.
I had one of those mugs.
That makes you fairly unique.
Briefly just one other thing on the result. It's quite remarkable today, isn't it, that we can look at a 17-18 point swing and we say, well, actually, that's really nothing, because we got used to the 20-25% swings in recent by-elections. Labour's doing what Labour needs to do in order to win the next general election. That's the key point in all of this. If it's turning over these kinds of seats, it's going to win the next election comfortably.
And Wellingborough gets it interesting. There's a much bigger pack in Wellingborough. There's many more candidates. So we can see the way the votes will be splitting.
Yeah, and very, very interesting to see what Reform does in Wellingborough. They put more resourcing into Wellingborough as opposed to Kingswood.
It's also a much more rural constituency too, which traditionally has not been good for Labour.
But James, what would a 16.4% swing look like in terms of the scale of Labour victory, were this to be projected nationally?
I think it's pretty much bang on what our last poll was, which I think is 15%. If they have an 18-point lead in the polls, it's about a 15% swing. So actually that makes me quite happy. But the one thing that's going to be interesting for that is that's not a large enough swing to take Wellingborough. Interestingly, I think you need 18% to take Wellingborough. So that is where that becomes even more exciting and more interesting.
Well, that is tantalising. And on that note...
Terrifying.
It's 2 a.m, or just after. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. A crucial year starts here. Vote 2024. The people decide. We've just heard that Labour have won Kingswood. That's the first result of the night. Damien Egan won it with 44.9% of the vote. We'll bring you the result when we have it from Wellingborough. GB News presenter Nigel Farage will be joining us in the studio to give his view. And later on, Anne Widdecombe will join us live in the studio too. Now, commenting on Labour's gain in the Kingswood by-election, Sir Keir Starmer has said, "This is a fantastic result in Kingswood that shows people are ready to put their trust in a Labour government. By winning in this Tory stronghold, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people, and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. To those who have put their trust in us, you can be safe in the knowledge that the Labour Party will deliver on your priorities. Labour will give Britain its future back." Well, he's describing Kingswood there as a Tory stronghold. Of course, the Tories only took it in 2010, but they have held it since then for the last 14 years, so that, I suppose, is debatable, but those are the words of Sir Keir Starmer. Now, Nigel Farage is imminent, but we're going to go back to the Kingswood count, where I'm joined again by the Conservative MP for North Somerset and GB News presenter Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. So, Jacob, we now have these numbers. The Labour Party has taken this seat. It's in your patch. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's not as good a result as Labour would have liked, but I'd like to begin by congratulating Mr Egan. It is a wonderful thing and a great honour to be a Member of Parliament, and anyone who wins a seat deserves congratulations. But if you add up the Conservative vote and the Reform vote, then that is more than the vote achieved by the Labour Party, and I think the challenge for Conservatives and conservatism is to reunite the right wing of politics, because the way we let Keir Starmer in by the back door of Downing Street is if the two parties that share so many things in common are divided on election day.
It is really, really interesting for you to say that, Sir Jacob, because this is going to be a crucial message for the Conservative Party. I can almost see this written on Conservative leaflets going into the future, going into further elections, that the Reform Party, and if I've taken it from what you're saying there, from pointing out that Tory plus Reform would have beaten Labour here, is it your message that the Reform Party cost the Tories this seat?
No, I think it's very arrogant to say that people should have voted for another party. It's for us as politicians to win their support, but I think we win their support by concentrating on the areas where we agree, and that means getting to a position where taxes are reduced, dealing with the ridiculous net zero proposals that are becoming unaffordable and are closing down industry in this country, making sure we get all the benefits of Brexit, the things that people voted for in 2019. If we can that across, we can remind people of the excitement of conservatism and can reunite the right of politics, then the Conservatives, with Reform, have a chance of winning the next election.
The Conservatives won 8,675 votes in Kingswood. Labour won 11,176. That is not the biggest margin in the world, but frankly, perhaps more than looking at other parties, the question might be what has happened to all those Conservatives that turned out in 2019 who've chosen to stay at home?
That's absolutely right. I mean, very often at by-elections people stay at home, but it goes back to what I was saying. How do we energise our supporters to make them feel they want to turn out to vote? And I think that is by reminding them of what Conservatives stand for, and that is of getting taxes down, getting the economy going, of not having an energy policy that's making people cold and poor. If we can push that forward, then we can encourage people to turn out to vote.
Your message there of turning to perhaps a more, for want of a better word, Trussian policy prospectus, some people might say didn't turn out particularly well last year. What would be your counter to that argument?
I'm not putting any particular name to what I'm suggesting. I'm saying it's Conservative policy. And actually, ideologically, I don't think it's a million miles away from Rishi Sunak's view of the world. Rishi Sunak is a huge admirer of the late Nigel Lord Lawson and has said that on many occasions. Nigel Lawson was the biggest tax cutter this country's known in its modern history.
And yet, what Rishi Sunak has been saying is that inflation needs to come down first. To some extent, the monetarist policy that we've seen that's pushed this country into a mild recession, into a technical recession yesterday, to some extent, that is precisely what Rishi Sunak wanted to see happen.
Well, it's obviously important to get inflation under control, but I'm afraid the Bank of England failed to keep inflation under control, was slow putting interest rates up, and is now being slow to bring them back down again. There is a real problem with the way the Bank of England is operating, and the governor coming out in the last couple of days and blaming his inaccurate forecasts on the data that they use is really hopeless. It's always been known that the data that go into forecasts are not as accurate as you would hope for, and you have to apply judgment to your forecasts, not assuming that they will just mathematically be right.
The Labour Party yesterday saying that this is Rishi's recession. Are you, Sir Jacob, saying that this is actually the Bank of England's recession?
Oh, it's clearly the Bank of England's recession. The Bank of England has bungled monetary policy in the last few years.
Well, you couldn't have been clearer than that. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, thank you very much for coming to us live from the Kingswood count. As we again learn that information, Labour has taken the seat of Kingswood. They have won it with 10 percentage points clear of the Conservative Party. Well, here's that moment to remind ourselves of Labour's Damien Egan winning Kingswood.
Damien James Egan, commonly known as Damien Egan, Labour Party, 11,107. That was 11,176.
Well, a big cheer there from an exuberant Labour Party campaign team in Kingswood. But really interesting there to see not just the Labour Party's position and the Tories' position, there was a third party that came in with a double-digit share of the vote. And that was the Reform Party. And I'm delighted to say that joining me in the studio is the Honorary President of Reform UK, Nigel Farage. Nigel, what do you make of this result?
So, what has been said in the last few months is that Reform is a party in theory. It gets, national polling of 8, 9, 10%, 12%, whatever it is, but in by-elections it always underperforms, and to date it always has. Kingswood is the first election in which we've actually got up with a national vote share. 10.35%. Of course, Jacob would say bigger than the difference between the Conservatives and Labour, which it was. But the truth is, people voting Reform would not vote Conservative anyway. They are so upset, they feel so betrayed with the Conservatives since 2019. And, it's a funny thing, and I guess not many viewers will get this. I have led 30 by-elections. 30. 31, actually, as UKIP leader. And we got better and better at it as the years...
You were their first candidate.
I stood in a by-election 30 years ago. You weren't even born.
I wasn't.
30 in 1994.
Yeah.
I stood in Eastleigh.
Just before I was born.
Well, only just, I know. You're getting on too.
Yeah.
But, so I stood 30 years ago in a by-election. I got 1,000 votes. I mean, actually, it was a pretty amazing achievement, really, given where we were. Politics in by-elections is as much about perspiration as inspiration. It's about party machine. And the one thing that Reform has not got, that UKIP did have 10 years ago, is a big machine. Rupert Lowe, standing in Kingswood, yes, he had 20 or 30 people helping him, but it literally was a threadbare operation with zero data compared to the Conservatives, who know how your granddad voted, and Labour as well. And the fact that he's managed to get a vote up with national vote share shows you something very sexy is going on in British politics.
Very sexy words I'm not sure I would have heard you, Nigel Farage, say, but there we go. I wonder, we talk about the big parties, the established parties, and you're right to talk about the fact that running multiple elections, you build up data. You know where your voters are, and then crucially in by-elections, turn out to be lower turnout elections often. You turn your people out. Has the Reform Party been using Brexit Party data? I suppose it's the same entity. Was there much Brexit Party data?
The truth is that the Brexit Party was launched on the 12th of April 2019. It was an air war. We were an air war party.
Not a ground war.
No, there was no time to do it. To build up the kind of volunteer army base. I called UKIP the People's Army. It was a long time ago. It's gone. So even in the European elections, do we have data? Yes. Do we have 150,000 supporters on our database? Yes, we do. But do we have data going back generations? No, we don't. And that makes a hell of a difference. Look, that result shows you something very big, sexy as I called it, is going on. But you know what?
Yeah.
The most significant result of Kingswood is the Lib Dems.
Losing their deposit.
This is Gloucestershire. This is the kind of turf in which the Lib Dems would have expected a very solid by-election result. The fact they got 3.5% and lost their deposit, it's very interesting. My goodness me, isn't Rishi lucky? If the Lib Dems had a good leader, the Tories would be in huge trouble, not just in the north, in the Red Wall, but in the south as well.
Could you not say that we're seeing perhaps a reverse of the politics that we saw in the 1980s? The 1980s, there was a big split on the left of politics between the Liberal SDP alliance and the Labour Party. It seems that there's been this coalescing around perhaps a more centrist Labour Party, at least that's the image they want to project, and unarguably a split on the right.
No, there's no right. The Conservative Party is not right. In 14 years of Conservative government, the whole agenda has shifted ever leftwards. This is a Conservative Party of big state, high tax, mass immigration. This is not a right-wing Conservative Party. It's not even centre-right. It's actually just to the left of the political spectrum. There is now a massive gap on the moderate, genuine, sensible, grown-up centre-right of British politics. And what you've seen in Kingswood and what you will see in Wellingborough in an hour's time is that gap is beginning to be filled.
Rishi Sunak would tell you he was a Thatcherite.
Oh, right.
Rishi Sunak would say that he's trying to get this Rwanda scheme off the ground. He would say he cut national insurance.
No, I'm sorry. 5 pledges, right? Reduced inflation. Yes, inflation's down. Do you know why? Because grow the economy, pledge 3, is now a complete catastrophe because we're in recession. Cutting the debt, our national debt's never been higher in our history. It's £110 billion repayments every year. Number 4, cutting NHS waiting lists. It's still over 7 million. Stop the boats. He's telling us that 30,000 young males coming last year is somehow a victory. He's the best spinner since Blair. None of it's sincere. None of it's genuine. And you know what? He's not even recognisable in terms of policy as a Conservative.
Let's zoom back to these by-elections, because as the leader of UKIP was originally losing deposits at the start of the 2010s. How did it build up through those early by-elections to a point where you actually won 2 by-elections?
I remember winning a deposit in Wigan in about 2006. Wow. And we would lose deposit after deposit after deposit. In 2010... I'd been leader of the party until 2009. I stepped down for a year. I came. I said, right, we're going to do this properly. And you have to build a machine. You have to get a lot of volunteers in. And the incentive, of course, in those days was come and have a drink with Nigel. I didn't have a drink with all of them, but you need to get bodies. You need data. If you're a punter living in a by-election seat, you will have 150 leaflets, 30 leaflets through your door. You're so hacked off with the whole thing. To get people out on the day to vote, you've got to knock on the door and have personal persuasion. You need a machine. I built a machine. I raised money for each by-election. I got experts in who understood polling, focus grouping. I made it a massive, massive enterprise. And in 2011, in the Barnsley by-election, we came second. And we never, ever came less than second in any other by-election during my leadership. It doesn't happen overnight. Richard Tice has saved reform.
Because a lot of people say that Richard Tice doesn't have the name recognition you do. Right. Some people say he doesn't have the charisma you do. And a lot of people say, well, my goodness, if Reform's getting 10% here, if Nigel was leading it, could be getting 20.
Well, that may be true. It may not be true. What I will say for Richard is he kept that party going, much of it out of his own pocket. I mean, he's put an astonishing amount of money, of his own money, in to keeping that vehicle going during a time when people said, oh no, Brexit's done, we don't need reform. And now it's coming into his own. So I have the utmost admiration for Richard.
It could be the case that in November, there's a general election in this country and another election just across the Atlantic, a presidential election in the United States. Be honest now, which are you more interested in?
Oh, well, look, both. I mean, it's a very unfair question. Of course, I want the Donald to win. Whatever his flaws may be, whatever his excesses. I mean, the NATO speech is classic of Donald. Excessive and yet pushing people in the right direction. The Western world needs leadership, needs strength. Otherwise, these bully boys are going to walk all over us. But of course, I'm British, I'm English, and I want to see what happens here. Tom, look, you know, I am enjoying my life at GBNews. I'm the honorary president of Reform. I have no executive role in the party. Everyone speculates, will I come back as leader? I might do, I might not, I don't know. My big fear would be to come back and get 5 million votes and 3 seats. If I see a really historic opportunity to go in and to win a large number of seats and to replace the Conservative Party, well, I'll probably do it, but I'm not sure yet.
Goodness me, cards close to your chest. Nigel Farage, thank you so much for joining us and talking us through those enormous issues on this big night in British politics. Well, let's cross now to Northamptonshire, to the Wellingborough count. Let's see, here's Will Hollis. Here's Will Hollis, our reporter on the ground. Is a result imminent, Will?
Well, I suppose the sign that a result could be imminent is the fact that a lot of the people here conducting the count in the Wellingborough by-election have stopped counting. If you just look over to the sports hall where we are in Kettering, which is only a 10 minutes drive from the Wellingborough constituency, chosen because of the sheer size and the interest from the local media as well as the number of candidates, most people have stopped counting. The ones that are counting only have a few ballots left in front of them. Now it seems to be the same all the way along the sports complex. We saw somebody that we haven't seen so far tonight, not too long ago. That's Jen Kitchen, who's the candidate here for Labour, looking very likely that she will take a victory lap. We've seen it so far in Kingswood. Could it be 2 wins in a night for Labour? Now, that's what they seem to think. They're certainly quite hopeful. We heard positive messages from Toby Perkins, Chesterfield's MP, when he was speaking to us earlier on GBNews. But you know who else is feeling quite confident? The Reform Party. We heard from Richard Tice, Ben Habib as well, the candidate here in Wellingborough. He's hanging around the tables. It looks like they could do very well, even if it might not mean a win, because sometimes in these by-elections, it's not necessarily about winning. It might be about making a statement and showing what the electorate wants and potentially what the electorate thinks it might need. We were told recently by a press officer that they're looking at maybe a 3 o'clock declaration, so it could be within the next half an hour or so, but most people have stopped counting here in the Wellingborough by-election, and we saw quite quickly that Kingswood count was announced. The declaration came in much quicker than we were expecting here on our media balcony, 100 miles away from that Gloucestershire by-election. So this one could creep along quite quickly as well, Tom.
Very much, Will Hollis. That is good news. 3 a.m. potentially for a result there in Wellingborough. Well, what an extraordinary moment this is. I wonder, can you read the faces of the various campaigns, of the various teams around that room? Is there anyone looking particularly chuffed or anyone looking particularly gloomy?
Yes, well, everybody seems to have a bit of a buzz around them. A lot of the candidates are talking to each other, particularly those independent candidates. We were hearing earlier from the candidates that might not do, in those top 3. We were hearing from Liberal Democrat candidate Anna Savage-Gunn, and she was saying that it's not necessarily about winning, it's about standing up for Wellingborough and Northamptonshire, where she has spent most of, if not all of, her life. It seems that Jen Kitchen seemed quite happy and quite positive when she was going around checking some of the ballots. I think she was probably the most happy of all of the people that we've seen. Ben Habib seems to have a bit of a buzz, a bit of a spring in his step. I haven't seen anything from Helen Harrison yet, the Conservative candidate. We are expecting that she will be here. I think I'm just getting a nod, actually. We have seen her. I personally haven't seen her. I was probably enjoying my tea a little bit too much there, Tom, but it seems that there's a good atmosphere here in the air because it gets the people going. A by-election, we've got a general election later in only a few months, so while not everybody gets to win, not everybody gets to be the MP, it's certainly a good time to get excited about politics, isn't it, Tom?
Marvellous. The theatre of democracy, the wonderful celebration of democracy. We love to see it. Will Hollis, thank you very much. Live from Kettering, where the Wellingborough count is taking place. Now, we're going to be crossing back to Kingswood in just a second because we really do want to talk to a candidate who has done something that was perhaps confounded expectations of the media. Rupert Lowe is the Brexit Party, I beg your pardon, the Reform Party candidate there. Rupert, thank you for joining us here live on GB News on our results special. You have achieved something that many people thought impossible. You have matched Reform UK's national polling numbers in a real vote.
Yep, it's good to see. It's good to see a 10.4% result for us tonight. I'd like to thank my team. They've been fantastic. We had a very small team down here, and we came in very late. But I think it shows the scale of disaffection that people have for the way in which they're being governed. And I've got to thank the people who voted for us, because the English electorate is often very slow to react, but I think they're now on the march. And I think the Westminster elite, backed up by the civil service, the quangos and the entire organs of the state, need to start listening to what the people want. And they want better government. They want more long-term planning. They want less tax, less waste and less state.
Rupert, a lot of people are commenting on the fact that your number of votes is a larger number than the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in Kingswood. What do you say to those who say you are responsible for the election of a Labour Party MP?
Well, I think that's piffle. At the end of the day, the Tories have been playing with the train set for quite a number of years now, and they haven't been playing with it very successfully. We're taking votes from both the Tories and Labour, and it's quite clear from going around Kingswood today, Labour were all over the constituency like a rash. There were so many people out with their boards, obviously driving the vote. I think both the main parties, the oligopolistic Tories and Labour, are worried about what we're doing, and I think quite rightly so, because we represent people, we represent real people, and we want to make this country better governed and more successful.
There was, of course, a bit of a kerfuffle over the fact, or the question over whether Reform UK would have a candidate in Kingswood. Initially, there was an announcement from Richard Tice saying that there was going to be a principled sitting out of this by-election, and then you changed your minds. Do you think that perhaps hurts your standing in this by-election?
Not at all, no. I think we changed our view because, quite rightly, Richard was concerned that this constituency disappears in all probability in October when the election is likely to be held, which was a waste of £250,000 of taxpayers' money. But we had such an overwhelming demand from local people that we should stand that I stepped into the breach. And I think, whilst we came to it late, and I think we may have suffered a little in the postal vote, when the main vote came in, as a result of the campaign we fought, I think we did well, and I'm delighted to see, as we went into the vote, our momentum was gathering pace.
And Rupert, just finally, were you a little bit put out by the focus of Reform UK on Wellingborough? It seemed that Reform UK leadership were throwing the kitchen sink at Wellingborough and perhaps leaving Kingswood with less love, less attention.
Well, I think we're all big boys. At the end of the day, I funded this campaign in Kingswood myself. I'm very happy to do that. I'm delighted it's an improvement on my last foray into a general election when I stood for the referendum party. I got 6.6% of the vote in '97. So we've got 10.4 now. I stood as a lightning rod for the people of Kingswood to send a message to Westminster, and I think that's what they've done.
Well, Rupert Lowe, thank you very much for your time. The first Reform UK candidate to have matched national polling levels in a by-election. Really appreciate your time there. Thank you. Well, back in the studio with me is Stephen Pound, the former Labour MP, Nigel Farage, the former leader of UKIP, the former leader of the Brexit Party, the honorary president of Reform UK, and best friend of Donald Trump. And we're also joined by James Crouch, the opinion pollster. And James, just your overview here. How different is Wellingborough from Kingswood? We've got the Kingswood result. We're expecting the Wellingborough results in around half an hour's time.
So they are actually pretty different places. I mean, ultimately, they are both Leave voting constituencies, but Wellingborough is far more that kind of core Middle England, more blue-collar Conservative territory. It's the sort of place where actually UKIP did come second in 2015. But Kingswood is very different. It's relatively ordinary middle people, but suburban. So a lot of home ownership, a lot of car ownership. But we're not talking about stockbroker belt here. We're talking about ordinary people living very suburban lives. Usually that puts you in the blue column. Today they seem to be in the red column.
James, this is a very good day for pollsters so far. This lead, this 16.4% swing, is precisely what the opinion polls were suggesting. Indeed, the Brexit... Oh, I keep saying Brexit Party. The Reform UK percentage matches their national polling percentage. Are we seeing a resurgence after a time when opinion pollsters were pretty low in public opinion, where people didn't really trust you guys? You've pretty much nailed this.
Well, I hope from 2019, where we actually managed to nail the result bang on, I hoped we had a little bit of rehabilitation then. But it is very much, it's one of the things that's been top of our mind, is Reform is one of these big numbers. For once, it's actually really coming out of one party's vote share more than the other. So it's coming more out of the Conservative vote share. And we had to see some actual evidence of this happening on the ground without us saying, well, is this not going to change when we get to a short campaign? So they will be very happy in finally saying Kingswood, where I wouldn't put it in the top. Well, Wellingborough is probably the top 100 seats for Reform. Kingswood, not even probably top 200. So it's very much to see the average vote share means that Wellingborough, we're going to see something probably a bit more exciting.
So, Nigel, if we're seeing a seat like Kingswood, which is not in the top 200 seats for Reform UK, and that's over 10%, there's been a lot of rumours about you, and a seat called Clacton.
Always rumours about me, dear boy.
And a seat's called Clacton, which was the #1 seat for UKIP. Douglas Carswell won it for UKIP twice.
I tell you what, let's focus on tonight. Let's focus on these by-elections tonight.
But have you...
And you've just made the point to me that Kingswood would not be in the top 200 seats for Reform. And the fact that Rupert Lowe, and it's very interesting, he was a late candidate, as you alluded to.
Yes.
You know, Richard said, we're not going to do it, then we were going to do it. The late candidate with a tiny team of people with zero data, and I mean zero data, because no history in the constituency. I saw his campaign photographs, you know, on a good day, 20 people, and he's still got 10%.
This is a latent Reform UK vote, you think?
Very much so. I think something is going on out there that is much bigger than most political analysts understand or even want to understand. And it's a feeling that the whole system doesn't work anymore, that politics isn't working anymore. And Reform is a radical party. We want to change the electoral system, get rid of the House of Lords as it is. The whole thing doesn't work. That's our view. And it's gaining currency.
I'm being told we're going to hear the Wellingborough results in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's getting really very close. But, Nigel, I saw a fire light up behind your eyes when we were talking about the placing these seats come in the areas that are good for Reform UK. Because 10% on a seat that is, you know, down past 200 would imply that there are some seats on current polling where Reform UK might be more than in with a chance.
I think that if Reform really continue to go the way they are, I think much of the red wall go from being two-way marginals to three-way marginals. Now, historically, to break the first past the post system in British politics is dash difficult. Roy Jenkins came very close back in '83. Stephen will remember it very, very well.
By-election,
You know, very well indeed.
And Crosby.
Crosby, all of that. But what was interesting, Stephen, was the '83 general election, Jenkins gets 25.4% and 23 seats. Labour gets 27.6% and 209 seats. Busting the system is very, very difficult. If we were, ironically, in Europe, with the European system of PR.
Such a European.
We'd have been in recession three quarters ago.
But Stephen, if we had PR, the whole thing would look different, wouldn't it?
But I mean, I have to say, there's hardly room enough for me and Nigel Smile in this particular studio.
Because these are the two big winners, the Labour Party and...
Well, no, hang on a sec. The Labour Party, that was baked in, I think, let's be honest. Baked in. The Tories pretty much had realised they were going to have to swallow the bullet on this one. But for Reform to do that is incredible.
But isn't the even bigger story that in Gloucestershire, the Liberal Democrats get 3.5%?
Well, no, and also the Greens have disappeared like the snow melting in the springtime, which is their big, strong area.
As we were saying, this is a squeeze. This is a by-election squeeze.
It is.
The Labour Party wanted to decapitate a Tory, and they managed to do it.
I get that, Tom, but for the Liberal Democrats in Gloucestershire to lose their deposit is remarkable, and they have got a leader even more ineffective than Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer.
Do you think that Reform UK could now take that almost... It's sometimes used as a pejorative, but protest party space? Well, because there is a role for the anti-politics.
Do you know what? As it was really interesting, they always said the UKIP vote was a protest vote. When you polled UKIP voters, they said, no, we're not protesting, we agree with them.
Yeah, this is the difference, I think, between the SDP. I mean, I remember doing the Crosby by-election, the Croydon by-election, the Kelvin Hall one.
Yeah.
It was anti-Labour, it was anti-establishment, but it wasn't offering any alternative. I think UKIP had a specific purpose. It did. We all know what they wanted. We knew exactly where they stood. It's what it said on the tip. I think Reform is a much bigger picture now. So it's not just an anti-plague on all your houses party. I think this is an alternative. And I think all of the big 2.5 parties should be actually very, very concerned. But let's see what happens at Wellingborough.
Yeah,
If Reform go over 10%, then the political landscape has changed totally.
James, Reform UK, up until very recently, didn't have any name recognition at all. Is this result in Kingswood, suggesting that perhaps it's starting to have that sort of name recognition?
Well, potentially. I think the thing that's going to be really interesting about Wellingborough is that, unlike most by-elections, you don't really have any good benchmarks about which to compare, what is a significant result. In October, we had the Tamworth by-election, which is, on all things on paper, a remarkably similar seat and actually in remarkably similar polling circumstances.
Tory MP standing down.
Yes. So the idea that you have in October Reform in a very similar seat only doing 5% and Labour barnstorming ahead, if that's not happening in Wellingborough this time, it does suggest that there is something different about the political landscape to October.
And Nigel, given what we've seen with the Reform UK vote in this part of the world doubling, you must surely be tempted.
Tom, we're covering by-elections, not my personal life. Look, and Stephen will tell you this, I did nearly 21 years in the European Parliament. Politics is not all glamour. You give up a heck of a lot to do politics. And I wasn't an MP, I was an MEP. I missed my kids growing up. I lost a huge amount of income I'd have had from private business. I suffered abuse that no modern political figure has suffered. And now I'm at GBNews, trying to be part of a broadcasting revolution. Do you know what? We're doing rather well. So, Tom, I might do it, but I'm having a long, hard
You're
thing.
showing a little bit of legs.
More than a little bit of leg. More than a little bit of leg.
Keep teasing it.
But gentlemen, stay with us.
A well-turned
stay with me, because I'm delighted to now welcome Damien Egan, the Labour candidate who has won the Kingswood by-election this morning and who is soon to be sworn in as a Member of Parliament. Damien, first of all, I suppose I have to ask you, do you have Nigel Farage and his party to thank for your win?
I haven't seen all the results through, so I got the headlines, so I'll crack the figures. But no, I think when we're talking to people, we talked about the issues that people were raising. The top ones with us was NHS, cost of living and policing. But, certainly other issues as well were coming up. But no, I'd like to think that we won the election on our own back by working hard and getting a good message out there to the voters of Kingswood.
Well, Damien, I'm going to just let everyone be aware that we might have to cut away for an imminent result in Wellingborough, but we're going to stick with this for now. What was your view of the Conservative Party's campaign focusing on a development of a few thousand houses? Did it cut through?
I think it did cut through in some areas, but I think also the Conservatives were trying to make this campaign about anything but their record. So, you know, they focused on two things, which was kind of development on Greenbelt. And the reality is that development on Greenbelt has gone up tenfold under the Conservative government. The local council, under the Conservatives, have built thousands of homes on Greenbelt. So I think people were a bit cynical about that. And then also they went big on the fact that I'd been a directly elected mayor in London, in a place called Lewisham, and they were making the argument that I couldn't know the area that I grew up in, that all my family live in.
Do you think that we focus too much about where people come from in this country? Do you think that politics, to some extent, loses out on good candidates because of an excessive focus on localism?
I was getting worried about that in the campaign, that it might be a really big hindrance, but the reality was a lot of people were coming up to me saying that they didn't like those tactics, and actually, if anything, people were saying they saw it as a positive, that I'd gone somewhere else, that they could look into my experience and they could see for themselves. So in a way, I wonder if it actually worked to my advantage, but I don't know, you never know really.
There was, of course, a semi-viral moment when the Conservatives took a video of you speaking in Lewisham, in London, and a video of you speaking back in the West Country, and claiming you had changed your accent or adapted your accent depending on your circumstance. What's your response to that?
I know, it made me really paranoid when I was doing some about how I speak. So you start when you start really trying to makes you think about it, and the reality was that I think for the first time, I'd always been quite nervous doing videos before, but in a by-election you just have to try not to be, and I was just trying to be myself, and obviously you're surrounded by your family, and I don't know, I showed my nan thought they sounded the same. She didn't think it sounded even that West Country.
Well, I wonder, what did you think of Sir Keir Starmer's pledge to say that sometimes local concerns on construction should be overridden, that the Labour Party would scrap parts of the Green Belt, what he would call the grey belt? Do you agree with him on that pledge, and do the people of Kingswood mind?
I think when I spoke to people, overwhelmingly it was about balance and proportion. Nobody wants to see the green belt all built over. Of course they don't. We don't want to lose all our countryside. We also don't want to lose what keeps areas like Kingswood special. Does anyone think that there'll be no development encroaching out? People were saying that they didn't think that was realistic either. The main thing that bothered people here was that the planning system is so geared towards developers that you're not getting the infrastructure in. So can't get a dentist anywhere in Bristol except in new NHS patients. It's really hard to get a doctor. They're cutting buses, so you're adding homes to places where there's less transport, pressure on school places. So the infrastructure around development was coming up as much as anything. And so I think the questions are around how do we make the planning system work better for communities and work less overly supportive of developers.
Eamon Egan, congratulations on your victory, and thank you very much for joining us here on GB News' special live results programme. Thank you very much. Well, Matt Goodwin has returned to join us on the panel. He joins, of course, Stephen Pound, the former Labour MP, and Nigel Farage, the ubiquitous celebrity. And I've
no doubt, Matt, you're blown away by the charisma of the new Labour MP. What did you think, Stephen?
You're not a big fan, Nigel?
I mean, that was the dullest interview of... He's just won a bloody by-election. He should be celebrated.
He probably hasn't slept for 3 days.
When I slept during it, you know... dear, oh dear,
Are you saying that this new crop of Labour MPs is perhaps not in the mould of the politicians
I think that politics in general has suffered over the last few decades by people going into it without real-life experiences. And I just think it's become boring, dull, no personality, scared of criticism on social media. And look, I'm sure Mr. Egan's a lovely chap and all that, but that was not exactly inspiring.
No, it's interesting, Nigel.
Sorry,
because ultimately there is always this sort of criticism of politics, perhaps as it stands now. There's this sense that members of Parliament perhaps don't have the gravitas that they used to. And perhaps, and sorry to bring it back to this, perhaps it's because people who do have gravitas, who do have national profile, who do perhaps, who would be a commanding presence on the green benches, aren't so sure about standing for election.
Well, it's a slight tangent, maybe not for now, but I thought what happened outside Mr Elwood's home in Bournemouth 2 nights ago, with nearly 100 people protesting for 4 hours.
Family home.
Screaming. I mean, Stephen's been an MP, I've been an MP. You know, we can all put up with a bit of stick.
Yeah, I think that comes up. You know, you stick your head above the parapet and you expect.
Of course.
You know, and I think we take it. And as somebody said earlier on, you know, we're all grown-ups now, but I've never seen anything like this.
Awful, wasn't it?
This is the worst that I've ever seen. And you know, in my own patch, we got groups of people with megaphones screaming outside the MP surgeries. But to actually get that, I remember when I was Stephen Timms' PPS when he got stabbed, and of course, you know, we've lost 2 good MPs.
Yeah.
It's
David
too easily forgotten that in the last 10 years there have been 2 political assassinations.
And so many good people. I mean, I know people in business, entrepreneurs, who have thought about politics.
They won't touch it with a barge.
And they're scared of it. They're scared of it. They're also scared of social media. They're scared of the fact that every mobile phone's a camera, there's no privacy. You know, I mean, and look, let's not link this to Mr Egan, it wouldn't be fair. But a general point, we are not getting high-calibre people going for Parliament.
Why don't you stand?
Well, that's a very different question. Speak to Goodwin.
OK, well, I've asked you so many times. Matt, we're expecting the Wellingborough results in the next 5-10 minutes. This is getting really, really close now. Just remind people watching what we're expecting from Reform UK. What would be a good result for them? Perhaps we got a slightly higher result than we were expecting in Kingswood. What were we looking at in Wellingborough?
Yeah, so I think in Kingswood you've seen the best by-election result for Reform to date, 10.4%. That's bang in line with their national polling average. So what Richard Tice is able to say today is this isn't a mirage. The party is delivering on its national polling ratings. Now, given that Wellingborough is a stronger pro-Brexit seat, you know, there is an argument that perhaps Reform should be doing a little bit better than their national polling average in that particular seat. I know they've been throwing a lot more, you know, people on the ground. They've been campaigning quite hard. Look, I mean, I guess a best-case scenario for Richard Tice and Reform, maybe they come out, you know, 13, 14, 15%, something like that. They're able to say, look, actually, you know, we're now a third-place party. We're above the Lib Dems. We're above the Greens. We're now the serious alternative to the big 2 parties. This is, you know, this is still already, I think, a good night for Reform.
No, really, really interesting stuff, because to some extent, all by-elections have a narrative. All by-elections are thought of in the past of being, to some extent, a moment or a part of a journey. We can point to the by-elections that were turning points in the rise of UKIP. We can point to Eastleigh. We can point to Rochester and Stroud, to Clacton. Will tonight be one of those turning points, Matt?
Well, let's see just how high the vote goes here in Wellingborough. I think what is clear is that Reform have established themselves as you know, a party that is delivering on the polling expectations. And let's be honest, a lot of people were sniffy about Reform a few months ago in the polling community. They said their vote was inflated. They said it was exaggerated.
Well, there was no evidence to show that it was...
That's clearly not the case. Now, if you look at who's voting for Reform, 1 in 4 of Boris Johnson's voters have gone over to Reform already, about a quarter of the Brexit vote. There's a lot more growth, actually, for Reform than people appreciate. There's a lot more growth, both from the undecided and Labour voters and disillusioned Conservatives. So let's see where they are. We've got the Rochdale by-election, we've got local elections coming up. You know, it's going to be a busy spring. We've got potentially a long, hot summer with, you know, small boats and all of that stuff that's going to kick in. We've seen the remarkable statistics this week. 1.3% of people who arrived on the small boats have been removed from the country. 1.3%. This is all helping Reform. It's all adding to a sense that nobody in number 10 is really in control of these big issues, which, of course, are the most important issues for 2019 Conservatives. Stopping the boats is their number 1 priority.
I think one of the things that you need to look at in Wellingborough is there's many, many more, about 3 times as many candidates there. I think it's about 10 or 11 candidates.
Yeah.
So that'll give us a very, very good idea where the votes are splitting to, what's actually happening there. There's also a candidate standing in Wellingborough on Stop the Boats. It'll be interesting. So that's all their stand.
There's also Nick the Flying Brick from the Monster Raving Loony Party.
I love them. I love them. They're a great party.
There's also one Nick Wood, isn't there? Which is you think is sort of the anti-forest party.
Where are we?
But that will be very, very interesting to see what happens. But I think when you said if Reform UK do well in Wellingborough, does this change the weather? I think the weather's changed already, in all honesty. I think this really is not just a flash in the pan. This is an extraordinary result. And it gives me no pleasure to say that, to be perfectly honest.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
As a Labour man, why doesn't it delight you that there's a split on the right?
It doesn't delight me because I don't like anything which actually leads to insecurity and instability in government. And I think that at the moment, Reform UK, it's so utterly radical. I mean, it's so totally radical.
But, Stephen,
it's
people
want
change. And you're arguing for the status quo to go on as it is. You're arguing, really, Tweedledum and Tweedledee. And what Reform voters are saying is we actually want change.
I agree, Nigel, but the thing is, you will go above all for proportional representation. You will do that. You'll be ludicrous for you not...
Well, to have a representative, a parliament representative of the voters wouldn't be bad, would it?
I'm sorry, if you lose the constituency link, then I'm sorry, I think democracy is...
But there is a way through that. Tony Blair, and you were there, Tony Blair appointed Roy Jenkins to say, have a look at this, come back with a proposal. The Jenkins Commission came back in '98 and said, as you've just said, the man or woman that represents Guildford, for argument's sake, is a very important link that works in our system. So what you do is you make Guildford a bigger constituency, you have a second vote with a top-up. And we're already doing it on the London Assembly, the Welsh Assembly, the Scottish Parliament, and that means that any view in Britain with significant support, over, say, 5%, gets a voice in the House of Commons.
It's known by the Boffins as additional member system. AV plus, additional member system, mixed member proportional, these are all words.
AV plus.
But it's used in New Zealand.
But Jenkins put this forward. Jenkins put this forward back in '98. And I actually think it gives us, as Stephen quite rightly says, knowing who the bod is you complain to.
But Nigel and Stephen, it also gives you two-tier MPs. It gives you MPs from the list and MPs from the constituency. And one of the big criticisms of electing people by a party list rather than by a constituency link is it's the party bosses who go on the top of that list.
What?
You get less independent, radical people.
Tom, you're right, it's imperfect. But you are speaking to the human being that never in the history of British electoral politics have more votes been given for such little reward.
You have actually mentioned that before.
So I'm somewhat bitter. I admit it. I'm somewhat bitter about it.
But Tom, I mean, I was most closely involved with the situation in Northern Ireland, where we didn't just have AV and PR. We had a thing called the DeHont.
STV.
Well, we had the DeHont.
That's what we used for the European Parliament.
Which is we copied from that, and it was sort of fettered by it was even more complicated than that, and that's where
it's a peculiar formula that is applied to the vote, and it just removes that sense that you know what you're voting for.
Well, absolutely so, because you've got multiple votes within constituency.
It doesn't. It does not.
Nigel Farage, you defending the French-sounding...
Don't forget.
We actually had a thing called the Droop quotient.
I can't believe where this conversation has gone. We go Droop quotient, STV, AMS, DeHont. Shall we return to reality?
In 1999, all those years ago, I could say to voters in the southeast of England, if you vote for me and we get 9-10% of the vote, I will become one of your MEPs. Do you know what? They jolly well did.
But, you know, everybody talks about reform until election reform until they win a majority. And on the numbers we're seeing, you know, we're looking at a Labour majority in this election. So I think Labour will hint and they'll show a bit of leg when it comes to PR and so on. But the national polling, we're still looking at a pretty comprehensive Labour victory.
Well, look what's happened in London. In London, we've gone in the other direction.
It's going to be interesting to see Rishi Sunak's reaction tomorrow morning. It's going to be interesting to see because, you know, don't forget, this is going to... Of 11 by-elections he'll have presided over, he's only won one of those, and that was Boris Johnson's former seat. So this guy is an election loser. And remember what they said when he came in? The adults are back in charge. Well, the adults are losing pretty much everything they're campaigning in at the moment.
How does he respond
on the day
to
we
this?
go into recession? And that was one of the 5 pledges that Sunak made in the country. And that's very important, I think.
Matt, how does he respond to this? Because he's sacked Suella Braverman. He has employed David Cameron. Fundamentally, some people might argue he's alienated a certain section of the vote that used to vote Conservative and might be looking to other parties
He's
now.
lost half of the Conservative vote.
Well, he hasn't lost half.
Only half of the 2019 Conservative voters are currently saying they're going to vote Conservative in the next election. Only half of them, OK? Look, let's be frank.
You could say he's failed to build upon
it. The Conservative Party is going to keep Sunak in office to soak up a heavy election defeat. They're not going to dump him before the next election. I'd be amazed if they did that.
You couldn't have six MPs.
They're going to leave him there.
5 years.
But the deeper problem facing the Conservative Party is if you look at who's left after a heavy defeat, all Southern, all Oxbridge, mainly socially liberal, no Red Wall MPs, I don't think there's any Northern MPs, all gone. So the party then is going to face a real dilemma. What is it? What does it believe? Who's it going to win back? How's it going to create a new electorate, having lost all of these working-class voters, all of these people from, the East Coast and the North West and the industrial heartlands? An enormous opportunity, actually, for something new in British.
Well, once every 50, 100 years, you get a sea change in politics. 1918, the Labour Party won a remarkable number of MPs. 1924, Ramsay Mac becomes the first Labour Prime Minister. The Liberal Party never, ever got back from that. Canada... back in '92, saw a Conservative Party in government.
Eventually, a reunification of Reform and the Progressive Conservatives into the Conservatives.
Well, they went down to one seat, if you remember.
Two seats.
Two. Yes, the really interesting thing is...
the number. Outrageous, sir.
I was 100% out. I was always told, when I first cut my teeth in politics, I was told that Labour would never win again because the docks had gone, the mines had gone, the shipbuilding had gone, the steel... And, in fact, the Labour core industrial vote had disappeared. It was now a middle-class country with middle-class vote. So
the Labour Party became middle class.
And Prescott said, they're sort of keeping coal in the B days. With that middle class. And so the point was we had to actually create a new constituency. And that's the situation Nigel has put his finger absolutely on it. Where is that constituency? At the moment, it's in the sort of rural hinterlands of Suffolk. But that doesn't actually spread far beyond.
But this happened in 1997. Yeah. People wrote endless opinion columns that the Conservative Party was doomed, was over, would never rise again, especially after 2001, when the Conservative Party, after 4 years of the Labour Party in power, added one extra seat to their total.
Or Castle Point?
Ooh, it was really good question. I'll get back to you on it. I thought I was pretty impressive with knowing they just got one extra seat. We'll look at that. But
I think
the
it was
fact
Castle
was they
Point.
cycled through a couple of leaders looking around for strategies, and they settled upon David Cameron.
But remember that Blair had, and to be fair, still has, the most extraordinary charisma. I mean, I watched Blair as an MEP when he took over the presidency of the European Council. I mean, the guy, you can agree or disagree. Forget the politics. The guy has an aura.
He's in that pantheon with Thatcher.
He can speak.
And Bill Clinton.
He doesn't need notes. He knows what he wants to talk about. He gets it. Blair was an astonishing figure. And I didn't like much of what he did, but he's an astonishing figure. And Starmer's not, which is the really interesting part of all of this. And that's why potentially, despite the first past the post system, British politics is more open to change than it's ever been. We've got a Conservative Party that is seen by half of its 2019 voters as having betrayed what it promised. And then literally, in the bread wall, it's betrayal. On the immigration stuff and everything else, they are furious. A Labour Party led by a man who professionally is very competent and very clever and very decent and honest, but has got no charisma at all.
Honest? You turning on every leadership election pledge? Honest?
What I mean is he's not a liar. He's a flip-flopper. That's a very different...
What's the distinction between being a flip-flopper and being a liar?
Well, because you say one thing at one moment you believe in and then you change it.
One's a pragmatist.
One changes their mind a lot and the other just lies.
That is not a liar. Boris got labelled as a liar. No one says that Starmer's a liar. They say that he's a flip-flopper. I've never seen, we'll see what the other boys think of this, but I've never seen two more uninspiring leaders in personality terms in my life, and that's where the gap is.
You see that in the polling. I mean, Starmer's ratings are low. They're
what
not
about
great.
Ed Davey?
I mean, Blair, people forget this. Blair had a leadership rating of plus 50. You just don't see that. You don't see that today. Starmer's on plus 12. Sunak's on -20, his government's -60. His government's where Prince Andrew is in the royal ratings, right? I mean, this is a very unpopular government. Starmer's not setting the world on fire. What's going to be interesting is, of course, if these by-elections, if both of them go Labour's way, Labour end up winning the election, how soon is it until Labour have to start breaking their manifesto pledges? Because what they're going to take over is an economy that's in the toilet, as we learned today, no serious growth strategy, large-scale migration, clearly the wrong kind of migration, contributing not a lot to the economy, London-centric, high tax, overloaded state. I mean, if you were Keir Starmer, would you want to take this?
Sorry, listen to Wes Streeting when you talk about a radical party. What Wes Streeting is saying about the NHS is extraordinary. That's
yes, I agree with that.
If we're talking about politicians in the calibre of Thatcher and Blair, isn't Wes Streeting someone who can command a room in a way that Keir Starmer never could?
I have to say, I do think he's a very impressive. Yeah. In fact, probably the most impressive.
But he said that the NHS is a service, not a shrine. But I think the point about Reform UK, you're going to have to start getting some councillors. You're going to have to start building up your urban, your base in the town hall.
You're absolutely right. That takes time. But Stephen, the other point that you sort of half muttered and you were...
You've got a very short amount of time, Nigel.
...was that Ed Davey, the Lib Dems, should be booming at the moment. They're going nowhere.
Well, it's just coming up to 3 a.m. A crucial year starts here. Vote 2024, the people decide. Wellingborough by-election result is imminent. We've just learnt that Labour have won the first by-election of the night in Kingswood. The Wellingborough result is, as I say, imminent. We'll bring you that as soon as possible. This is GB News, Britain's election channel at 3 in the morning. We'll take you through the night here on GB News, Britain's election channel. Earlier, we spoke to the successful Labour candidate in Kingswood, Damien Egan. Here's how he reacted.
But no, I'd like to think that we won the election on our own back by working hard and getting a good message out there to the voters of Kingswood.
And here's how GB News presenter Nigel Farage reacted to the result earlier.
Right. The Conservative Party is not right. In 14 years of Conservative government, the whole agenda has shifted ever leftwards. This is a Conservative Party of big state, high tax, mass immigration. This is not a right-wing Conservative Party. It's not even centre-right. It's actually just to the left of the political spectrum. There is now a massive gap on the moderate, genuine, sensible, grown-up centre-right of British politics. And what you've seen in Kingswood and what you will see in Wellingborough in an hour's time is that gap is beginning to be filled.
GB News national reporter Theo Chikomba is in Thornbury at the count for Kingswood. Theo, what is happening on the ground?
Good morning to you. Yes, well, very good morning to you. Just after 3 a.m. and the newly elected Damien Egan has been speaking to GB News and he's saying work starts now. And of course, they anticipated we'll be wrapping up around 3, but it was about an hour earlier. Now, we do know this was a vacant seat following Chris Skidmore leaving that seat following his almost protest against the government's green policy. Now, in terms of what we've heard from him this morning, he's saying he's looking forward to work on some of those issues. We've heard about cost of living, infrastructure in the town centres. One example he mentioned was dentists. We were over in St Paul's just last week where hundreds of people were queuing up for a dental appointment, and he's saying this is one of many issues, including school places, which people were saying to him as he campaigned for around 5 weeks. Now, Damien Egan also in Kingswood across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country with a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you can't just move forward. Now, we also heard from Reform's candidate, Rupert Lowe, who spoke to us just a few moments ago, and he was saying Reform's share 10% of the vote in Kingswood represents its best performance in a by-election so far in this parliament and is up from 5% from 4 that the party achieved in the Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire by-elections, respectively, in October 2023. So the work here for Damien Egan is going to begin. He is confident, he's happy. He thanked his family and all of those who helped him to campaign over the last couple of weeks. But of course, the journey begins from today.
Well, Theo Chikomba, thank you very much for bringing us that latest report. We are going to be talking about the latest results. Of course, we've heard from Kingswood and we're still expecting Wellingborough to come to us. Here is the scene of the count in Wellingborough. Not yet are we seeing candidates up on stage, but we had been told we were expecting the result around 3 o'clock. So we're keeping our eagle, beady eyes on this result. But joining me now in the studio is Mark Littlewood, the leader of the popular Conservatives, Popcorn, and Aaron Bastani, co-founder of Novara Media. Now, Mark, if there's one thing we can say about the results we've got so far, the Conservatives aren't popular.
No, that's true enough. I mean, I think there are some things that the Conservatives can do to become more popular. It was an epic piece of trolling by me to call my new initiative Popular Conservatism, but I think Conservatism can be popular. And my guess is, I heard Rupert Lowe on your show earlier, I mean, he was running on a fairly conservative platform, right? I mean, he was talking about a smaller state getting tax down, tackling the quangocracy and the bureaucracy. I imagine he appealed to quite a good number of conservative voters or conservatively inclined people. I would just say this about the Kingswood result. You can't put a particularly great gloss on it, right? A 16% or so swing against the Conservatives is bad, but not as horrific as it has been for the Conservatives in recent by-elections. Kingswood won't exist at the next election, but let's imagine that the election this autumn was held on the same boundaries as 2019. Kingswood would have been, I think, the 337th seat Labour would win, so they would need to win a seat like that to have a majority of 20. They won it, but in a by-election circumstance and not by a colossal margin. So I'm not saying that the result for the Conservatives is good in Kingswood, but it's probably not apocalyptic or oblivion-like either.
But Mark Littlewood, if we were talking about this by-election in Kingswood in isolation, had we not seen the results in some of these other, in Mid-Bedfordshire, for example, overturning a colossal majority, this would seem like one of the highest Tory to Labour swings in a by-election in history. In fact, if we ignore this Parliament, it would, I think, be the highest Tory to Labour swing in a by-election in history.
But that's exactly my point, Tom. We're obviously comparing the Conservatives from a very, very low base, right? But this result is not as bad as Mid-Bedfordshire, by quite some margin, not as apocalyptic. It is still bad for the Conservatives, but nothing on those scales. So are you potentially seeing just the early signs of a perhaps modest swing back to the Conservatives? I don't think there's enough in the national polling to make those judgments yet. There was one poll suggesting that the Labour lead, had been cut to 12% that we saw earlier this week. Still a colossal margin, easily enough for Labour to win, but possibly an uptick in Conservative fortunes.
Well, that is the brightest spin I have heard today. Oh, no, sorry, that's rude to call it a spin. That's the brightest analysis I have heard for the Conservatives' prospects. Aaron Bastani, you're not a big fan of Keir Starmer or of this leadership of the Labour Party, but surely you have to admit they're doing something right.
Well, they've done very well here, but I don't think what we're saying right now, I don't think it's a resounding endorsement of Keir Starmer. I think there's a few things at play. You've obviously talked about it a great deal this evening. Conservative voters are staying at home. And I actually think, as you said in Kingswood, this is a OK result for the Conservatives, given the massacres we've seen in the last 6 months to a year. And that difference between that margin between Labour and the Tories, of course, was slightly smaller than the Reform vote. And I think in a general election, were that constituency still there, the Tories would probably keep it. The big thing, we've not mentioned this, the big thing is interest rates, right? If interest rates have been cut by 0.5%, and if we'd just seen a little bit of economic growth rather than a recession, these are the things that are going to make the difference in a seat like Kingswood at a general election.
But Aaron, people don't necessarily have month-by-month changing rolling mortgages. People will have fixed-term mortgages for perhaps 2 years, meaning that if interest rates come down by 0.5% or whatever, there'll be a lot of people who are going from mortgages at sort of 2% interest to mortgages at maybe 4% interest, which is still doubling the interest rate. I mean, it's less bad than it would have been, but it's still a situation for them that is getting worse than it was before, even if interest rates are down.
Sure. The point is the Tories haven't got a story right now. They haven't got a story in terms of inflation being where they need it to be. It's fallen, but by the way, it's ticking back up again. Mortgage rates and interest rates generally are still very high. Growth is nowhere. They thought maybe we can pull a rabbit out of a hat with regards to tax cuts. That's now been spiked. We're going to see potentially a 2p tax cut. That's not going to happen either. So it's really hard to see how, apart from the over 65s, the people who've bought their houses out outright, they're going to vote for the Tories regardless, generally speaking. Take those out of it. For the working age population, the Conservatives have to offer them something. Doesn't mean they're going to vote Labour, by the way. They just might not bother. And right now, between interest rates, between inflation, and between probably an absence of tax cuts, there isn't very much. I think, by the way, we had the pleasure of seeing Rishi Sunak on Monday in Darlington. Very competent man, very genial, very sweet. But look, if your mortgage bills are up £600 on a year ago and your energy bill is double what it was 3 years ago, that's not going to cut the mustard. And I think Starmer isn't infusing people, but I think Kingswood in particular is interesting because he probably can just get over the line.
Sorry, who can just get over the line?
I think this is an indication that Labour will probably get a majority on that result, and of course it's not even going to exist next time, of say 30 to 40. The big variable is...
Rather than a 1997-style watershed.
Yeah, the big variable is reform, and we'll see about this second result in a minute. Look, if reform get a national vote of, say, 15%, more than UKIP got in 2015, which would be extraordinary, then the Tories are in big trouble. If we do have some kind of rapprochement like we saw between the Brexit Party and the Tories in 2019... different story.
But again, we're talking about this idea of splits on the right. And Mark, there used to be 5 families. Some people now say that there are 6 families. You head one of them. Is the right just too divided?
No, because there's not an electoral divide there. I think what hurts a political party is when you get divisions around personalities. You know, one faction trying to dislodge the Prime Minister, another faction rallying behind him, different candidates positioning. That's damaging. I don't think there's any problem in a large mainstream political party having a whole bunch of people trying to put forward slightly different and nuanced analyses and views. That's what PopCon's about. We've made it very plain we're not trying to get rid of Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister.
Is that why you disinvited Simon Clarke from attending your launch event?
Yeah,
Simon Clarke, of course, the former Cabinet Minister who called for Rishi Sunak to resign.
That's right, yes, that is why we disinvited him. I've got a great deal of respect for Simon. I mean, I know Andrea Jenkins as well has called for Sunak to go. They're entitled individually to make those calls, but I think it's that sort of stuff that undermines confidence in a party. Not that you've got a group called One Nation and another group called the Conservative Growth Group and another group called PopCons. The electorate don't care about that being divisive. It's when you marshal yourself as a circular firing squad. That's, I think, supremely unhelpful. And actually, for all of the poor opinion poll rating for the Conservatives, I think there's quite a lot more intellectual vigour on the right of British politics at the moment than on the left. Who are the 5 or 6 families in the Labour Party? What are the big intellectual discussions the Labour Party are having? Not very many of them.
Although, Mark, what some people might say is that this was the criticism of many people of Tony Blair, that he squashed dissent, that he forced everyone to read from a little pledge card, that we had soundbite politics, politicians all sounding the same, and all of those criticisms might well have been true, that there was very little dissent and it was all squashed out. But it was electorally successful.
It was, but under Blair, you wouldn't have seen this fiasco happening in Rochdale. I can tell you that. That would never have occurred under the Blairite Labour Party. The vetting... I'm not privy to what exactly the vetting processes are that the Labour Party's got, but they're going to have to be completely overhauled once again. So that doesn't suggest... Well, you can't necessarily say it's ill-discipline. I mean, they ummed and ahed about it, but it suggests that the party machine is not necessarily the slickest and most focused it could be. So, look, I mean, the Labour Party's well ahead in the opinion polls. There's no doubt about that. I think on all historical comparisons, the Conservatives will require the biggest swing back since democracy began if they're to prevail at the next election. But it's very febrile out there. It really is. And I know everybody talks about the undecideds and the don't knows, but I think there's a vast swathe of people who have not made up their mind one way or the other. There's a heck of a lot to play for. That might play into Labour's hands, or the Conservatives, or Reform, or indeed one of the other small parties.
Aaron Bassani, what do you make of that?
Well, I would say that there are a fair few fiascos under Tony Blair and the Labour Party. Of course, there was the Frank Dobson, Ken Livingstone farrago in terms of the London mayor. So, you know, his control of the party machine wasn't always top-notch, although before 1997 it certainly was. What I would say is, in terms of the 5 families in the Tory party, you can do that. You can have that wonderful environment and atmosphere of academic and intellectual debate if you have a charismatic leader at the top who's calling the shots. The Tories don't have that. OK? If you've got Harold Wilson or you've got Margaret Thatcher, you can have those conversations, and when push comes to shove, the gaffer decides. The Tories do not have that, and I think that's what they're lacking the most. Look, Gordon Brown in 2010 gets 28% of the vote. There's a hung parliament. That can happen for the Tories. It can happen. You have to have a very efficient vote, right votes in the right places. You've not got the person to do it. I look at Rishi Sunak and I think, great Chancellor, great Finance Secretary, great Under-Secretary to the Treasury, right? I do not think PM, and that's no...
Well, Aaron, you just described him as sweet, which I think could be damning with faint praise.
It's not meant to be an insult to him, and I think, finally, I'll say this. The problem for the Tories is we can talk about ideas and we can talk about polling and resources and the media. They don't have the personnel. They do not have the talent on the Tory benches. Ben Habib, who's running for the Brexit Party...
I keep doing that.
...for reform. Ben Habib, I've met him many times on here. Very impressive man, more impressive than 90% of Tory MPs.
And, Mark, isn't there something in that? Margaret Thatcher, when she was Prime Minister, would have people who disagreed with her in her cabinet. She would relish it. She'd want people to challenge her, and she'd want to win, but she'd want to have that fierce debate over the cabinet table. Every single biography of every single minister of hers says the same thing. And yet, your great friend Liz Truss, when she became Prime Minister, was accused of having no dissent around her cabinet table. Do you think that was a big mistake?
Yes, I think it probably was. And there's a danger perhaps that's being repeated by Rishi as well, that the cabinet is not very big tent-ish, right? So Liz put around the table, I think there was only one cabinet minister who had not voted for her in the leadership election. I haven't done the math on the Sunak cabinet, but about the same. Be careful, though. I mean, Margaret Thatcher, I think there's an anecdote about her early in office where she sort of had a piece of paper and on the left-hand side of it wrote down the other cabinet ministers who agreed with her. On the right-hand side, the cabinet ministers who didn't.
I think
she could only find 2. She could only find 2 initially. So then there was a purging of the wets. You need to stress test your ideas, but you need allies around.
Just ideological wets. It was also, to some extent, personality and also, frankly, poshness.
Yeah, and a kind of patrician attitude, which she railed against. But yeah, I mean, look, governments of any stripe need to be broadly based. You need to be a broad church, not so broad that you're a cathedral, but a broad church, nevertheless. And I think that's the best way to stress test policies, try to get the right answers, not to be worried or concerned about internal debate, as long as it's about policy, as long as it's not about political manoeuvring.
Now, earlier we spoke to Jacob Rees-Mogg, who is, of course, a neighbouring seat to that of Kingswood. Let's have a listen to what Jacob Rees-Mogg said when he was in Thornbury for us. He had a message for Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
You should always listen to the voters. If voters aren't voting for you, you have to ask why. Why are we not inspiring Conservatives to turn out and vote in these circumstances? What is it? When you look back to Margaret Thatcher, you could see that she was doing things that were unpopular but necessary, and she needed to get them done. They were essential for the benefit of the country, but they weren't going to be leading to people cheering from the rooftops as they were implemented. The question for us now is, what should our message to Conservatives be?
Well, that was Jacob Rees-Mogg speaking at the last result, the result in Kingswood, where, of course, the Labour Party won an extra MP against the Conservative Party. We're still waiting for that result in Wellingborough. We were told to expect that result 17 minutes ago, but it should be coming very, very soon indeed. Delighted to be joined back by James Crouch from Opinium Research. Now, James, Opinium has come under some fire in the polling community for perhaps having smaller Labour leads than some of the other polling organisations. But you did get it bang on in Kingswood, and you do something different with your turnout modelling. Could you explain what that means?
So, at the moment, what we do is we say that there's a very large number of don't knows, and they are generally coming from one place. They're generally coming from the Conservative Party. So what that means is that if you just leave them as don't know. The actual people who go into that final headline figure tend to look much more Labour than the country would do generally. So what we do is we take them out and then we reweight the final people who are in our poll to actually look like how the country voted last time. So you kind of get around the fact that loads of Conservatives are saying don't know.
So you sort of skew the don't knows Conservative and do some clever maths.
Yes.
And you think that's a more accurate way of doing the polling than just ignoring the don't knows?
Well, it's more accurate probably than just ignoring the don't knows, but also we've all learnt as an industry from 2015, 2017 especially, to not do artificial things with the don't knows. So not to automatically assume they'll go back to the Conservative Party or, move over in whatever direction. To do sensible things that make
Using real data from last time.
Yes, is much better, but also not to do artificial things with your polling, to move people around because you make assumptions about how they might vote.
Which was the big problem in 2017 when people saw the Labour Party rise and it didn't fit with the media narrative and polling organisations almost said, well, that can't be right, let's do some clever and ridiculous maths to make it look more like we feel like it should be.
Well, of course, every single electoral event is always different from the last one. And you're always having that struggle of basically fighting the last battle when actually really you should be fighting the next one. So 2015, 2017, we had an awful lot of basic electoral events to work through. Fortunately, we managed to get the referendum right. 2017, all as an industry, we all had the problems we all had. For 2019, I think we managed to work through a lot of those. So even though I know that we managed to get it spot on, actually the industry as a whole all managed to do it pretty well.
It's fair to say that the opinion polling industry in the last few years has been doing a lot better, getting a lot more things a lot more spot on. Aaron Bastani, how much attention should political actors be paying to polls, given that they are a snapshot, not a prediction, as Lord Ashcroft always says? Does it matter if a poll says one thing 8 months out from a general election?
Well, I think in an election context, they're hugely important. And we saw this in 2017. It's fascinating you talk about this, because there's what sociologists call reflexivity. You have a phenomenon, people look at the phenomenon, and it creates a feedback loop. And what we saw in the 2017 general election was, of course, Labour start quite poorly, low expectations, they do slightly well. The story becomes, well, Labour is surprising expectations. And then that feeds back and feeds back and feeds back. Now, the Tories would want to do something similar in the 2024 or potentially 2025 general election. Easier said than done. However, they are starting from a low base. If in the next 2, 3, 4 months they can start to poll consistently in the low 30s, which, by the way, is still a John Major-style result in 1997, but nonetheless, that itself could be a phenomenon that gives them some impetus, some momentum. So, in and of themselves, I don't think polls are particularly important this far out, but it can be a spur to create a different kind of narrative, a positive story, even if they're losing these by-elections.
And Mark, this is where by-elections also become very, very important. No one thought of Keir Starmer as a strong figure until he started winning. And then winning almost begets winning. It's almost as if once you've won, people go, oh, he's won that, he must be successful, he must be strong, he must be... And then all of these attributes get applied. Similarly, with Rishi Sunak, starts losing, people start thinking, instead of being Super Chancellor, he's somehow a weaker figure. It's almost like a snowball effect that often happens.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, it generates momentum, it changes morale. They have a huge impact. I mean, I don't think you can read into a by-election result that people would necessarily have voted that way if it had been general election day. Typically, the government will perform better on general election day than in a by-election because people can vote, if you like, more flippantly or cast a protest vote knowing that the future of the government is not at stake. But of course they matter for morale, and the Conservatives have been on with the single exception of holding the Uxbridge by-election to the surprise of many pollsters and pundits. They go into most by-elections expecting to get thrashed. I mean, that is the honest starting point. I don't think there was anybody in the Conservative Party who thought, oh, we'll probably win Kingswood and comfortably hold Wellingborough. I mean, you're almost writing them off before they start. So then it all goes to the expectations. So I come back to this point. There's nothing to applaud about a 16% swing against your party, but it is not quite as grim and apocalyptic as some of the other experiences that the Conservative Party have had. And we'll see if that's repeated in Wellingborough, which I strongly suspect the Labour Party will win. But are we going to see a swing of that sort of nature. It's going to have to be a little higher than Kingswood if Labour's to prevail. I still think they will. So these are, if you like, the results so far for the Conservatives is definitely on the very, very bleak end of the spectrum, but it's not on the truly catastrophic end of the spectrum that we were seeing in the previous by-elections that you referenced, Tom.
The start, almost, of a recovery narrative. Although it has to be said, this morning, yesterday morning, polling day morning, it was almost the worst set of headlines that the Conservative Party could possibly have imagined. Britain is in recession.
Yeah. Yes, it is a very bad headline. And I think if you actually really want to get to the economic story of it, and it's perfectly true to say that the numbers show we're in a recession, but really the problem, the truth is, we're about flatlining. I mean, you're right, whether we're going backwards by 0.1% or going forwards by 0.1% does determine whether you're in a technical recession or not. But really, I think the problem out in the country is people are not feeling they're getting richer. It's basically, if you look for the last 5 years, I mean, with the exception that we go backwards under the COVID lockdowns and swiftly recover it, but basically economic growth is a flat line. Yeah. So this is why Rachel Reeves is saying that the continual question the Labour Party will put to the electorate is, are you feeling richer than 4 or 5 years ago? And there won't be many people that honestly answer yes to that question. They'll be feeling about the same, and people expect to get richer over a 5-year period.
And Aaron, that is precisely the question, the answer that we often hear. It's not oppositions who win elections, it's governments who lose them.
Absolutely. On the point of the data from this morning, even more interesting is that over the last 2 years, on a per capita basis, which is the thing that really matters, GDP per person, there's 68 million of us, that's actually lower now than it was 2 years ago. And then, of course, we have COVID and the recovery from that. But broadly speaking, like you say, Mark, over the last 5 years, per person, we're poorer. Productivity has broadly stayed the same for about, since 2008 now, getting on 16 years. Productivity is how much output each person is creating.
But this isn't a British disease. This is a European disease.
Well, that's not saying much, because Europe's not great, but that's partly right.
I'm
that's partly true.
Britain in that.
That's partly true.
This part of the world has seen sclerotic growth.
Well, the Netherlands hasn't. You know, the Netherlands
in recession.
Yeah, but its economy, if you look at its output per person, is about 35% higher than here. And if you actually look at it since 2008, it is doing somewhat better. I appreciate your point.
A terrible early 2010.
Well, because you've got Germany, France, Italy. These are the three largest economies in the Eurozone. But I get your point. I mean, they're all really struggling.
And ultimately, the point that I'm trying to make here is that if we look across the European Union, if we look at Britain, if we look at Japan, these are all countries that have low or no growth.
And you're seeing the electoral consequences of that. Look across Europe, you're seeing some new parties being voted for, and the mainstream suffering.
But Mark, what I want to get to is that the rich developed country that bucks that trend is the United States of America.
Yeah, that's true.
Why?
Well, I mean, it has a more free market capitalist model around it, I would say. I know those on the left will say it's Joe Biden's sort of colossal fiscal stimulus package, which I think is more of a sugar rush than an underlying strength in the economy. But it is more of a low-tax, less regulated economy than most of Western Europe. It's tilted in a social democratic direction rather than a more free market direction over recent years, but it still has that edge over us. But even the US numbers are not historically spectacular. They're only spectacular in comparison to the absolute paucity of growth in most of the rest of the West.
2.5% compared to 0.25%.
Yeah, that should be the norm, 2.53%. Shouldn't be considered heroic.
Aaron, you probably want to come back on that.
Why is the US wealthier than Britain or, let's say, France or Germany? Look, fundamentally, we're dealing with a continent, not a country. It's got infinity hydrocarbons, it's got infinity farmland. These are big factors of production. So
cheap energy,
and of course then the rebuttal is from somebody on the right to somebody like me, some eco warrior on the left. Well, then we should be fracking. We should be drilling for oil and gas. That would clearly help GDP. There's the point then of, well, OK, what are our priorities? But finally, look, if we had a conversation and it was, let's drill for oil and gas and it'll pay for infrastructure across the country, we can modernise our economy, we can, even if you want to create tax incentives for businesses, I'm up for that. What would happen really under the Conservatives? Let's be honest, they'd scrap inheritance tax. They would do little tax giveaways to their friends. So I am open to all kinds of conversations around what we do with hydrocarbons. I don't trust the Tories to do it properly.
Well, I should remind everyone that we are waiting for this result in Wellingborough. We have been hearing that it has been imminent for quite some time, but we're trying to scurry around and find information on the ground where we have a reporter. But back to the macro level of this, zooming out from this by-election to the political consequences. James Crouch, opinion pollster. By-elections can sometimes have knock-on effects to not just the standing of a party in an opinion poll, but also, frankly, machinations within Westminster.
Well, it's frequently kind of believed that the Eastbourne by-election was the thing that basically did for Margaret Thatcher, was one of the first things it did for Margaret Thatcher. And then, actually, I guess really we were thinking earlier on that actually you can trace the fall of Boris Johnson effectively all the way back to North Shropshire. And the huge by-election loss there. So they have a huge impact. I think one of the really big things that's done the damage for the Conservative Party and has helped Labour is that these big by-election wins have meant that the Labour Party holds together. So even with the huge debates over Israel and Palestine, they are still relatively holding together and keeping as a unified force, whereas the Conservative Party is very fractious, very ready to criticise the government, and it, as you can see from these by-elections, clearly seems to be deserving criticism.
But it always depends on what the predominant issue is on the day, because we did see a 7-point drop in a couple of in one poll at the start of this week, and that was all in the midst of, although not after the point that the Rochdale candidate Azhar Ali was dropped as a candidate by the official backing of Labour, but in the midst of that scandal, we did see a significant drop for the Labour Party. Does it show perhaps a very narrow path where if the Conservatives basically shut up, perhaps the splits within Labour get a bit more to the fore?
Well, there's definitely something in saying if the Conservative Party stopped infighting, it would help the Conservative Party. I don't think that's
not particularly controversial.
Yeah, I don't think that's particularly controversial.
Not Einstein moment there.
But I do think that the problems that Keir Starmer's had this week might be why we're seeing Conservatives down 20, Labour up 10. Because what you might have expected to see, if we were talking about, for example, the Tamworth by-election, is Tories down 20, Labour up 20. So it's where is that Conservative vote going? Because it's not going back to the Conservative Party, but they're looking for a new place to vent their anger and dissatisfaction. And it should be going to Labour, or that's what they'd want it to be.
Now, an issue we haven't touched on much in this conversation is, of course, the Reform Party matching their national polling figures. There had been a big debate as to whether this was sort of a mirage, as to whether Reform, that vote was a very internet-based thing that only if people paying attention to politics sort of knew what they were. Mark, I suppose this is some evidence, at least Kingswood is some evidence, that it's sort of broken into the vaguely mainstream.
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, again, it's all kind of, you know, how do you compare apples and pears? So here are some numbers to look at. If you were to go back to the 2015 general election, where I think you can fairly compare UKIP, as then was, to the Reform Party today, not quite a direct successor, but nearly. Well, UKIP got across the nation as a whole, I think it was about 14% of the vote. In Kingswood, they got 15% of the vote in a general election, not a by-election where you might expect them to hoover up more protest votes, 15% in Kingswood. So they haven't matched that today, even though they have gone to double figures. And in Wellingborough, they got 19% of the vote in a general election vote, not in a by-election. UKIP were doing quite spectacularly well in some by-elections. They were polling higher than what was reflected in the opinion poll. So we heard from Nigel Farage earlier, the honorary president of Reform, and I think an awful lot of this goes into whether they've really got the infrastructure. We've already heard today that they've thrown more resources at Wellingborough, and poor Rupert Lowe was sort of on his own with a dozen or so people leafleting in Kingswood.
But that sort of shows the latent support.
Well, it does show the latent support, but the problem they're going to have in a general election is you're not going to be fighting 2 constituencies on the same day. You're going to be fighting 600. which are you really going to throw resources at? I doubt Rupert Lowe will have even 20 people with him because they'll all be candidates in other constituencies. So I think that the real question for reform is not that there isn't latent support there, but there clearly is. It would be remiss to ignore it. It's a reasonably good showing by Rupert Lowe in Kingswood, but it's not yet up to the UKIP levels. And I think there is a question, which Nigel Farage was very honest about whether they really have got the infrastructure to fight 600 seats on the same day. I would question that.
UKIP built up over a number of years with the help of the European elections, which were under a different electoral system, and with the help of 2 MP defections. We forget the only by-elections that UKIP actually won had the advantage of being the candidate had been the previous MP as well. Aaron Bastani, is it possible that reform could be on a similar path to where UKIP was?
Well, I think the ceiling for reform is a lot higher because it's not a single-issue party. And I think people are upset, discontented with politics. They're not happy with how it's conducted. They don't think their preferences are reflected by mainstream politicians. And I was actually very surprised to hear Nigel Farage earlier on speaking to you, and he said, well, look, if we got 5 million votes and 3 seats, that wouldn't be enough. And I thought, my goodness, what a launch pad. Because it's not like with Brexit. The things that you're campaigning on, your position on green issues, on social rights, on how the uni party isn't working, that is only going to grow, my friend. That is not going away. And so I think, look, you get councillors, you get local activists, you get that base. What an opportunity. So I was very surprised to hear that.
Do you think that was... If we were talking to Richard Tice, he'd be delighted with 3 MPs. But we were talking with Nigel Farage. Now, Nigel has led 2 parties to 2 national election victories, albeit under a different electoral system. He is probably thinking about what he is going to do for the next 5 years. Does he want to be one of 3 MPs raising local issues on the green benches, getting 1 question at Prime Minister's Questions every 3 months? Or does he want to be zipping around the United States on Air Force One? I mean, I can see which is more attractive there.
Sure, I get that. But look, here's the thing. You do that for 1 parliament. And I'm saying this as somebody on the left, right? But I'm trying to be an objective political analyst for your audience out there. You do that for 5 years, and those 3 MPs are a launch. And how many places do you finish second in, right? Or third?
And you find where your vote is, and where to...
You build the machine, you get the data, you get the software, you can pay for the Facebook ads next time. That 3 can become 43. So there is a real opportunity there. And I say, look, the main thing is we can talk about data, Westminster. It's not just Tory voters that are going to go to reform, right? Your ceiling is people who are really disaffected in politics right now. That is millions and millions of people. Huge challenge, but it's there.
And that group of millions and millions of people, Mark, is what Popular Conservative, Popcon, your group, is trying to tap into.
That's right. I mean, I don't agree with Nigel Farage and Richard Tice on everything, but I agree with them on quite a lot. My analysis would be that despite what Aaron rightly says about potentially the ceiling for reform's quite high, but I think the floor is quite low as well, that you could imagine their vote, I don't know, retreating back to 5%, them not having the campaigning infrastructure to really be able to mount a nationwide campaign, finding it difficult to find 650 strong candidates. Both of their candidates in this by-election are very strong candidates. True. But they probably don't have 650 such people. So I definitely don't think they should be taken for granted. I mean, on what Farage does next, I mean, Tom, you did the very best on several occasions to try and wheedle out of him whether he might run for Clapton, whether he'll take a role in the campaign.
I'm not going to get a Pulitzer for any of those.
My guess is that Nigel Farage will be thinking, what does the centre-right of British politics look like after the election if the Conservatives are in opposition? And I hear a bit about what Aaron's saying about perhaps if there were 3 or 4 of them who somehow got into Parliament with a base of millions of voters, he could build from there. But I wonder whether he actually in future wants to be a candidate for Parliament wearing the Conservative blue rosette, not the Reform Party slightly turquoise rosette. I mean, that must be in his mind. He's obviously, and he's not really being coy about it. In newspaper articles, he's saying he's trying to weigh up exactly what to do and what the future should look like.
Well, Aaron, you were saying 3 MPs is a great launchpad. Say the Conservative Party crashes to 100 MPs. That's a bigger launchpad.
True, but yeah, again, Nigel was talking about, the breakthrough of the Labour Party at the start of the 20th century. Yeah, so he's clearly got that in his mind. And I do think, thankfully for the Tories, Starmer isn't charismatic enough. I think if you had a talented, charismatic leader, the Tories would be looking at something like what the Canadian Conservatives saw not so long ago. They would be looking at something very existential. So, look, Machiavelli, Italian political theorist, has a great quote. He says, it's better to make mistakes of ambition than mistakes of sloth. And I think, look, going with reform would be a mistake of ambition, potentially, because, like you say, Mark, the floor is very low. And, look, the thing he gets ribbed for a lot is you've stood 7 times, you've lost in 7 constituencies, even though he's the most influential Conservative of his generation. No, I know, but it must hit.
I was about to say that's just a fancy way of saying you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Well, yeah, no, it's true, but it must hit home in a way. You don't want to be the butt of that joke again. But my goodness, we have never been closer to a complete evaporation of trust in the Conservative Party. And finally, on this, why wouldn't you just join the Conservatives? To some extent, you're looking at a busted brand. So somebody like Mr Farage, or maybe the Greens in 5 years, or, you know, the SNP 10 years ago, the whole thing is we don't do politics as normal. We're different. We want to, you know, turn things upside down. I struggle to see how Farage and various people right now in the orbit of reform, like Ben Habib, a talented man, can you do that in the Tory party with the old grey suits in the 1922 committee? I suspect not.
Now, I've got some news to bring from Wellingborough, which is we're hearing reports on the ground that the reason we're experiencing this delay, 39 minutes of delay compared to when we were expecting this result, is that there are reports that the count has lost 10 bundles of votes on the ground. Just to repeat that, there are reports, not verified, that the count has lost 10 bundles of votes. Sorry, lost 1 bundle of 10 votes. Now, of course, this is a serious issue because the integrity of elections is important. I don't think we can read anything into that in terms of saying this result is within 10 votes. But just to repeat, and for clarity's sake, there is 1 bundle of 10 votes reportedly missing on the floor of this count. Now, this is a conundrum, I suppose. This is an issue which will be being worked through. Mark, you've been following politics for many, many, many years. This stuff happens, but it's frankly embarrassing for our electoral system.
Yeah, it is. I mean, God, I hope this doesn't trigger US-style conspiracy theories about how the electoral process works. It is trouble. These things occasionally happen. Generally speaking, actually, our electoral machinery is pretty robust. I always joke with my American friends, right, it might be now in the darkest hours of the morning here, what is it, 20 to 4 in the morning, but we're at least able to hold an election, count votes and get the result between, 4, 5, 6 hours.
By the time most people wake up.
So that's a shame if this has happened. I mean, again, we're speculating about it. I would have thought the bundles are now bundles by candidate, right? So it's most likely these are 10 votes for one specific candidate, even if we don't know who it is. And then all sorts of things come into play. Might not be that there's only 10 votes between the top 2 candidates, but perhaps there are only 10 votes between, I don't know, 4th and 5th place, or some candidate is on the verge of holding their deposit and 10 votes will get them over the line. So, yeah, that could slow us down quite a lot, even if 10 votes are not actually decisive in who is the next MP for Wellingborough.
James, let's turn to you. What do you make of this? I mean, if this is true, we are just hearing this from reports on the ground. 1 bundle of 10 votes has gone missing.
Well, I agree with Mark. It's one of those. The important thing here is the actual integrity of this election and making sure that everyone is completely happy with that. But it does seem unlikely that it's going to be important for this, because if a candidate is genuinely only about 10 votes from either keeping their deposit or winning, the chances is we'd be actually into a recount anyway, and we'd be getting that information, I imagine. So.
I'm just understanding now that we're experiencing what is a bundle check. Now, this is very, very common at by-elections, just going through, just making sure that the number of votes cast matches the number of votes that they have on the table. So it might not necessarily be that this bundle is lost, but they just need to make sure that these numbers match, and currently they're out by 10. It could be that someone has just sort of fumbled through a couple in each stack, but it does mean that the whole process needs to go again. And actually, far from what I said a moment ago, that it does make you question the integrity of these elections, actually, the fact that they are going through and they will not announce a result until the number of votes they know has been cast matches the totals of those votes for each individual candidate, that's a sign of integrity. And I suppose, Aaron Bastani, that's something that we should be thankful for.
Yeah, I won't make a joke about how we need Venezuelan-style voting machines, because, you know, although the former US President Jimmy Carter was very fond of them, you know, he said this is the most robust election system in the world. No, I think paper votes, it can be slow, it can be annoying. Sometimes the old ways are the best ways.
Yes, because there's integrity. In paper votes, you know that they're physically there. In electronic votes, it's in a machine.
Bit nebulous,
And frankly, even if it's a very robust system, the system only works if there's confidence in it, if there's trust in it. And I mean, it seems that even though many things are getting much, much more digital, voting in this country will remain paper for a very, very long time.
That's got to be right. And it's, you know, yes, obviously we have got the technology where theoretically we could go in and hit a button and get the result within 1 minute. But I think it's a bit like our system of justice. This has to be done in public and evidently, and at the count there'll be representatives from each of the parties for each of the candidates looking through, making sure that nothing's gone wrong. The bundle check, if I've got it right, is they would have broken the ballot papers down by candidate.
Yes.
They'll now be flicking through them, making sure that all of those in the Conservative
they'll be in bundles, they'll be in bundles of 50 usually,
and they'll be making sure that they
and
have
it could be that they've got 51 in one or 48 in one, and they just need to make sure all of those bundles.
So we might say it's only 10 votes, but you're right, Tom. I mean, the idea that the returning officers should say, well, who cares, that'll do. You know, I mean, we do actually have to have, you know, it has to all tally up at the end of the
Although, interestingly, there are certain things about election counts like this that might make people raise an eyebrow. For example, the battles that agents of candidates have over ambiguous votes. I was shown a famous example of this, where someone had what some people argued spoiled their ballot, a big X across the entire ballot paper. But the agent for one candidate was able to successfully argue with the returning officer that where the X crossed across a name was actually a clear sign of intention to vote for that individual. There's also been examples in the past where a rude object is drawn in one box. It has been argued as a clear vote of intent for one particular candidate. There are lots of different sort of, some slightly spurious, some quite comedic arguments that are made by the agents of candidates who get to haggle over the ambiguous votes, and that always takes place at counts like this.
I once had a vote, I'm told, disqualified because another reason you can disqualify a ballot paper is if the voter can be identified. And I had left a message in the box of the candidate I'd voted for, which I'm told was so obviously me that one of the other agents said that's Littlewood's ballot paper. I still don't know to this day, it was in the 97 election, whether it was disqualified or not. So, yeah, all of those go through. And it's important to get that right and for the final tally to match the number of people who turned up and voted. But it's unlikely at these sort of levels. It's rare for that to make a difference. I mean, occasionally if somebody's won by 1 or 2 votes, yeah, but in most normal circumstances, it's just to get the tally right.
It's also very, very rare, but there is a contingency if 2 leading candidates have precisely the same number of votes after recount, after recount, after recount, and it is a tie. The returning officer flips a coin. Flips a coin. And that's how we decide. I suppose it's as fair as anything could be, short of rerunning the election.
I think we did have that. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Winchester in 1997. I think Mark Oaten, yes, by 2 votes for the Liberal Democrats. They reran it all over again. But obviously the voters of Winchester said, why are you making us do this again? And re-elected Mark Oaten by a large majority.
Well, let's revisit that Kingswood result now. Theo Chikomba, GBNews national reporter, is our man on the ground in Kingswood. And Theo, it has been some time now since that result set in. It has perhaps reverberated through the area. What are your main takeaways from what we saw in Kingswood?
Yes, well, after weeks of campaigning, Damien Egan came out on top as 6 candidates looked to take over this constituency here in Gloucestershire. Now, of course, he was telling us earlier that he was going out and speaking to people, and they're saying some of their concerns are the cost of living. Some people arguing that they're just existing and not living the life that they'd want to. Schools, dentists, infrastructure, transport, which has had some cuts in recent times. These are all concerns he heard from members of the public, and he is looking to address that. But of course, we know he doesn't have much time because this seat won't exist when the next general election comes. Now, let's hear a bit more of what he had to say a little earlier when we spoke to him.
Nigel Farage and his party to thank for your win.
I haven't seen all the results through, so I got the headlines, so I'll crack the figures. But no, I think when we're talking to people, we talked about the issues that people were raising. The top ones with us was NHS, cost of living and policing. But, you know, certainly other issues as well were coming up. But no, I'd like to think that we won the election on our own back by working hard and getting a good message out there to the voters of Kingswood.
Now, what's also interesting is that of all the people that voted, Reform UK had 10% of the vote. And if Reform UK and the Conservatives were together, they would have overturned Labour. Now, going forward, the wider picture, what does this mean for the Tory party, considering the general election is at some point this year? Will people be swayed? Will their minds change following this by-election? But interestingly, though, I spoke to Luke Hall a little earlier. He's the MP for the constituency where we are in Thornbury at the moment. He's saying, well, we've seen in the past parties losing by-elections, I should say. And he said, well, when we do go into a general election, they do get a majority. So he's saying we can look at this, but it doesn't paint a picture in what might happen in a general election when it happens. Now, we also heard from Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, and he's saying this is no time for the Conservatives to make a U-turn. As he said, Labour are the party.
Theo, I'm just going to interrupt you there, Theo, because I'm hearing people might be coalescing at the count in Wellingborough. We're going to take you live their pictures now. We're hearing that there is movement, so we're going to keep our eyes on this screen. And I'm really hoping this isn't a false warning, because we're expecting candidates to line up on this screen in Wellingborough. Wellingborough, the constituency that Peter Bone was the Member of Parliament for from 2005 up until very recently indeed. He had a majority of 18,540. And of course, before 2005, Wellingborough was a Labour seat. So it hasn't been Labour, it hasn't been Conservative forever, but it was only at the peak of Blair's prowess that this seat was won by the Labour Party. It currently has a Conservative council in its area, and it was a 63% Leave seat. We can see some activity, some staff on the ground there moving around. Could this be because we're clearing some space for those candidates to appear? This is what we seem to be being told. We're going to keep our eyes and ears on the ground there. A crowd amassing, some activity there. Still with me is, of course, our panel. And oh, glorious, glorious. We can't not have a look at this. This is, of course, the wonderful lineup of candidates, including the monster raving loony party candidate, Nick the Flying Brick Delves. And I just think what a wonderful part of British democracy. You don't get this in other countries. Aaron, the Monster Raving Loony Party are an institution.
Yeah, they're the sensible ones. They're the only ones you can actually listen to and believe what they say. No, but they're very good. And look, it goes back to what we were saying about paper ballots as well. I think patriots can criticise their country, but we do criticise Britain a hell of a lot these days because there's lots wrong with it. There's so many good things as well. One is the spirit in which these elections are often thought. Another is the integrity of the election process. You know, such a big debate in places like the US, we don't have that here for good reason.
And the fact that potential prime ministers, party leaders, have to stand up there with people, with anyone who's paid a deposit to stand in an election. And you have a situation where a giant fish finger stands next to Tim Farron, or a giant man in an Elmo costume stands next to Theresa May, or indeed Count Bin face pops up next to Boris Johnson. These are all situations that we've seen in recent elections. I just wonder what we might see, what peculiarities we might see in an election if it's held this year, or indeed in the first month of 2025. Mark Littlewood, we seem to be seeing these candidates having some sort of briefing here. Things are very, very close.
Yeah, we're going to get the result pretty soon. I agree with what's been said about the kind of gaiety of elections, really, when you have these slightly preposterous candidates. Takes us all down a peg or two. But the Monster Raving Loony Party has actually come up with a couple of decent policies over the years.
What's your favourite policy?
I think the favourite policy was when they said we should replace the pound coin with a 99p coin, because most things end 99. So it's great to have these sort of characters around. It does add.
My favourite policy is they wanted to put air conditioning units on the outside of buildings to combat climate change.
Okay,
which I just thought was brilliant.
Well, the other one was to use to get rid of the EU butter mountain by using it as grease on artificial ski slopes. That was a rather imaginative idea.
That takes us back. The EU butter mountain is proper 1980s sort of stuff. But many quote-unquote proper parties also have quite funny policies. My favourite litany, perhaps, comes from the UKIP manifesto in 2010, which included make the Circle Line in London on the Underground, make the Circle Line a circle. It included paint trains in traditional colours. It was really rather quaint.
How on earth do you make the Circle Line a circle? What, you rebuild it?
It used to be a circle. It used to be a circle.
Anymore. Right. How did it stop being a circle?
You'll have to ask was it Ken Livingstone who stopped it being a circle? I think it was. And it was because it now disconnects at Paddington. We're really diving into the delves of 4 a.m. television here, aren't we, gentlemen? Yes, it used to be a circle, and then for some efficiency reason, it wasn't.
And this was a key issue for the electorate of London at the time, was it?
You know what? I don't know why UKIP was so obsessed with it.
Can I say, look, again, as somebody on the left, you know, I think they had a policy as well about, I think taxi drivers had to wear uniforms.
Yes.
Maybe Nigel can correct me. But that's the sort of thing that, look, I actually think you go on the train and people wearing a polo shirt or whatever, I want us to be a bit more like the Japanese, shirt and tie, although I'm not wearing one myself, it's 4 a.m. But things like that, people in public space and public service being nicely dressed, it's nice.
It looks like we have the candidates now walking towards the stage. We can see the Conservative candidate there looking... is that a smile on his face? I'm flabbergasted to see a smile on his face. I mean, it could be a bemused smile of just accepting defeat. We can't read too much into facial expressions. But here we go. Definitely movement here in the Wellingborough count, which is being held in Kettering. It's all very confusing when the counts for various constituencies aren't held in the constituency they're in. But it is a marvellous space to have that count. And it definitely looks like the candidates are being lined up there, so we're going to keep our eyes glued to this line of candidates, line-up, one might say. And what a splendid hat. A splendid hat from Nick the Flying Brick Delves, the Monster Raving Loony Party candidate. I feel like I'm giving undue weight to the Monster Raving Loony Party, so just to run through the candidates that we're looking at on our screens, we can see the Labour Party candidate, Jen Kitchen. Yes, you've heard of Gen Z, you've heard of Gen Alpha, you've heard of Gen X. This is Jen Kitchen from the Labour Party. We've also got Helen Harrison, the Conservative Party candidate, the partner of the former Member of Parliament Peter Bone. Ben Habib is standing for Reform UK. Viewers might have seen Ben Habib popping up as a panellist on quite a few shows on this channel. He's a slick media performer, pops up on other channels as well, has been quite a prominent spokesperson for the Reform Party. They have put a lot of effort into this particular seat. We've also got Anna Savage Gunn from the Liberal Democrats. We've just written Anna Gunn, but I think we do really need to put the full name there. Anna Savage Gunn. Fantastic names we have in this particular by-election. Anna Savage Gunn was actually formerly a police officer. And I just think if you were stopped by a police officer called Savage Gunn, you really would buck your ideas up, wouldn't you? Will Morris is representing the Green Party. You can see him on the far left of your screen. No aspersions about the Green Party and their political positions there. Alex Merola is standing for Britain First. Nick the Flying Brick Delves, the Monster Raving Loony Party, he's the one in the silly hat. And Ankit Love post-mortem is standing as a independent. I think that might be a interesting name. Andre Pine Bailey is an independent. Marion Turner Hawes is an independent, and Kevin Watts is an independent. There are 11 candidates standing in this by-election, and we can see 5 of them currently in our frame, standing up there with an audience around them. We really are expecting this result any moment now. Of course, it was delayed for some time. The number of votes cast didn't quite match the number of votes counted for each candidate. There has been a bundle check, and it seems as though that has now been satisfactorily resolved. It seems as though those numbers now match. So importantly, we are close to this declaration, and you can only imagine what is going through the heads of those people standing there waiting for this to be announced to the country. The second by-election tonight, a big result and a big task for the Labour Party to overturn that majority of 18,540 votes. Now, still with me, of course, is James Crouch, the opinion pollster. And what actually is needed to overturn a majority of 18,540 votes? Is that a big majority?
That is a huge majority. In fact, if the Conservatives were to lose it, it would be the 12th safest seat ever lost at a by-election. Half of the ones that are more safer than that, they've already lost in this Parliament. So we're well on the way to it. But that's actually an 18% swing. So it's larger than the swing we actually saw in the by-election earlier on today.
I don't know if I can read anything into these faces, but Helen Harrison had been smiling. Now she's not smiling. Okay, maybe I'm just looking too much into this. But it did look like Jen Kitchen wasn't so happy, and Helen Harrison was quite happy. But maybe that is just that Jen Kitchen had this sort of feeling of a daunting moment there, that she must look serious because she's won in a big way. But perhaps there's been an upset with Helen Harrison. Mark, if you're a betting man, who would you say is going to win this?
Labour. I would have been nailed on certain 12 hours ago. The only reason that gives me pause for thought, look, these are different parts of the country, different demographics in the seat, but the Kingswood swing that Labour got would not be sufficient for them to take this seat. If they got the same swing against the Conservatives here in Wellingborough, they would fall just short. However, I still think Labour will prevail because it's my guess that the Reform UK vote will be measurably higher as a percentage than it was in Kingswood. This is where they've put their efforts behind Ben Habib. So narrow Labour win would be my prediction still. And of course, rather like you, Tom, I'm trying to read into the faces and the frowns and the smiles of the various people.
It's a fool's game.
The monster raving loony candidate is permanently beaming, so maybe he's pulled off a shock result.
Maybe he's won. But we should say there are also local factors with regard to this election that are possibly more pertinent than the result in Kingswood. Of course, this was a recall petition that kicked off this by-election, and then a controversial candidate choice by the local Conservative Party, Helen Harrison, the partner of the previous MP who was recalled, Peter Bone. I'm hearing that the returning officer is getting ready to get onto that stand, and it does look like there is some movement there. I believe the returning officer is getting near to the microphone. Let's listen in.
There in the costume, that's Milan Shah. It's a high show.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. I, Milan Shah, being the returning officer at the election of the Member of Parliament for Wellingborough on Thursday, the 15th of February 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Delves, Nicholas Charles Ellsworth, also known as Nick the Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 217 votes. Gunn, Anna Savage, Liberal Democrats, 1,422 votes. Habib Binyamin Naeem, also known as Ben Habib, Reform UK, 3,919 votes. Harrison Helen Jane, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,408 votes. Jay Mala, post-mortem, Ankit Love, JKNPP, 18 votes. Kitchen, Genevieve Victoria, also known as Jen Kitchen, Labour Party, 13,844 votes. Alessandro, also known as Alex Narola, Britain First, Stop the Votes, 477 votes. Morris, William John, also known as Will Morris, Green Party, 1,020 votes. Pine Bailey, Andre Pierre, Bamikole, also known as Andre Pine Bailey, Independent, 172 votes. Turner Hawes, Marion Eileen, 1,115 votes. Kevin Charles, also known as Kev Watts, Independent, 533 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. For want of an official mark, none. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 14. Writing or mark being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 61. Rejected in part, none. The total number of ballot papers that was rejected was 75. Vacant seats, 1. Electorate, 79,376. Ballot papers issued, 30,231. Turnout, 38.1%. And I do hereby declare that Genevieve Victoria Kitchen, also known as Jen Kitchen, of the Labour Party, is duly elected. And I invite the winning candidate to the lectern.
The successful Labour Party candidate, overturning a majority of 18,540.
I'm sorry, that's my mum. So, I am delighted to be stood here as the newly elected Labour MP for Wellingborough. I am honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. But I also know from the thousands of conversations I have had during this campaign how desperately people want change and a fresh start for our country. The people of Wellingborough have spoken for Britain. This is a stunning victory for the Labour Party and must send a message from Northamptonshire to Downing Street. I ran a positive campaign built on both the local issues that people told me needed addressing here, as well as the national desire for change. People here are patriotic and hopeful for our country, and they care about our community. But they know that our roads aren't fit to drive on, getting your child a doctor's appointment can seem impossible, and that they are paying more and getting less. Today, they said, enough is enough. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the returning officers and the counting staff for all of your hard work tonight. I would also like to thank my opponents, who also worked incredibly hard to put their case to the people too. Thank you to my incredible team for all the work you've put in over the last 3 months, and in particular, all of the volunteers who have given up their time to come to Wellingborough and campaign for me. Thank you to my family, my wonderful parents, whose love and support have got me here today. To my sister-in-law for making me Zen Jen with yoga classes and baby cuddles. And of course to my incredible husband Joe, who's been such a rock to me, even when I cut our honeymoon short. I'd promise, darling, I will make it up to you, but it might just have to wait until after the general election. And finally, and most importantly, I'd like to thank everyone who voted today, particularly, of course, those that voted for me. But I take my responsibility to every single constituent very, very seriously. Whether you voted for my party, another party, or no party at all, I will serve you and work to earn your trust again. The Labour Party is ready to serve the people of this country, and so many people across the constituency, not just in Wellingborough, but Rushton, Hyme Ferris, Findon, Beaujeu, Wollaston and all the villages, have told me that they have voted Labour for the very first time today. And to everyone who has told me they are willing to look at Labour again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity, and I won't let you down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Jen Kitchen, the victorious Labour Party candidate in the Wellingborough by-election. We now know that the Labour Party has picked up 2 seats tonight. Jen Kitchen, for the Labour Party, received 13,844 votes. That is 46% of the vote. Helen Harrison, who was the Conservative Party candidate, received 7,408 votes, equivalent to 25%. Now, that matches just about national polling. Ben Habib, the Reform UK candidate, received 3,919 votes. That's equivalent to 13% of the vote. Now, that's a smidgen above national polling for the Reform Party, but not quite at the 15 or 16% that perhaps would have been the stretch target for Reform UK in that seat. It's not a million miles away from Rupert Lowe, who got 10.4% for the Reform UK party in Kingswood. So these are 2 concrete numbers we have for Reform UK, really for the first time matching or exceeding national polling in real results. Rupert Lowe, Reform UK in Kingswood, 10.4%. Ben Habib, Reform UK in Wellingborough, 13%. But to repeat, Jen Kitchen of the Labour Party has won with 46% of the vote, 13,844 votes, and she's overturned a majority of almost 20,000. Nigel Farage joins us in the studio. And Nigel, the Labour Party has picked up 2 big wins tonight.
I mean, this one was whopping, wasn't it? An absolutely enormous win. I mean, Wellingborough, one of those sort of, in terms of class, in terms of income, almost an old Thatcherite type seat. You know, not your middle classes in Kingswood, a very different kind of seat. Perhaps actually quite typical of Middle England in many, many ways. The remarkable thing about the result is how reflective it is of national opinion polling.
Yeah.
You know, 46, 25, 13 with the 3 parties. Remarkable. So big win for Labour. Of course we're going to talk about... I mean, tonight was the night Reform came of age. It became a real political party, not a theoretical political party. And both those results show that. And, you know, we'll have to see where it goes from here. But the other standout to me is the Liberal Democrats have lost deposits in both of these seats. Now, you would have thought, with the Conservatives under attack from Labour in the old Red Wall, you would have thought that in Surrey and those kind of southern home counties, this would have been the Lib Dems' big election. They are making, in fact, far from any impact, they appear to be going backwards. That's also, I think, worthy of note.
It's interesting to see how close the Green Party came to overtaking the Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats on 1,122.
Within a few votes.
The Green Party on 1,420.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear that Ed Davey as leader is making zero impact. And it isn't just the post office scandal, it's the fact that he's chickened out of attending PMQs week after week after week. The Lib Dems did well with great leaders. Charlie Kennedy had terrible personal problems, it's a shame, but was a huge personality. Paddy Ashdown had great charisma. Nick Clegg in 2010 kind of beat the other party leaders. So the Lib Dems can do well with charismatic leadership. They haven't got it.
You know what? We're talking about the art of oratory. We're talking about the art of charisma. I remember Paddy Ashdown during the referendum. I was there at some of the debates. The way that he could, even if you disagreed with him, grip a room. He had real presence, real charisma, real just a gift for public speaking.
He really did. And the odd thing is that I don't think, and maybe the panel would disagree, but I don't think that Sir Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak.
No.
I don't think either of them have that inspirational flair that some people have in life.
And yet, if you think about the parliamentarians who do have it, Michael Gove comes to my mind. Now, he's not ever going to be a particularly popular party leader, but my goodness, does he have that art of oratory nailed on?
Yeah, Michael can speak. But actually, if you look at debates in the House of Commons, there are very, very few people in the modern world that can stand up and really inspire. I mean, ironically, perhaps George Galloway, you know, whenever you think of his politics, is one of those people that's got an amazing ability to reach out to a crowd, to emote, to get people to agree. And we just saw, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but you know, good luck to Jen Kitchen. She's now the Labour MP. I mean, that wasn't a speech. That was reading off a sheet of paper. And it kind of sums up, I think, how low-grade our politics is becoming and how, isn't it odd, we're not even voting for candidates anymore. We're voting for and against party leaders. We've almost got a quasi-presidential system now, operating in general elections, in by-elections. What were people in Wellingborough voting on? They weren't really voting on the local candidates very much. They were voting on national perception of how they see things, whether they like or dislike leaders.
It could have been any identikit candidate. And to be honest, to some extent, the scandal in Rochdale will probably make the Labour Party even more cautious of any candidate who sort of has stepped out of or three wheels or doesn't read off a script.
Which means you get even more boring candidates with less life experience. I mean, look, tonight's been fascinating. There are no huge shocks tonight. Lib Dems doing very badly. Reform actually exceeding on balance their national opinion polling. Labour, as we expected. Tories, as we expected. I think in a couple of weeks' time with Rochdale, I mean, my goodness gracious me, this is potentially one of the most exciting by-elections we've seen for years.
Oh, yeah, this is just the beginning. Aaron Bastani and Mark Littlewood still with us. I'm going to bring you both into the conversation. Aaron, first, your response to this result?
It's extraordinary. You had a Tory majority of 18,000 in 2019. The Labour candidate has almost doubled the Tory vote. And unlike what we saw in the other constituency this evening, that margin between Reform and the Tories, it's not something that the Tories can sell to themselves. Well, if we get that vote back, we'll be OK. On the Liberal Democrats, this is fascinating, isn't it? Because in 1997, there was a very efficient vote. And this will be manna from heaven for Labour that they will say, and I'm sure the Lib Dems will like that argument too, well, it is our voters, but in the right places, they're going to Labour at the right time. I think it's deeper than that. I think Ed Davey is very much a BTEC Keir Starmer. Why would you vote Ed Davey when you can get the real McCoy? You know, it's like Mini-Me. You know, it's like Dr. Evil and Mini-Me. Ed Davey's not really a substantial figure in his own right. I agree on Reform, and I think they have become a substantial political operation.
Well, they've proved themselves.
And like I said earlier on, but this is without any infrastructure, no councillors. There is a massive amount of discontent out there for the Conservative Party. I think there's a very high ceiling.
Now, a quick word from Mark Littlewood, your response to this result.
Well, here's an interesting conundrum for those of us on the centre-right to play with. I mean, this is a much worse result for the Conservatives than Kingswood.
Yes.
I mean, this is much more in line with recent by-elections we've seen. But in Kingswood, for every vote that Reform got, the Conservatives got about 3.5 votes. Here, for every vote Reform got, the Conservatives only got 2 votes. There is a considerably more divided centre-right here. Not that if you do that magic assumption that everybody who voted Reform would automatically switch to the Tories, which is a wrong assumption, it still wouldn't have been enough for the centre-right to win the seat. But
I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. We'll be back with you, but we're going to get to now Will Hollis, our GB News East Midlands reporter. He's in Northamptonshire for the Wellingborough count, and he's with the Labour Party MP, Toby Perkins, the Shadow Environment Secretary, who's been a huge figure in this campaign. So please, Will, what's going on?
Yes, well, it's more than 13,000 votes that Jen Kitchen won this seat with. We've got Toby Perkins here. Toby, what's your reaction to this Labour win?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. We're going to see if we can get that line re-established and that audio nice and loud for you at home. Mark, we interrupted you halfway through. We're going to see if we can get back to the count when we can. But your impressions?
Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, I think that you know, the interesting challenge for the Conservatives is if there's any route back, it's probably to have to appeal to this 10-15% that's voting Reform. And in Wellingborough, as I say, if you make the slightly rash assumption that these are centre-right votes, then Reform, in ratio to the Conservative Party, has done much better in Wellingborough than it did in Kingswood earlier. I mean, the challenge, I still think, for the party of which Nigel is the honorary president, is the extent to which, in a general election, you're split 600 ways. It's obviously a problem for all parties, but smaller parties can throw their focus at a particular by-election, get their activists in there, make quite a kerfuffle and get the leaflets out on the day. You know, would Ben Habib have done that well in a general election where resources are more divided?
That's entirely wrong. I'll tell you why. By-elections are artillery wars. You know, Labour, I don't know how many people Labour had in today in Wellingborough. 500, 1,000, I mean, something like that. How many did Reform have today? 50, 100? In by-elections, you're outgunned by the bigger parties. I remember in UKIP, paper candidates who would stand in a general election, do nothing, would get bigger scores than by-election candidates. But because the others couldn't fight back.
Isn't this also a story about the Conservatives? Rishi Sunak didn't visit either seat.
No.
Cabinet ministers did not visit either seat. The Labour Party sent Shadow Cabinet Minister after Shadow Cabinet Minister. Keir Starmer visited how many times? Rachel Reeves visited how many times? They threw the kitchen sinks at these seats. The Tories sort of said, we've sort of lost already. Why not? Well, we're not going to try.
The difference is, with a general election, and I said this a moment ago, we're now living in a quasi-presidential system. The amount of local campaigning in constituencies in general elections is pretty small. You know, we're not back in the 1970s with mass memberships of both parties. You know, with people going out knocking on doors in huge numbers. In general elections, it doesn't happen. In general elections, it's about who you like or don't like. And I think if Reform, under the heat of fire, of being outgunned in every way. I remember they started this with no data. You know, the Conservative Party in Wellingborough will know how your granddad voted. We've been building that, and Labour too, and building that data literally since the end of the First World War. You know, firstly on sheets of paper, now digitised.
Yeah.
You know, and I was involved with the local Conservative Party in Kent, and we literally knew every household and how they voted. And on election day, we went out and knocked them up. I think against huge campaigns, if Reform can get these numbers in a tough by-election, in a general election, it can get that or exceed it. And
that's intriguing. But I mean, the other issue there is, of course, I mean, I don't want to pretend to read into the minds of why different voters vote in different ways, but you could cast a protest vote for Reform in either of these seats, send a signal that you're dissatisfied with the government, and it might be that you're more minded in a general election to vote for one of the two parties who's likely to form the government.
We're going to get the Labour Party view now, because we've re-established this line with Will Hollis, our GB News East Midlands reporter. He's with the Labour MP Toby Perkins. Will, I think we can hear you now.
Yes, well, it's 13,000 votes that Jen Kitchen got there. Toby Perkins, just give me your reaction to the Labour win here.
Well, wow, you know, what a result. I think of all the elections in our Isle's long history, this is the second biggest swing there's ever been. So we were feeling increasingly upbeat as the campaign went on, but I never saw that sort of victory coming. I mean, we're just blown away. And it opens up huge possibilities for us. Obviously, still masses of work to do before the general election, but a place like Wellingborough, with a long history of Tory vote in recent years, 18,500 majority last time. For us to come here and win like that, 28.5% swing, just couldn't be better.
Labour's getting pretty good at giving the Tories a kick in by-elections, but we know that by-elections and general elections are very different. Do you think that by the time that there is a general election, the Labour Party is up to scratch to potentially win a general election and take power again?
Well, yeah, I think we've got real potential to do that. I think we've got the kind of poll leads and the kind of by-election victories that an opposition has when they go on to win. But that's not the same as saying the job's done. We've got a lot more work to do. We will continue to lay out our policies, but obviously, as far as tonight's concerned, you know, a huge triumph.
Do you think that they were voting for Jen Kitchen, or do you think that they were simply not voting for the Tories, not voting for Peter Bone?
No, I think we got a positive vote for Jen Kitchen. We got a positive vote for the Labour Party. Of course, there was also a comment made about the Conservative Party in all its forms. But I think that it's been really clear, the number of Conservative voters coming over to us directly this time, that this is a positive vote for Labour.
There's a conversation going on about reform and their place in the upcoming general election. The two by-elections show that people are willing to vote for reform, and that might split the Tory vote. But might that split the Labour vote as well, particularly in red wall seats like in Chesterfield?
I think the reality is that no party owns voters. Voters will make their choice every time. And there are many people who voted reform who had already written the Tories off and were considering other parties. So many people who voted Labour that might have considered reform. So, you know, I think the idea, as some Tories have, that you can just take the reform vote and pop it on top of the Tory vote and it's all the same people, is absolute rubbish. You know, I think there's many people making different decisions, and we're out there to fight for every vote.
Finally, voter turnout, not dreadful, 38%, but it's not fantastic. It's not at general election levels. Do you think that people have just given up on politics, whether it's a bit of fun in a by-election, something to make note of in the news, or have we just completely given up on politics?
No, not at all. I mean, by-elections always have a lower turnout, and this is a relatively normal by-election turnout. So, you know, my impression from the time we spent, there's a lot of enthusiasm for our candidate, and that's why we got the sensational result we got.
And a lot of enthusiasm across Labour right now. Is it just here in Wellingborough? Is it just in Kingswood? Or is this now a national Labour Party?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's very much a national Labour Party, and the message that will go out from Wellingborough is that if we can win here, we can be competitive anywhere in the country, and I think there'll be several Conservative MPs not sleeping particularly well tonight.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully we'll get a little bit of a sleep soon. Toby Perkins, MP for Chesterfield, thank you for coming and speaking to us on GBNews here at the Wellingborough by-election. There are still quite a few people hanging around. We're hoping to bring you Jen Kitchen in the next half an hour or so, but of course there is lots of media here for this by-election, and they're all hoping to speak to Wellingborough's new MP.
Brilliant stuff. We'll be back with you as and when we get more people on the ground there at that astonishing Wellingborough result, a trouncing of the Conservative Party. But I must say we have mentioned the Rochdale by-election, and that means we have to talk about all the candidates. So here they come. Azhar Ali is the Labour Party candidate officially, although they have disowned him. Mark Coleman is an independent. Simon Danchuk is standing for Reform UK. Ian Donaldson, Liberal Democrat. Paul Ellison, Conservative. George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain. Michael Howarth, Independent. William Howarth, Independent. Guy Otten, Green Party. Raven Rodent, Subaltner, Official Monster Raving Loony, and David Tully, Independent. Well, there we go. It's really good that we get to know all of those candidates. I'm sure that has left you really well informed. But we're here through to 6 a.m. bringing you reaction to these eventful nights in these by-elections, this eventful night in Wellingborough and in Kingswood. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. And I'm delighted to say that joining us live in the studio is Anne Widdecombe, former Conservative minister, then later a Brexit Party MEP, and now a supporter of Reform UK. Anne, Reform UK has clearly proven itself that these polling numbers are real, but they're nowhere close to winning.
Well, you're quite right. They have proven themselves. People were dismissing the national polls as, oh, well, it's a bit of a fluke. It isn't actually going to be translated into ballots. And these two by-elections have both shown them wrong. Now, before the Kingswood by-election, I had said to Rupert Lowe had said to me, well, he was hoping he'd be able to get 10%. And I said, oh, that's ambitious. That's ambitious. Well, I was wrong. He got 10.4%, 13% in Wellingborough. I'm a very happy woman tonight. I think reform is on its way. It's not there. It's not at the winning post yet, but it's on its way. And people will now be talking about reform. I did notice a huge difference when I did Kingswood early in the by-elections. I did Wellingborough at a very late stage in the by-elections. Sorry, the other way around. And in Wellingborough, I was getting quite a lot of people saying to me, who are you? You know, what is reform? Kingswood, only once.
Interesting, because a lot of people were saying that Wellingborough was the big chance of Reform UK.
Got 13%.
If anything, there was more activity in Wellingborough. Wellingborough had a higher Leave vote, 63% Leave in the referendum. Kingswood, 57% Leave, still above average. But interestingly, perhaps Kingswood is the more interesting result there, just because it was not expected that it would break into double figures.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Reform has talked about Wellingborough the whole time as, you know, as being double figures, and indeed it was. And Kingswood, I think, you know, initially we weren't even certain that we were going to fight it for the very simple reason that it's disappearing. That seat disappears at the general election, and we thought it was a huge waste of public money to even run this election. But then we decided we would fight it because, you know, we're going to fight every single seat in the general election. And obviously that decision was right, and that decision is largely due to Rupert Lowe, who really pressed for it.
Now, Anne, what do you make of the comments of people who have done some maths, have looked at the Conservative vote, looked at the Reform vote in Kingswood, added them together and see that's ahead of the Labour Party?
That's right. That's right.
What do you make of that?
Well, what I make of that is, first of all, you must surely have expected that. I mean, I think that will be a fairly normal pattern. And that is why the Tories, I think, are finally starting to take us seriously. I think initially they dismissed it all, you know, well, that didn't really matter. Now, as far as we're concerned, we're not doing deals with the Tories. We did that last time, and look where it got us. It didn't get us any very real Brexit or big enthusiasm for Brexit. It got us a rotten deal in Northern Ireland. They gave us no credit at all for the fact that we actually allowed them to win in that election by withdrawing against all the Conservative candidates.
Some people say that if you had withdrawn against the Labour candidates, the majority would be far more than 80. It would be over 100 seats.
Well, actually, I went through the results seat by seat, and the fact is that we were
Ed
not
Miliband would have lost his seat.
Well, that would have been very nice, but that's not quite the major point that we're considering here. And I did go through the results, and it's very clear that if we had, if we had stood against Conservatives in their own seats, particularly where the majorities weren't absolutely marvellous, we delivered that result to them. Now, all I'm saying is, we've learned from that. We're not falling for that one again. It's no good them saying, oh, but you're splitting our vote against Labour. We shall say that's what you told us last time.
Now, just before I extend this conversation to our wonderful panel, hello, by the way, Anne, I've heard your leader, Richard Tice, talk about Starmageddon.
Yes.
He is terrified of the prospect of Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, thinks he would be a disaster. Surely the Kingswood numbers mean that he's making it more likely.
Oh, I hear this argument all the time, and they say, well, we're splitting the Tories. Excuse me a minute. I'm looking round. I'm trying to find these Tories because I don't see any Tories. We have a red opposition and we have a pink government. Now, what Reform is offering is genuine common sense policies, what would have been the old Conservative policies. That's what we're offering. And frankly, as I say, we heard this argument before. We fell for it in the last general election. We ain't falling for it again.
Well, listening to you very intently is Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Mark Littlewood, the new head of the Popular Conservatives group. Aaron, you were scribbling away.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you make of what Anne said?
I think there's a lot of truth to it. If you look at the 2015 general election, UKIP get the best part of 4 million votes, if memory serves me.
And one seat.
And the Tories get a majority, which, of course, they don't get in 2010. So this idea, this canard, that, oh, well, you're going to split the vote and let Labour in, that didn't happen in 2015. And like you say, in 2019, the arrangements were hunky-dory, frankly, for Boris Johnson and the Conservatives. Look, in British politics over the last 10 to 15 years, we've had two different approaches. We've had the sort of UKIP Brexit Party approach, and we've had the Green Party approach. The Green Party approach is hyper-local, councils, we want to get deep organising, get somebody in. It's worked in one place so far. It may work in Bristol Central with Carla Denyer. They may get a second seat. In all likelihood, I think over the next 10 years, they will get several seats on that basis. It's a very different approach to what you get with Farage. Hollywood, TV, media, good results in by-elections don't quite get over the line. I think, this might sound counterintuitive because the Greens don't poll as well as Reform, I think Reform need to take a page out of the Green Party's book. Which is not.
I don't think so.
Deep organising.
I don't think
deep
so.
organising.
Embedding in certain seats and just building up.
I think you need to look at 20, 30 constituencies and think we can win these over a 10-year time frame. I'm not saying it's not one or the other, but I think that thinking wouldn't hurt.
Well, I actually think it would be quite nice if we were to make some. If you look at the pace of the Green Party's results, if we were to make some advance, you know, before the last day of judgment. And I don't see that happening if we go at the Greens pace. We're going to go at the Farage pace, which is different.
No, but the point is, Farage shaped the political conversation. He made Brexit happen, but actually, in terms
without ever being in Parliament.
Well, precisely. Without winning councils. Look, the Greens control a council. They've got, I think, 500 councillors now. The point is, I think you'd agree with this, your ceiling's a lot higher than the Green Party. You've got millions of disaffected Conservatives out there. So I think... I'm not saying this to wind you up. I think the idea of deep organising along the whole media-driven politics, which Farage is brilliant at, is where you want to be at. And I think if Reform go for this, we'll get 20% in national polls, but you need the councils, you need the deep organising, and you've got 10 years of Brexit activism and all these networks that have been built up to draw upon.
Quick response from you, Anne.
Well, I mean, it's quite true that, you know, we have networks that we could draw on. But it's also true that going as we are at the moment, we are making a terrific set of strides in this. If you think now 10%, 13%, you think where we were at the beginning of last year, you know, where we were then, that is the pace we're moving at.
But again, this is talking about the overall polling rather than winning specific seats. Mark Littlewood, do you think Reform UK is more of a political party aimed at sort of getting seats, or a pressure group aimed at influencing the wider conversation?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, look, it is a political party. I don't think anybody should turn their nose up at any candidate that runs. And, you know, Reform have got a meaningful vote share here. But you could argue that its long-term role will be to alter one of the major parties, most likely the Conservatives. And that is, in fact, what Nigel Farage's success has been over the years, going back to UKIP. He didn't win a seat himself, but I think you could well argue that he has been the most influential politician of the last quarter of a century, because he forced the Conservatives to call a referendum. I think without Nigel Farage, that would never have happened. He forced the Conservatives to take Brexit seriously at the last election. Anne might be disappointed with the final way Brexit was done, but it required the Brexit Party to put that pressure on at the Euro elections, where they won outright and Anne was elected. All of that ended up really being pressure. The Brexit Party, UKIP and Reform have never been anywhere near close to forming a government, but that does not make them irrelevant at all. And the Conservative Party should be looking at these results and thinking, well, you know, how the hell do we add to the vote share that we picked up here, you know, a poor vote share, worse the result in Wellingborough than in Kingswood. And you would presumably say, well, there's a good number of Conservatives who are sitting on their hands. How do we actually motivate them to vote? But then you'll be looking at the Reform vote and saying, how can we tap into that or encourage those to vote Conservative as well? Which doesn't necessarily require a pact or a deal, but it does require, in a competitive electoral environment, a major political party to recognise that there's quite a chunk of votes out here that you need to be gunning for and appealing to.
I think the problem with that analysis, and it's a good one, but I think the problem with that analysis is that that applied exactly to what happened last time, that we believed, because of the pressure we'd put on, that, you know, first of all, we'd get Brexit. Secondly, that we'd get all the other things like lower taxes. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And therefore, I think relying solely on being able to change a big party, part of the tactic though it is, cannot be the end in itself.
No, it's not the end in itself, but already probably you've had that effect. I mean, this will be affecting Conservative Party thinking. The fact
But they're so chaotic and disunited. And I think also the other thing that we've all tended to dismiss is we say, well, turnout is lower in by-elections, so it's not very surprising, this is OK. But I know, because I wasn't sitting there doing an analysis, I was actually out on the doorsteps. People who were saying to me, don't want any of you. not voting again. You know, really, that is now a force in itself.
Well, we've heard a lot about reform. Let's just hear from Sir Keir Starmer, who responded to both by-election results. He said, "These are fantastic results in Kingswood and Wellingborough that show people want change and are ready to put their faith in a changed Labour Party to deliver it. By winning in these Tory strongholds, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. The Tories have failed. Rishi's recession proves that. Those who gave us their trust in Kingswood and Wellingborough and those considering doing so can be safe in the knowledge that we will spend every day working to get Britain's future back." And there we go. That was Sir Keir Starmer's statement. Again, digging into that refrain of Rishi's recession, much in the same way that the Tories in 2010 blamed Gordon Brown for the global financial crisis. Let's go now to Will Hollis, who is with Ben Habib, the third-place Reform UK candidate in Wellingborough.
Yes, well, we've been seeing the reaction to Jen Kitchen, 13,000 votes. You can see here in Kettering, where they've been doing the count, that a lot of people are starting to go home now. They pack these things down incredibly quickly, months of planning, and then it all seems to disappear, as well as all of the people that you're trying to speak to. We've also heard from Toby Perkins, Labour MP for Chesterfield, and he says that what's happened tonight shows that Labour can also win in general elections. We know that by-election wins don't always translate to general election wins. We've been speaking to Jen Kitchen just a few moments ago, and she was describing how excited she is. Of course, she's very tired as well. But now we can speak to Ben Habib, who is from the Reform Party. Ben, you got just shy of 4,000 votes. Is that as many as you would have liked or even expected here?
Well, what I would have liked is to win. By the way, I'm not tired at all. I'm tip-top, top of the pops, as I said. We've done really well. You know, look at Reform. Reform is an insurgency. It's a new business, isn't it? We started 3 years ago. 3 months ago, we did 5% in Tamworth, slightly less than that in Mid-Bedfordshire. Today, we've done 10% in Kingswood, where people were saying we were going to lose our deposit. We've done 13% here, which is more than our national polling. This is a staging post in the growth of Reform UK's recognition, in the growth of people's understanding of what we stand for. And in case anyone on GBNews doesn't know what we stand for genuine small c conservative policies, cutting taxes on the working and middle classes, cutting taxes on businesses, making sure that we don't undercut British workers with cheap imported labour, reducing immigration dramatically, stopping the boats, getting rid of the economically emasculating net zero, which is driving our economy into the ground. You don't save the planet by killing the economy. These are sensible, common-sense policies which cut through in Wellingborough in a 4-week period. And think what's going to happen in the general election. I'm going to stand here again. I'm going to take the fight again to the other parties, and we're going to do much better in the general election.
But is this achievable in a year span that we'll see the general election? Is this something that's achievable in the next 10 years? You say that you want to be a party in power, but isn't it really just a party to split the Conservative vote right now?
Not at all. I'm not in politics to split the Conservative vote. When I joined Reform UK, I did it to obliterate the Tory party. Well, they've kind of beaten me to it. What we are is a genuine democratic choice for the British people. I believe, and I think people understand and accept and also believe, that the country, as the way it's being governed at the moment, is facing an existential threat. You can't have open borders. You can't have debt going through the roof like we've had, post-World War II, high in debt, taxation, GDP shrinking, 6 million people, surviving on universal credit. This is a broken economy. We need a rapid change of direction. Only Reform UK offers that change of direction. We need to get bums on green seats so we can change the way this country is governed.
We saw in 2019 a lot of traditional Labour voters going to the Conservatives. Some people might say that those voters are now going to go towards Reform, but how is it likely that they won't just go straight back to Labour in the general election and then there'll be nothing left for Reform or there'll be nothing left for the Conservatives?
Well, anyone who's thinking of voting Labour really isn't ever going to vote for reform. We are diametrically opposed to just about everything they stand for. So I'm not worried about people who wish to get Labour policies. Anyone, by the way, who wants to put Labour into office needs their head examined, frankly. But, you know, we offer a genuine small C Conservative, proud Britain, deregulated, low taxation alternative for governance, and I think the British people recognise that's what we need. You've got to grow the economy. You've got to grow the economy. You can't put wealth redistribution at the heart of your policies, which is what the Conservatives have done. We need wealth creation. You can't create this dependency that they've done in the electorate without damaging the economy. We need aspiration. You get aspiration back into the human spirit by making it worthwhile to work, and you can only do that if you cut taxes. It's simple.
A great message. It's very likely, though, that in the general election it will be Labour that are back in power. It also looks very likely that we're going to be kicked out of Kettering's Leisure Centre. Your final word, how do you end this night? With a smile on your face?
Absolutely. Why would I not smile? Think about the trajectory we're on. 5% 3 months ago, 13% tonight. Extrapolate that, we'll be at 100% by the time we get to the general election.
Perfect. Ben Habib, thanks for waiting around to speak to us for GB News. Pretty much the last ones here. We're going to be leaving Kettering shortly with a lot of people with smiles on their face, even if they might not have won the seat here in Wellingborough, with ambitions to come back to here and maybe fight even harder.
Will Hollis, you've been an absolute trooper. Thank you so much for sticking around and getting those interviews. Really appreciate it. Really good to hear. And my goodness, what a prediction from Ben Habib. 100%. That's the sort of opinion poll rating Kim Jong-un could only dream of. But we've heard a statement from Sir Keir Starmer. We've heard from Ben Habib. Why don't we hear from the Conservative Party next? Then we'll get the set of all top 3 performing parties, all the parties that broke into double figures. James Daly is the Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party and the Member of Parliament for Bury North, and joins me now. James, it's been a disappointing night for your party. Beyond disappointing, it's been pretty savage.
Well, it's always disappointing, Tom, when the Conservative candidate doesn't win. I think that we could have a discussion regarding the local circumstances of each of the by-elections that we've seen here tonight. I think we're going to see a different by-election again when perhaps, Tommy, and you may well be talking after Rochdale in a few weeks' time. And so individual circumstances really matter in terms of some of these votes. I think that how can I put it? I think in the Kingswood by-election, 25,000 people approximately didn't vote who voted in 2019. Around 20,000 people didn't vote in the Wellingborough election. I think that what that suggests and what that tells me is it's in line with the polling, which I find is that a lot of people haven't made their mind up. A lot of people want to support a plan that is fit and is going to be a positive, optimistic plan for the future of this country. I think Rishi Sunak is the only leader that we have with that plan. I think the other thing about this, and one of the things that comes back to me, Tom, as you know, I do a lot of campaigning around the country, whether it's locally here in Bury or elsewhere, is that there is no, people, the thing that is a drag on the Labour vote is Keir Starmer. I've not met anybody yet who's running out the door saying, we're inspired by Keir Starmer, he's the king of the flip-flops. We've seen how many times he's changed his policy, including last week on the £28 billion central green economic policy. And the other thing, I've just been on one of your competitors' channels, and we've been talking about the issue of Conservative to Labour switches from 2019. And I think that's a central issue that should be at the heart of this. Now, from both of the campaigns, from both of the people who I've been speaking to, the people being central to our efforts in both constituencies, we have not found any or very negligible numbers of Conservative to Labour switches. The reason for that, as I've said, Tom, is that people aren't inspired by Keir Starmer. They want to plan, they want to support, they want to see what this government is going to do. And I think by the time of the general election, we are going to have that plan, and we're going to deliver for local people, and people can have confidence in our track record going back to 2010 that we can drive forward and make sure that in all parts of the country we have high-skilled, high-paid jobs. We have an immigration system that works. We reduce immigration with the plans that we've got at this moment in time. And when it comes down to it, You know, I'm not a politician like Ben Habib who just says, I'm not interested whatsoever under any circumstances in people who consider the voting Labour. I think it's an extraordinary statement for anybody to make, to say that people need their head examined, because I think that for a Conservative Party, I want to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to back the plan that Rishi Sunak has to deliver prosperity to every part of the country.
What a lot of people will be saying to that, they'll be hearing you and they'll be thinking, you know what, that sounds really good. I want a plan for the economy. Lots of people will be saying, I want migration to come down. Lots of people will be saying, I want those waiting lists down. I want to return to growth. But then they'll say, who are the guys in charge? And what's happened under the watch of the guys in charge? And you say there's no enthusiasm for Keir Starmer. Maybe that's true. But he's just won 2 by-elections with extraordinary swings of 16 points, and that was in Kingswood, and more than that in Wellingborough. For someone that there's no enthusiasm for, he just keeps winning.
Well, I don't dispute that these are disappointing results for the Conservative Party. And Tom, as I say, we're all at heart amateur psephologists. We can take what we see in respect to these results. When you're in any type of contest, what really matters in the end is who wins and who loses. So that's the central thing. And I congratulate the candidates on their success in respect to this. But when I look at the votes, I would assume that if the polls are accurate, if there's a 20% lead, and we can extrapolate that in respect to the swing that we've seen here today, we would see mass switching from the Conservative to the Labour Party. In both of these seats, we've essentially seen the Labour vote in terms of numbers either stand still or slightly go down, and we've seen the collapse of the Lib Dem vote in both of these areas. So in terms of enthusiasm, Tom, I would have been expecting to see an increase in those numbers, people coming out on top of those who were motivated in 2019 to vote for Keir Starmer, but they are not there. What this poll is telling us...
In 1997, Tony Blair won fewer votes than John Major did in 1992, and yet he won a massive majority. How's that possible? A load of Conservatives in 1997 decided to stay at home. That was one of the biggest factors in terms of why Tony Blair won that enormous victory. It's not an excuse to just say that Tories are staying home. That's what happened in 97.
No. I think we're agreeing, Tom, in respect to that. The point I've made to you is backing up that point. How the next election is going to be decided is exactly on that point. I am arguing that on the basis, I don't know whether you've got a Labour supporter or whoever you've got in the studio there with you. There were disputes from the facts that I can put out. I could give you some economic facts which I think that show that since 2010, the Conservative Party have been a force for good in this country, socially, economically, and in all sorts of other ways. I think that the plan that Rishi Sunak has now, as compared to any other party leader, and it is the plan that will give the country confidence that when it really comes down to it, when it really comes down to the decision that matters, when it really comes down to whether you're going to vote for a party who's got a plan to tackle immigration or essentially has an open door immigration plan as per Keir Starmer, that is really going to matter. In Wellingborough in particular, it was fed back to me that the central issue in the fight, in the contest there was immigration, was small boats, was stopping those boats. And if we do not stop those boats, then we perhaps are going to be in a position where people in Wellingborough are going to say, well, you had your opportunity, but I have absolute confidence in the policies that we've got and what the Prime Minister has undertaken to deliver people, that Wellingborough will be able to see that on the policies that matter to them on a national level, this is a government that's delivering.
Well, James Daly, Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, thank you very much for appearing on the show and putting your points across. We really appreciate it at this very unsocial hour. Well, still remaining with us on the panel is Mark Littlewood, the director of the Popular Conservatives Group, also Aaron Bastani of Novara Media and Anne Widdecombe, now supporting Reform UK. Mark, what do you make of the defence that James Daly gave us?
Well, I mean, it's a tough job, isn't it, to be... he's an official spokesperson from the Conservative Party. There's not much good news to say. Just to look at the numbers, I was just doing the maths. In Wellingborough, a 28.5% swing from Conservative to Labour, which is the second largest swing from Tory to Labour in a by-election since the Second World War. That's a very, very bad result indeed. I must admit, going back to what Ben Habib was saying a bit beforehand, this is an interesting difference or distinction, and also listening to the way that Anne was advocating for Reform UK as well. It does mean a difference between Reform UK and UKIP. Is Reform UK, at least from what I've just heard from Anne in the studio and Ben Habib from the Count, unambiguously positioning themselves as a centre-right party. UKIP, not so much. When Nigel Farage was the leader of UKIP, he was at pains to say we appeal to Labour and we appeal to Conservatives. So this is a much more straight Conservative platform.
Because in the early days, UKIP was quite a libertarian party. Nigel Farage flirted with legalising cannabis. He would talk about the state being too big. But as UKIP did better and better, they moved perhaps further and further from free market economics and towards a more communitarian idea of what their party should be. It's the same journey that Alternative for Deutschland took in Germany, albeit they took it much, much further, and the original people of that party quit and all the rest of it. Might we see perhaps a similar journey for Reform UK in their vote-seeking guys perhaps drop some of the market economics?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, from what we've heard, quite the opposite from what we've heard from Anne Widdecombe and Ben Habib. Couldn't be clearer. I mean, on a policy basis, not much I disagree with at all. At pains to say lower taxes, wealth creation in order to boost the economy, rather than only obsessing about wealth redistribution, actually getting to a situation in which we can legally control our own borders, whatever you think our immigration policy should be. This, which causes, I think, a challenge for the Conservative Party, is unambiguously a pitch to people who have right-of-centre opinions, much more explicitly so than was the case for UKIP, which is closer to being a one-issue party just about leaving the European Union.
Aaron Bastani, what do you make of this? Reform UK perhaps a more sophisticated message?
Well, I was surprised at what Ben Habib said there, because as a politician or a political party, you want votes from anywhere.
Yes.
And I don't quite understand. And you will have many Labour voters who historically vote Labour most of the time, but they still voted for Thatcher once, or they voted for Cameron or Boris in 2019. So, look, a bit sleep deprived. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. What I would say is, in his favour, you have James Daly there. I don't mean to be mean to James Daly. He's coming on your show at this ungodly hour. But you've got James Daly there. He's a deputy chair of the Conservative Party. Ben Habib comes across as a far more impressive person.
That's right.
I'm sorry. The Conservative Party is the most successful party in the Western world. You're the deputy chair. I'm not saying you're appalling. Ben Habib's a more impressive person. And I understand, look, Reform haven't got these people on tap. I appreciate that.
And Ben Habib, I think, is the deputy leader of Reform.
I appreciate that. But, it comes down to personnel. The Conservative Party, and I think this is what Anne's saying and what Ben was saying, they can't change. They don't have the personnel. Look at the MPs. They aren't impressive people. They haven't got a backbone. They don't have ideas. And the Conservative Party, I think, even when they lose, are still going to be the party of the CBI, the FT, and they're not going to break with lots of the sort of status quo ideas they've had over the last 15 years, whether that's on net zero. I agree with net zero a lot more than Anne does, but they're not going to break with it, is my point. So I think the idea that they're a pressure group to put the Conservative Party on a different trajectory is misguided, and from what you're saying, from what Ben's saying, you would agree. So,
Anne, what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, I thought that what Ben said was absolutely right, but it would be wrong to assume that all our vote is coming from the Conservatives. I mean, I personally met some that were coming from Labour, and when the Brexit Party formed, we were absolutely determined we were going to have ex-Labour people there as well as ex-Conservatives. And I think the same is true for Reform, but I think what Ben is saying is, look, the Tories are not offering an alternative, and we will offer an alternative to Labour. And if you take something like net zero, that is starting to appeal to people. Now, initially, people said, it's very worthy, etc. When it's their boilers that they've got to spend money on, their cars that they've got to spend money on, then it becomes something different. And we saw that with the Eulers by-election, for example.
Well, let's remind ourselves of the results that we've heard this evening. The Kingswood results are that Damien Egan, the Labour Party candidate, has won that seat with 11,151 votes. Sam Bromley, the Conservative candidate, over 8,000 votes. Rupert Lowe of Reform UK came in with 2,578 votes and over 10%. Then the Lib Dems lost their deposit, as did UKIP, the Green Party and the rest. Now, over to Wellingborough, a more sensational sensational win for the Labour Party, where the Labour Party romped home with 13,000, almost 14,000 votes and 46% of the vote. Helen Harrison was the runner-up on 25%, and Ben Habib of Reform UK came in with 13%. The Liberal Democrats again lost their deposit, as did the Greens and the rest. But that is the state of play at this point on Friday morning, as I suppose it is, no longer Thursday night. There is so much more to discuss, so much more to digest, and frankly, where do things go from here? How does Parliament respond to these results, and what does this mean for how Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, goes about governing and even campaigning? For this is an election year. This is Britain's election channel. You're watching GB News, the live results programme for these two sensational by-elections. And we'll be getting full coverage continued throughout the morning. And what's more than that, not just coverage, but reaction, response and forward-moving analysis too. Stick with us here on GB News. GB News, Britain's election channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my new show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m, where real people get to meet those in power and hold them to account. Every week, we'll be hearing your views from up and down the country in the real world. Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 5 a.m. Here on GB News, a crucial election year started here tonight. In 2024, the people decide.
Kitchen, Genevieve Victoria, also known as Jen Kitchen, Labour Party, 13,844 votes.
Labour have won the double. In the last hour, it was announced that the party have gained Wellingborough from the Conservative Party. It followed victory in Kingswood. Damien Egan will be sworn in as one of 2 new Labour MPs. He spoke to us earlier.
But no, I'd like to think that we won the election on our own back by working hard and getting a good message out there to the voters of Kingswood.
One Labour MP said it will rock the Tories.
We're going to come up with something really seismic today, which I suspect will send shockwaves through the Conservative Party.
It's a night of reflection for the Conservative Party.
Why are we not inspiring Conservatives to turn out and vote?
This hour, we'll bring you reaction and analysis from our political editor, Christopher Hope.
Tories suffer double by-election defeat as Reform UK surges. A bad week for Keir Starmer ends well.
Here on GB News, Britain's election channel, we've brought you up to date with the latest from the by-elections throughout the night. Tonight, the Conservative Party made history. It's the first time a government has suffered 10 by-election defeats in Parliament. Defeat in Wellingborough was the second largest swing from the Tories to Labour since the Second World War. Well, let's cross straight to Christopher Hope, GB News political editor, who's in Northamptonshire, where the Wellingborough count took place. Christopher, this was an astonishing result.
Morning, Tom. Yeah, look, just look at the weigh the numbers. Just look at in politics, as you and I know, is all about counting. An 18,000 majority here in Wellingborough overturned with the second biggest swing since ever. The biggest was ever. It was in Derby in 1994. So a huge number here. Peter Bone has gone. Jen Kitchen is now the MP for Wellingborough. Earlier, you heard the result about 2 hours ago in Kingswood. Again, a huge swing towards the Tory party, 11.5% swing towards the Labour Party, forgive me, as the Tories are pushed out there. A very difficult week for Sir Keir Starmer. In fact, a difficult 2 weeks with the reversals last week over the Green policy. This week, the ugly face of anti-Semitism rising again in the party. And yet, despite those issues in the party, which are big ones nationally, the party's done very well in both these by-elections, and momentum continues towards Labour in a crucial election year. For the Tory party, a difficult result here. Rishi Sunak didn't campaign in either seat. These were by-elections which the party didn't want. In Kingswood, forced because the MP left Parliament early in a seat which was going to be abolished anyway in the forthcoming election. And in Wellingborough, Peter Bone had his own issues in Parliament. We know about those. He was forced out essentially as an MP. So both by-elections were an embarrassment to the Tory party, and these results are doubly embarrassing for the PM.
Astonishing that the Conservative Party didn't send cabinet ministers, didn't send the Prime Minister. It almost felt like it gave up at the start of the campaign.
Yeah, that's right, and that left the door open for the Reform UK party, which came third. Their numbers are extraordinary, 10.4% of the vote in Kingswood, 13% in Wellingborough. From a standing start, from zero, basically, Tom, these seats were not contested in the 2019 general election. The Brexit Party, of course, as it was then, stood down candidates. So from a standing start, they've done really well there, particularly, I think, in Kingswood, because the lack of a warning of that by-election. The former MP, Chris Skidmore, quit about 5 weeks ago. And then there's a by-election here. The one in Wellingborough was much more signposted, with Peter Bone's issues being around from certainly the autumn, so they knew they could fight here. But the Reform UK party is still in many ways a protest party. They swung the vote in Kingswood. Had they not existed, the Tories would have won Kingswood if all the votes had gone back to the Tory party, but not in Wellingborough. Why they do well is they are a party without any kind of data, Tom. So the Labour Party, the Tories, the establishment parties have data. They know where people live. Reform don't know that. They turn up at these seats and they try and get people out to vote, to help them get the vote out, and they look around, how can we make our mark locally? And that's why I think think 10.4% and 13% is impressive for Reform UK. They'll get a lot of comfort from that. I think probably thankfully they didn't push the Tories into third place in Wellingborough, which I think would have been a complete seismic disaster for the party. So a crumb of comfort for the Tory party.
Well, Christopher Hope, we know we'll be with you throughout the day for more reaction on this story. Really appreciate your time there from where the count for Wellingborough took place. Well, let's cross now to where the count for Kingswood has been taking place. Jeff Moody, the southwest of England reporter for GB News, is in Thornbury, where that count took place. And Jeff, again, an astonishing result and perhaps interesting that Reform matched its polling rating, which was perhaps doubted by some.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all quiet here now, Tom, isn't it? This is the gap when we've had the massive excitement of the results, the count, all of the drama and the MPs around, and then suddenly everybody goes off to bed for a couple of hours before getting up to really analyse those results and really to look into it. It's only us die-hard journalists that are sitting up throughout the night to bring the news to you. Well, as you say, it was a pretty seismic result, although, of course, we did know that it was likely to go this way, but it's the scale again. It's the scale of the swing that really is making people take notice. Well, Damien Egan, who has now been elected as Labour's latest MP, although he's not the latest now because there's been a new one since then. 10 by-election defeats for the Tories in the last year. Quite something. Well, Damien talked about the lack of hope that he felt people in Kingswood were experiencing. And that's something that I certainly experienced as I was walking around Kingswood over the last few days and weeks. That real sense that, oh, nothing's really going to change. And Labour were really able to lock on to that, I think. This whole idea of a decade of national renewal, that's something that really sort of struck a chord with voters down here. But as you say, the kingmakers, in a way, really are going to be the Reform Party. You know, that is quite a staggering result if you think that they didn't even exist a few years ago, and suddenly they're coming in third. I mean, it is a distant third, we know that. Jacob Rees-Mogg was saying earlier on, well, you know, this doesn't really matter. This isn't as bad a result as we think. But the fact that, you know, if every Reform voter had voted Tory, the Tories would have been in here, is something quite significant. It means that, you know, that Tory vote, the right-wing vote, has been split, and it'll continue to be split, we feel, you know, across the whole of the country as we go into the general election. So that really is the real worry, I think, for Rishi Sunak, the fact that so many people are deserting the Conservatives in their droves and they're moving across to Reform. All eyes will now be on whether they can keep that going, whether in the next sort of 6 months, 9 months, however long it is until the general election, whether Reform will continue to sort of produce these sorts of results in various, you know, in by-elections and, of course, in the general election, if they can really work their way up the ladder. And that's going to be very bad news for Rishi Sunak, who will be waking up this morning with 2 massive headaches, I'd imagine.
Certainly. Well, Jeff Moody, thank you for that outside the count for the Kingswood constituency. Appreciate your time this morning. Now, joining me on the panel is Mark Littlewood, leader of the Popular Conservatives, and Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media. Now, this will be sending shockwaves through Westminster. In fact, if Parliament wasn't in recess, we would probably see a lot of worried and hushed conversations, perhaps people scurrying through to each other's offices, maybe even, Mark, people writing letters of no confidence.
I guess that's possible. I mean, that, I think, would be a headless chicken kind of response. Let me try as an interesting intellectual exercise at gone 5 in the morning to put some sort of positive spin on this for the Conservative Party. Very difficult to do that, but I would say you could argue that these results were baked in. I think if you'd asked the Conservatives to honestly say yesterday, do you think you're going to win either of these by-elections, they would have said no. Kingswood, although a bad defeat, is not on the same sort of level of swing that we've seen elsewhere. Wellingborough was, but I would imagine the official Party defence will be that the nature and circumstances of that by-election, the incumbent Conservative MP, Peter Bone, being disqualified, kicked out of Parliament in disgrace. I think it was his partner who actually ran for the Conservative Party.
Right, Helen Harrison.
Helen Harrison. So a very, very, very difficult circumstances there for the Conservative Party. That's the spin they'll put on it. But I would have thought that Conservatives will be, whilst disappointed, broadly unsurprised by these two results. That doesn't mean that everything's going swimmingly well, of course not, but an awful lot of this would have been priced in. And for all of the highlighting of how well reform's done, and they have done well, I don't want to pour cold water on their performance, but they didn't match in these two seats what UKIP got in those two seats in the 2015 general election. Rupert Lowe, former chairman of Southampton Football Club, I should say, Rupert Lowe, so somebody as a devout Southampton fan I've got some time for. Well, he got 10.5%, UKIP got 15% there in 2015. Ben Habib in Wellingborough, 13%, credible result, but UKIP got 19% there in 2015. So they haven't yet got to where UKIP were in 2015. They may be going in that direction, but they ain't yet there yet, even if they're on that trajectory.
Well, Aaron, what do you make of the idea that this was all priced in?
I don't really buy that. I think we saw that first result, and I'm not meant to say this, it was quite good for the Conservatives, you know, given where they've been over the last 6 months to a year.
Well, it matched the polls.
Yeah, but it was also, you know, the Tories are coming from a really bad place in 2023, and they want to turn a corner in an election year. But Wellingborough is a disaster, and I think the reform results are particularly bad because you've had Anne Widdecombe on here, Ben Habib. They're saying overtly, we want to destroy the Conservative Party. We don't want to be a pressure group. And if they start getting national polls 15%, my goodness, we could see the Conservatives get less than 100 seats in the general election. Now, look, we may be 6 months out from a general election. There might be a hung parliament. But there's a very strong possibility we see the Conservative Party get the worst result in their history. Right now, that's 1906. I think they've got 156 seats. I think it seems quite probable they'll get less than 156 seats right now. That's what we're looking at. So people like to write Jeremy Corbyn, 2019, worst result since 1935. Try the worst result in your party's history.
It's extraordinary for a party that has styled itself as the natural party of government, for the oldest parliamentary party in the world, actually. 1836, the Tamworth Manifesto, when it was founded by Robert Peel. Really extraordinary stuff that we're discussing. Stay with us. We're going to be back with you because we want to talk to someone representing, or indeed who is supportive of the current Labour Party. Paul Richards is a former advisor to Tony Blair. And Paul, frankly, you must be delighted with these results.
Well, this is steady progress. I'm never delighted until we've actually got over the line, but I think this does show three things. One, that Rishi's recession was decisive in terms of people's voting behaviours. You know, people know, whether it's technical or not, that they are hurting in their bank balance. And second, that the right has fractured, and that could be a historic process where the bloc that is the Conservative Party fractures into its constituent bits. And thirdly, that Labour is picking up those votes. They didn't go to the Lib Dems, who were crushed, or the Greens, or anybody else. That people are voting Labour, many for the very first time, and some for the first time in many years. So those three sort of factors all came together. It vindicates Starmer, and it absolutely is a crisis now for the Conservatives.
You say this is Rishi's recession. If we're to take that logic, would you say that the global financial crisis was Gordon Brown's fault?
Well, I thought we were talking about the by-elections, not ancient history. I mean, this is how people are feeling right now. And we know that people are really suffering from the cost of living crisis. And I think, it wasn't the economy, it was the lack of government action. It was broken promises all over the place. And a sense that this government is just not delivering for people. But crucially, they've come to Labour. That's not a done deal. And I've been saying for years now that the next election is not over, not won. But this is very encouraging for Labour. It does suggest that even after a pretty awful week of bad optics, that people will vote Labour when given the chance.
Seems that Keir Starmer has been, for want of a better term, a very lucky general with his opponents and with his timing. The fact that this was announced to be a recession the day of the vote, the morning people went off to go and vote in these two seats, almost obscured some of the problems of earlier in the week. But to focus in on some of those problems, it hasn't been entirely smooth sailing for the Labour Party. Indeed, what we have seen is questions raised over vetting of candidates. Do you think that the Labour Party needs to up its game in that area? Are there some real problems, perhaps, lurking beneath that 20-point poll lead?
Well, don't forget, much of the majorities in both of these seats would have been in the bag before the recession announced because of postal voting. So it is a broader process than just people waking up yesterday morning and deciding how to vote. On candidates, I mean, we've got some brilliant candidates in place. If you look at the two that have been elected now, really solid, potential future ministers. But I mean, the debacle in Rochdale does suggest that we need to do more. And the fight against anti-Semitism is ongoing. The struggle never ends, really, in different ways. And so, you do need to have that ongoing basis. But I mean, I don't think Starmer is lucky. I think he put a strategy in place very ruthlessly and rigorously, whether you agree with it or not. You can't say it's being ruthless. But it's being vindicated by these kind of results.
Speaking to some overexcited Conservative strategists and supporters, it did seem that at the start of the week they were sort of hoping that that Keir Starmer perhaps had reached his Theresa May moment, where this broad, big lead in the polls had started to melt, and the sort of boring, strong and stable mantra that perhaps could be ascribed both to Theresa May when she led by 20 points and Keir Starmer as he was leading. Perhaps that started to melt away a little bit. We saw one poll drop 7 points, the Labour lead, and there was this sense that perhaps the Labour Party was oscillating between positions, was not making clear decisions, was waiting and dancing around and U-turning, and it had some striking similarities to that 2017 general election.
I think the polls will, of course, narrow. And you talk to any of the Labour strategists and people around the leader's office, they don't believe this very big poll lead is going to be sustained into a general election. Things get tougher and tighter. It's going to be a roller coaster. Mandelson told us earlier in the week. So I think that is priced in, that the polls are going to narrow. The test, of course, then, is do you hold your nerve or do you start like headless chickens if it goes down to a 10-point lead or whatever it might be by the time polling day comes around. So, we have to be ready for that. But I think, the results show that the real voters in real seats, given the chance to vote against this government and to vote for a Labour alternative, are doing so. So that's the most important poll of all, isn't it? The results in real votes. And Reform's uptick, is quite significant, I think. You can say, well, it's only 10 and 13%, but that's from a standing start for a party that hasn't been around very long. And it does suggest this fracturing on the right that I described earlier, whereby the Conservatives is now sort of disaggregating. And that could be historic.
Now, you advised Tony Blair. Do you see similarities, perhaps, between Keir Starmer and the last Labour Prime Minister to actually win an election?
Well, I was a special advisor in the Blair and the Brown governments, but I wouldn't presume to say that I offered advice to either of the Prime Ministers at the time. But I mean, there are similarities. It's such a different world. I mean, you're talking about the big swings since Dudley, for example. I was at the Dudley by-election. I was at all those by-elections in the 90s. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't have Twitter. It was all done through leaflets and bits of paper, and we had to send candidates out with MPs for the phone box if they wanted to phone in and they're on the road. A different world. There are similarities in terms of the type of swing, the size of swing, but I think we're in such a changed terrain that Starmer's doing it his own way. He's got his own route to power, and he's obviously learning from Blair, but also from Attlee and from Wilson, and the moment that Labour has been successful. But he's going to have to do it his own way, I'm afraid, because this is such a different terrain.
Well, Paul Richards, former special advisor to both Blair and Brown governments, thank you very much for joining us here on GB News. Now, moments ago, our East Midlands reporter Will Hollis spoke to the newly elected Labour MP, although not yet sworn in as an MP, so at least she won the election, but she will be sworn in next week, presumably, for Wellingborough, Jen Kitchen, following her victory. This is what she had to say.
How are you feeling? Do you think you can win here in a general election?
Well, as I just said, there's a lot of try before you buy, a lot of people lending their votes, and I have to make sure they buy again. So we'll be out, we'll be door knocking, we'll be campaigning, we'll be delivering on our pledges. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Jen Kitchen, the Labour Party candidate who has won, of course, in Wellingborough. A sensational win, a swing of 28.5%. 46% of the vote to the Conservatives, 25%, overturning a majority of 18,540 votes. Well, goodness me, shall we digest some of that with our panel? Of course, we still have Mark Littlewood, Aaron Bastani, and James Crouch has joined us from remind me Opinium. It's been a long 5 hours.
It has been.
James,
the other one.
James, this Wellingborough was much bigger than polls suggested.
Yes, but I think actually if you're looking at the national opinion polls, you'd probably be pretty unsurprised at both of these results. I think the general pattern we get is that the Conservative government is just as unpopular as it has ever been. You find generally that the Conservatives are, well, for every 2 votes they lose, 1 is going to the Labour Party, 1 is going somewhere else, most likely to Reform. And the third sign is that there's no sign of that really being undone at any point before the general election. There doesn't seem to be any sign that that's not going to be the case by the time we get to November.
No, it's interesting. Aaron Bastani, this seems like it's a romp home for Labour. I mean, very sort of on this course, this is perhaps a bigger victory than Blair.
I think so. I think right now, John Major got, 31% in 1997. If Sunak gets 31% of the next general election, I think he could probably say, actually, look, guys...
He's turned it around.
I've not done too badly here. Where's my knighthood? So it's a really... And look, you had Paul Richards there doing expectation management, and that's his job. I understand that. But it might not tighten. That's the thing. Right now, it could be 100 majority for Labour. Sure, it could tighten, but it could also be 200 for Labour. There are so many moving parts, and so much is going right for Labour on the Lib Dems, on the SNP, on Reform. I think it could be very bad.
It could widen. This is a point. Why do we have this sort of natural assumption that the polls have to narrow the closer we get to a vote? That seems to be, sure, it's happened in the past, but past performance is not a reliable indicator of how things will go in the future.
No, that's right. I agree with that. And I actually think the range of possible outcomes in the general election is enormous. Obviously, the Labour Party is well ahead, and if you had to bet your life on it, you would say Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister, and with a majority. Clearly, that would be the median point for any rational better. But the range of outcomes are colossal. You could imagine, certainly if this was repeated on a national scale in the general election, Labour absolutely romp home and the Conservatives are reduced to a rump. But by-elections don't tend to indicate that exactly how a general election will go. They're more about a trend, but they tend to be more extreme. So I think the range of possible outcomes are huge. What the Conservative Party will be looking at is this. Firstly, what's Rishi Sunak's message going to be? And we got a taste of that, of course, on GB News with his speaking to floating voters in Darlington. And what he's going to lay down, and you can argue about whether this will have traction or not, but might be attracted to Reform UK voters, is he's going to channel Ben Habib, the Reform UK candidate from Wellingborough, who said anyone who wants Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister must be mad. Those were Ben Habib's words. Well, Sunak will point out, if you don't want Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister, by all means, vote Reform in a by-election, but your only chance in a general election is to vote Conservative, at least to trim his majority. And then, of course, I think that the key thing, and we're seeing some interesting breaking news on this over the course of the evening and the early hours, what will the Tories be able to do in the budget in March? And the sort of initial thing was, we might cut income tax by twopence or something. It's now being reported perhaps Hunt doesn't have the fiscal headroom for that. I think if the Tories can't get taxes down in the budget, then the problem for the party becomes considerably greater. So those are the two things I'd look at. Does the Prime Minister, rather than running on his 5 pledges, start running on a Stop Starmer kind of campaign slogan? And can the Chancellor do anything to lower the tax burden?
Well, let's raise that question with our pollster. James Crouch, is that an effective message to say, if you don't want Starmer, vote for me? And frankly, has Starmer done enough to sort of detoxify him, to make him so boring that doesn't become a particularly scary prospect?
Well, I think let's start with one of the two big issues that the Conservative Party has, because I think Matt Goodwin touched on it earlier on, is that they're fighting on loads of flanks at the same time. So on one hand, there's the economy and the problem that's causing with voters going straight to Labour. On the other hand, they've got the immigration problem even, which is driving voters to reform. Now, when we test it, their credibility is so shot on immigration, I would be absolutely amazed if there was anything they could do between now and November that would get them back on an even keel on that front. Theoretically, there is scope for them to actually do something on the economy. And then you get bad news like the technical recession that suddenly robs Jeremy Hunt of whatever rabbit trick that might get him one step further along that. It's the best thing they might have, but unless he can find something, it's going to be the fourth reboot of the Conservative Party's attempt to get re-elected that's going to fall a bit flat.
And Aaron, there have been so many reboots. We've had how many versions of Rishi Sunak have we seen? We've had the anti-net zero, or at least rowing back on net zero Rishi Sunak. We've had the change candidate Rishi Sunak. We've had the bring back David Cameron Rishi Sunak. We've had the I'm more Suella than Suella Rishi Sunak, stop the boats. Then we had the I'm sacking Suella Rishi Sunak. I'm just running out of fingers to sort of count all of these relaunches on.
Yeah, it's like a Windows update, you know, it's sort of never ending with the Sunak reboots. Look, I think there are some things he does. He's clearly a very clever man. You know, I had the pleasure of being asked by GBNews to be in Darlington to watch the debate on Monday. He's a very clever man, very astute. But there are some basic things, and I just think, I don't get it. He talks in a monotone voice. He uses too many words. He doesn't emote enough. When he does, it's very impressive. He's very sweet. He's very affable. So little things like that. And I think you are in a fight for your life. You need to pull up your sleeves. But this is somebody who is used to silk stockings, I'm afraid. And I don't think he's had to do that in his life. You are going to have to take off the gloves and really fight for this. And he's not doing it.
And yet he might have worked more than, for example, David Cameron did. Rishi Sunak worked in his mother's pharmacy as a kid, got a scholarship to a good school.
He's nice.
David Cameron, perhaps even more of a silver spoon in his mouth. But when it came to the 2015 election, he really, there was a fire in him. He said, having a go, taking a punt, that pumps me up. There was that was the sort of change moment in that 2015 campaign, Mark. Are we going to see some fire in Sunak's belly?
Well, I agree with Aaron. I think that's the challenge for Rishi Sunak. Look, let's be clear. His rough personality proposition was the adults are back in the room. I'm a safe pair of hands. You can trust me a bit like you might trust an old-fashioned bank manager. And I'm across every spreadsheet I could possibly be across. Peace and serenity has returned to UK politics. Right? Essentially, that was his pitch. But I agree, he's going to have to fight rather harder than that. And I think we don't yet know how well or badly he'll do that. I actually thought his performance in Darlington was pretty good. Actually, I mean, didn't knock it out of the park, but it was well above average.
It's his format. He does best in those formats.
Yeah, he probably does best in those formats. But you know what? We haven't really seen him as a national campaigner. OK, he fought and lost a Conservative leadership election. He was virtually invisible in the Brexit referendum campaign, even though he was on the Leave side. OK, he was a much more junior politician then. Yeah. So we just haven't seen what he's like if he's able to roll his sleeves up in the heat of a general election. I think that the jury's out on that. The jury's out, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to see how things substantially change. And I do just think that perhaps now is the moment to pop that media bubble that, things will inevitably get tighter. There's no possible way the Conservatives will go below 150 seats. I mean, the idea that these things are sort of received wisdom, that they must happen, it's nonsense. And the result in Wellingborough says that it's nonsense.
Can I say something which probably will upset many people watching? Which is that with Liz Truss, there was a proposition there, which is we'll take radical action, tax cuts, we'll go in a direction which can potentially save what's left of our mandate from 2019. She was ditched. She was ditched because of the Bank of England. And right now, the Tories want to do the exact same thing.
Well, there we go. So much more to discuss, so much more to come. And again, that overnight double blow for the Conservative Party. Labour gains both Wellingborough and Kingswood. More analysis to come. Don't go anywhere.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Marnie says being sexy in business is entirely possible and maybe even better.
Well, Marnie, this is something I say is true. I've had to live with this for quite a long time, and I think you can do both. Now, tell me, it's lovely to see you first of all.
Thank you for having me.
In all your gorgeousness. And you're telling me that often is regarded as something derogatory or something to hold you back. Is that right?
It's just this really unfair thing, this really unfair narrative that women can't do both. Even men can do it, as you know, Eamon. You can do it. You can do it all. And I just think, you know, women are so multifaceted. They can be mothers, they can be sexy, they can be businesswomen, they can be silly, they can be all these different dimensions. And this press push that we have to limit ourselves to one category, it's just unfair.
But do you think that is where some people may be wrong-footed or go wrong to underestimate you?
Exactly. There is that saying, disarm with charm. So, you know, that there is that idea that people do look at someone who cares about how they look, who's perhaps a bit feminine, and underestimate them. But hopefully I've proved that wasn't the case in the boardroom.
And thank goodness for Karen Brady. She's definitely upped the glam stakes on the show. And if anybody can prove that you can be sexy and successful in business, I suppose it's her, really. But where do you think most of the criticism comes from? Because I have to say, hard to believe, but when I was younger, I certainly got a bit of this at my old employer, being told that I had to dress a certain way, not to be too sexy, which I found hugely
you were told this by women.
I was told this by a female boss who didn't like me wearing zips on the back of my dress. Not just me, but some of the other presenters there. And I took such offence. I felt like she thought that I was some sort of, I don't know what. Do you take offence when people are criticising you, that, you know, in some way they think you're, I don't know?
There's just no right answer. And as you said, I think Karen Brady is doing an excellent job at leading the charge that you can be glamorous and get the job done.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Labour have won the 2 by-elections in Wellingborough and in Kingswood in a double blow to the Conservative Party. Christopher Hope, GB News political editor, is in Northamptonshire for the Wellingborough count.
Yes, Tom, that's right. A double by-election defeat for Rishi Sunak. Big wins for Keir Starmer, both in Kingswood near Bristol and in Wellingborough here in Northamptonshire. A complete disaster, really, for Rishi Sunak. It's been a difficult 2 weeks for Sir Keir Starmer, but Labour Party's done really well, and despite all of those attempts at projecting national woes over issues of green policy spending for Labour, and then also the ugly face of anti-Semitism, still Labour marches on with the second biggest swing ever here in Wellingborough, and a large swing also in Kingswood. Really, in Kingswood, of course, the Reform UK party, had that not existed, had those votes stayed with the Tories would have won that seat. In Wellingborough, not the case at all. The swing here is so great that there is no crumb of comfort at all for Rishi Sunak.
Well, Chris Hope, thank you very much for bringing us that live from where the Wellingborough count took place. Jeff Moody, GB News reporter, is in Thornbury, which is where the count for Kingswood has taken place. Jeff, it's been quite a night.
It really has been quite a night. And although the night's nearly over, the drama isn't, because of course everyone's now getting a few hours of much needed rest. But then tomorrow, that's when we're expected to see people gathering in Kingswood to celebrate or commiserate, depending on your point of view. We don't know whether we're going to get a visit from Sir Keir Starmer. The by-elections that I've covered recently have all gone to the Liberal Democrats, who of course lost their deposit here. And of course, when the Liberal Democrats win a seat, Sir Ed Davey produces this amazing sideshow, doesn't he? This big stunt. So none of that for us to enjoy today, but there certainly will be a lot of analysis going on throughout the day. And there's plenty to analyse here, isn't there? The role of reform is something that's been extremely interesting here. If reform and the Tories had all merged together, if reform hadn't put up a candidate, say, and therefore splitting the right-wing vote, then this result wouldn't have happened. Well, Damien Egan, who has now won the seat, has said this morning that the result was very much about the cost of living. He was talking about the lack of hope that people have down here in Kingswood, and that really has been shadowed by Sir Keir Starmer, who was talking again about this decade of national renewal that really does seem to have struck a chord down here in Kingswood. Well, plenty of reaction, plenty of analysis throughout the day here on GB News.
Brilliant. We'll be with you all the way. Jeff, thank you very much down there in Kingswood. Now, it's been one busy night with two by-elections, which started with one big Labour win.
Damien James Egan, commonly known as Damien Egan, Labour Party, 11,107. That was 11,176.
Well, that was the result in Kingswood. Damien Egan, the Labour Party candidate, with 11,151 votes, accounting for 45% of the vote. Sam Bromley, the Conservative, came in with over 8,000 votes, or 35%. And interestingly, Rupert Lowe, the Reform UK candidate, came in with 2,578 votes, over 10%, reaching double digits for the first time in Reform UK by-election history. The Lib Dems, UKIP and the Green Party all lost their deposits. Now, here's what Damien, the victorious Labour Party candidate, told me a little bit earlier. Nigel Farage and his party to thank for your win.
I haven't seen all the results through, so I got the headlines, so I'll crack the figures. But no, I think when we're talking to people, we talked about the issues that people were raising. The top ones with us was NHS, cost of living and policing. But, you know, certainly other issues as well were coming up. But no, I'd like to think that we won the election on our own back by working hard and getting a good message out there to the voters of Kingswood.
That was Damien Egan, the victorious Labour Party candidate. But we had to wait until just after 4 a.m. for Wellingborough to be announced. Labour's Jen Kitchen was announced as the winner there.
Kitchen, Genevieve Victoria, also known as Jen Kitchen, Labour Party, 13,844 votes.
And here are those Wellingborough results. Jen Kitchen, the Labour Party candidate, with almost 14,000 votes, 13,844, and 46% of the vote. Helen Harrison, the Conservative Party candidate, got 7,408, or 25% of the vote. And Ben Habib, the Reform UK candidate, 3,919, equivalent to 13%. The Lib Dems and the Greens lost their deposits. I should say that in Kingswood, the Greens managed to hold on to their deposits. But we did catch up with Jen Kitchen after her victory.
I am delighted to be stood here as the newly elected Labour MP for Wellingborough. I am honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party under Keir Starmer.
The Labour Shadow Minister Toby Perkins has been a big figure in the campaign, but he had this to say before the results were actually confirmed. Perkins, is the Labour Party looking confident of winning this seat?
Well, I think we are increasingly optimistic. We've had a great day. Our candidate's been really positively received on the doorsteps. We've had an incredibly positive campaign, I think, right the way through. And so, you know, whilst we don't like to do a lap of honour until the race is run, we're feeling increasingly hopeful that we're going to come up with something really seismic today, which I suspect will send shockwaves through the Conservative Party and will give us real cause for optimism.
Well, once both those Labour victories were confirmed, Toby Perkins told our reporter Will Hollis this.
Wow, you know, what a result. I think of all the elections in our Isle's long history, this is the second biggest swing there's ever been. So we were feeling increasingly upbeat as the campaign went on, but I never saw that sort of victory coming. I mean, we're just blown away.
Quite a relieved Toby Perkins there, but our very own Nigel Farage had this to say on the performance from the Liberal Democrats tonight.
Standout to me is the Liberal Democrats have lost deposits in both of these seats. Now, you would have thought, with the Conservatives under attack from Labour in the old red wall, you would have thought that in Surrey and those kind of southern home counties, this would have been the Lib Dems' big election. They are making, in fact, far from any impact, they appear to be going backwards. That's also, I think, worthy of note.
Now, Ben Habib, who stood as the candidate for Reform UK in Wellingborough, shared his reflections with us after his defeat.
Your final word, how do you end this night? With a smile on your face?
Absolutely. Why would I not smile? Think about the trajectory we're on. 5% 3 months ago, 13% tonight. Extrapolate that, we'll be at 100% by the time we get to the general election.
A little bit of exaggeration there, perhaps, from a pretty happy Ben Habib. But finally, here's what Nigel Farage said about his much-touted potential return to frontline politics.
You know, I am enjoying my life at GB News. I'm the honorary president of Reform. I have no executive role in the party. Everyone speculates, will I come back as leader? I might do, I might not, I don't know. My big fear would be to come back and get 5 million votes and 3 seats. If I see a really historic opportunity to go in and to win a large number of seats and to replace the Conservative Party, well, I'll probably do it.
Well, let's digest all of this and, more importantly, learn what is potentially to come. What is the aftershock of these seismic results? Mark Littlewood is the leader of the Popular Conservatives group and Aaron Bastani is the co-founder of Novara Media. Still with us too is James Crouch of Opinium the Pollsters. Mark Littlewood, this is nothing short of a disaster for Rishi Sunak.
Well, they're pretty bad results. I mean, I suppose that the nerdy statistical bit we haven't dug into yet is that the Wellingborough result is on a par with other monumental by-election losses. The Kingswood result was a defeat. I mean, the swing in Kingswood was only about half of that in Wellingborough, a little more than half. I'm really intrigued to work out what the differences were there. The Conservatives' official line, I think, will be that the Wellingborough by-election was held under particularly difficult circumstances with all the scandal over Peter Bone, and therefore the Kingswood result is a better indication of where the real swing is across the country because Wellingborough was such difficult territory. But I guess it's a question for James, the pollster there. Why would we see two such remarkable differences? Both are big swings to Labour, but one is monumental and one is just sort of average-ish in by-election terms.
Well, I do think that the general pattern, as I say, you can still spot. So with the Conservative vote evaporating to different degrees, half of it going to Labour, half of it going to Reform, I think I actually want to put a caveat slightly on that Reform number, especially in Kingswood. no party owns its own voters, so even if Reform hadn't stood, these people are pretty unhappy with the Conservatives.
Yeah, the Conservatives
party.
wouldn't have won.
Yes, they probably would not have won Kingswood.
They
probably, yes, or found some other outlet for their dissatisfaction. But I think that it might come down to what everyone has said, which is that Helen Harrison probably wasn't actually seen that much on the campaign by comparison to Labour throwing everything at that and being quite happy to give the Tories that bloody nose.
So this is interesting. This is perhaps a local factor in Wellingborough compounding the problem for the Conservative Party. In Kingswood, we get a result much closer to, well, pretty much bang on where national polling is. Still a 16.4 swing against the Conservative Party. What sort of numbers are we looking at nationally if that was the result across the board?
Well, it would definitely be a Labour landslide of some description. I mean, once again, so much of it depends on what happens in Scotland. So we really just can't extrapolate these numbers into a Labour win. But, the scale of the Labour win. But at least we all know that, broadly speaking, what the national opinion polls are telling us is probably about right. And for the first time, we're also getting that with Reform. So that's the first time we're getting that. I think with Labour, we managed to get there by the third or fourth record breaker. But with Reform, we're now finally there.
Yeah, Aaron Bastani, what do you make of this? That actually the polls are pretty spot on. There have been lots of people saying, we don't believe the polls always get it wrong. But actually, tonight in Kingswood, we've seen pretty much exactly... If I were to put any opinion poll in the last week into a sort of generate me a result sort of algorithm, Kingswood is what I'd get.
Yeah, and also, look, in 2019, the MRP polls, which are the really expensive, huge data sets, they were spot on. 2017, they had their weighting wrong. Trump... Clinton in 2016. Look, it's a two-horse race. Things can happen.
Well, they got the numbers pretty much right.
Well, quite.
Just Clinton was a lot less efficient with where her vote was.
Precisely, but you remember these things. Huffington Post on the day said that Trump has a 3% chance of winning it, and of course he wins. But in recent years, that's changed somewhat. What I would say is, look, the Tories in one by-election have actually fought. That was in Uxbridge. They won, and I find it so strange. They're just going down without a fight. OK, you might not win, it might not look great, you're sending cabinet ministers up there, but my God, do something, try something, If it doesn't work, try something different. That's what you do in sports, that's what you do in business, and I think maybe a lot of these guys at the top of the Conservative Party right now, they've just not been in this situation before. They've not been in this situation. 2017 was very competitive, but only in the last week and a half, there's not been this far up from a general election.
You have to go back a decade. You have to go back. 2015 was a tight election. That was a big fight, but a very different fight in some ways.
But even then, 2015, people were thinking Miliband might get a 20 majority. A lot of these Tory MPs right now are going to lose their seats. They're going to have to find another job. And I don't understand why more of them don't have a bit more oomph and a bit more, front about, OK, how do we sort this?
Well, isn't this exactly why we had the Kingswood by-election? This was a Tory MP who decided, do you know what? Perhaps I'd be better off not waiting for the election and having competition from hundreds of my colleagues in the former MP job market. I want to get ahead of them by 10 months and go and get a job in the former MP job market when there's a lot less competition. I mean, that's why this by-election, and I suppose that's why it's so frustrating that this by-election took place. Obviously, Wellingborough, a recall petition is different. But, Mark, what do you make to that point? The Tories didn't try. Why have they given up?
Well, the rationale would go something like this, and I'm not saying it's the smartest rationale, but there is a thread of coherent strategy here, which is, at the outset, the Conservative Party expected to lose both of these by-elections and badly. And that then being the case, do not associate your top people, like the leader of the party and the Prime Minister, with what you see to be an inevitable defeat. However, that said, although I think there's a certain degree of coherence there, I'm rather more with Aaron. We were saying a little earlier in the show, Tom, that Rishi Sunak for the general election is going to have to roll up his sleeves, get out there, talk to ordinary people, see how he can come across. This would have been a good test bed for trying that. Wouldn't have meant that the Conservatives were going to win either of the two by-elections, but it's at least a dry run. So going to Aaron's sports analogy, why not play a pre-season friendly? Why hold back until just the big events roll onto the pitch? Test it, see how you go. Not just your messages. Psychologically, how do you feel? How do you deal with an awkward voter who asks you an awkward question? You would have thought that Rishi Sunak would want a few dry runs on that before we come to an election.
I get a sense that they're all very tired. But let's get the thoughts of Paul Richards, the former Labour special advisor. And Paul, why do you think it is that Rishi Sunak simply chose not to go to Kingswood and not to go to Wellingborough, that he didn't send his I'm getting ahead of myself there, that he didn't send his cabinet ministers to these seats?
I'm getting a really sneaking suspicion that Rishi Sunak's just not very good at politics. I don't know about you. I mean, I just don't think he's good at this stuff. I mean, we do get prime ministers sometimes that are in the highest office, but just can't quite cut it. And it is such sort of tone deaf not to set up for the parliament. Even if you think you might do better, you should be seen to be a fighter, be engaging, and support your candidates, whoever they may be. It's just a lack of popular touch, really. He's just not good at it.
So he need to get out onto his soapbox like John Major did in 1992. Now, there aren't many parallels we can draw between 2024 and 1992, but perhaps a Prime Minister having a bit of fight, not wanting to be seen as a dry technocrat, wanting to get out there on the streets and talk to real people. Is that what Rishi Sunak needs to do?
Well, that's a harder ask for him because of his enormous wealth, privilege and background, and probably play this boy from Britain card and talk about the badinage on the soapbox back in '92. And I remember, again, involved in that campaign, and it blindsided Labour. Labour's campaign was very slick with helicopters and rallies and whatnot, but this guy with the soapbox suddenly trumped. So I just think, no pun intended.
Oh, sorry, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you there, Paul. We're going to pause that and return to our panel because, Aaron, there is this idea, and we've seen it in a few of the papers, that Rishi Sunak is going to spend every Monday, Thursday and Friday getting out there in the country, talking to people 3 days a week, going on tour from now to the election. Is that the right call?
Well, in theory, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to execute. I agree with what Paul was just saying there. Even the image of a fighter is going to win you a couple of points in opinion polls. OK, it's not going to send you back to 10 Downing Street, but it's something. We have cultural memes of, the Titanic sinking, but these guys were still playing the music. Now, we talk about the Titanic because obviously it's shorthand for failure and catastrophe. But the idea of somebody having the bravery to fight on, to carry on, to try and do business as usual.
Well, we've got the phrase, go down fighting. Right. It's a more noble thing to do than just to sort of give up.
That resonates with everyone. Even in 2017, after 2017, Theresa May was destroyed. She wasn't a very good Prime Minister. Even when she was awful, people said, she's still sticking at it. Good for her. And I don't get it. I'm repeating myself, but I don't get it with the man because he's very clever. He's got Dominic Cummings apparently advising him, and Dominic Cummings...
he would deny that.
He would deny that, but he's apparently advising him, and he's only been involved in successful political campaigns, really. So I can't make head or tail of it. But, maybe they're playing 5D chess and I don't understand.
Hang on, James Crouch, is this not the case that no matter who was in charge of the country right now, interest rates would be high, as they are in America, as they are in the EU, as they are right across the world, or the developed world? Inflation would have been high last year. The price level now would be materially higher than it was 2 years ago, as it is in every major developed country. Fundamentally, we're seeing Justin Trudeau 20 points behind his opposition. We're seeing Martin Schulz in Germany 20 points behind his opposition. We're seeing Trump, despite having federal indictments, looking like he's going to beat Biden. Frankly, isn't it just the case, if you're in government right now, no matter which political flavour you come from, you're screwed?
Well, I'm not necessarily going to say that screwed, but there's massive structural problems facing the Conservative Party and them being in government at the moment. But I do think the real problem is that Rishi Sunak really struggles to articulate in one sentence why vote for a Conservative government under Rishi Sunak. He really struggles to do it. And the problem is that they've actually gone down this route of fighting back. But the problem is it's a constant, well, how do we wrong-foot Labour in the headlines this week? And actually, that doesn't really win votes. And all that's really functioned in doing is saying, well, we thought Rishi was this likeable guy who had a plan for government. All it does is make him look like this actually quite dislikable man trying just to wrong foot the other guy, but not actually governing the country. And that's what they've taken as the fighting spirit, and that's not what it should be. It should be, why do you want to govern the country, and why do you care that you might not be the guy doing that in a year?
Well, James Crouch, Aaron Bastani, Mark Littlewood, and indeed, before all of them, Paul Richards as well. I thank you for your participation in what has been an exciting and exhilarating election night here on GB News. To remind you, Jen Kitchen, the Labour Party candidate, has won in Wellingborough, and Damien Egan, the Labour Party candidate, has won in Kingswood, overturning enormous Conservative majorities, both of them. The question now turns to Rishi Sunak. Can he hold his party together through the coming days in the aftershocks of what has been a seismic night? The night the Tories suffered 2 by-election defeats in both Kingswood and in Wellingborough. 2 losses. The Conservative Party has now suffered more by-election defeats in this Parliament than any previous government since the 1960s. Meanwhile, the Labour Party takes a big step towards power in the upcoming general election. Also, for the first time, the Reform Party is matching their polling with their real-world results. It's all to play for, and the aftershocks will be intense.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney. Weekdays from 3 p.m.
Or they're trying to make it better, or they're trying to make it slower, a lot slower. Slower enough, in fact, for it to sufficiently allow the boats to start coming in to cause further political damage to Rishi Sunak.
Which it will do if it carries on.
Of course it will. And this is the Labour peers, the Lib Dem peers, and no doubt some of the Conservative wets, banding together, causing political damage to Rishi Sunak. And the longer it goes on, the worse it will be for the Conservative Party.
There's now a deadline on the Rwanda plan. It's got to start working this summer to have any electoral benefit for Rishi Sunak, because of course if the election is in November, by then the crossings will slow down. It's got to be up and running by about May or June, and then they'll take it from there.
Cool. And you have a crumb of comfort for us. Rishi Sunak met a Prime Minister.
Well, a crumb of comfort for those who want to stop the boat, certainly, or we'll get towards it. The PM today met Alexander De Croo, who's a Belgian Prime Minister. They've agreed a UK-Belgium law enforcement cooperation agreement. In short, that is a focus on surveillance and information, ultimately, which should help stop the boats. Not many boats make crossings from Belgium, but it's the kind of, they can hopefully use law enforcement. These are the kind of deals which Sir Keir Starmer's talking about. If he becomes Prime Minister, he'll do more of these deals with countries on the continent, and this shows that the Tory PM can do them too.
And there may be intelligence sharing of crime gangs that operate within Belgium. As you say, it's a much, much further distance, much more perilous across the North Sea. Very unlikely that people will be leaving in any great numbers from Belgium. But nevertheless, is this of note, or is it a token